Chapter 1301. Upon seeing the last page, Fang Hao's eyes widened immediately, and his heartbeat quickened considerably. Divinity, dark gold finished equipment. Wasn't this reward overly generous? As long as he had enough points, he could exchange them for divinity, to nurture his own demigod or for the transmigrator to use himself. It should be known, with divinity comes the foundation for achieving godhood. Eternal life has always been the ultimate goal of transmigrators. Being able to access divinity, the capabilities of this system in this world were indeed somewhat terrifying. He briefly pondered in his heart. Then refocused his attention on the three divinities. The first exchange required 3,500,000 points, the second and third needed 3 million points each. A difference of 500,000 was not insignificant. Attempting to tap lightly with his hand, the information also appeared. Divinity, Level 0, exchange points 3,500,000, Flame Marshal Commander, Carrie Roderick. Divinity, Level 0, exchange points 3 million, Bloody Terror, Sebastian. Divinity, Level 0, exchange points 3 million, Fallen Body, Malthus. The most expensive divinity was that of the Flame Giant. He thought it would have been the Giant Horn Demigod, the one who uses a door as a weapon. He had 4,950,000 points in his hand. A divinity was definitely worth exchanging for. Missing this opportunity, he wouldn't know where else to find another. He pondered over the three divinities. He planned to exchange for the Flame Giant's divinity. With its dual characteristics of fire and strength, it was stronger than the other two. The Giant Horn Demigod, its ability was manifested in resilience, its attack power wasn't very outstanding. Not to mention the Robed Demigod, its overall performance was somewhat bizarre, just various venomous insects and poisons. Given the choice, he would actually lean more towards the Flame Giant Demigod. Deducting 3,500,000 points, he had 1,450,000 left. Enough to exchange for a dark gold level weapon. Bitterwood Staff, dark gold, exchange points 1,115,000. That's the staff with a skeleton head used by the Robed Demigod. But this weapon, it didn't seem to be of much help to him. No hero could use it, and the design of the weapon was not very appealing. It looked rather ominous. Continuing to flip through, his gaze fell upon a set of blueprints. Troll Tyrant Lock Steel Armor Blueprint, orange, exchange points 775,000. Troll Tyrant Lock Steel Helmet Blueprint, orange, exchange points 55,000. Troll Tyrant Lock Steel Boots Blueprint, orange, exchange points 58,000. Troll Tyrant Lock Steel Arm Guard Blueprint, orange, exchange points 55,000. To exchange the unused dark gold equipment. It seemed better to exchange for some orange blueprints that would enhance the military strength of his territory. Improving top-tier heroes and increasing the number of demigods were important, but the overall strength of the territorial troops could not be neglected. He mustn't forget what he relied on to establish himself. Currently, Fang Hao's troops were divided into three types. Humans, trolls, giants. Each corresponded to the respective types of troop units. And the four-armed skeleton, in terms of size, corresponded to trolls, reaching a height of 5 meters. Currently, the equipment was the purple Rocky Guard set. If he could use this opportunity to obtain a set of orange armor, it could bring the overall combat power of his territory to a new height. But 4 blueprints, a total of 2,430,000, after exchanging for divinity, he simply didn't have enough points. Fang Hao thought for a moment. He contacted Aragon, Dong Jiayu, and Li Rong separately, asking how many points they had. Aragon, 850,000 points, was just about to exchange for a set of purple dragon cavalry armor. Soon, Dong Jiayu and Li Rong also sent their messages respectively. Dong Jiayu, 600,000 points, does Brother Hao need my help with anything? Li Rong, I have 650,000, do you need me to do anything? Regarding Dong Jiayu and Li Rong, Fang Hao felt it was fairly normal, as he also understood the strength of the heroes under their command. Achieving 600,000 points was already an overachievement. But Aragon, you, being the third in the world, only managed to gather 800,000 points, were you playing with your feet? He didn't bother with the affairs of the two women first. He directly asked Aragon, you being third in the world, only have this many points? Aragon first sent a wry smile, then said, my arena enemies were 2 purple heroes, 1 orange hero, I didn't win one match, how many points do you have? Being unaware of the other's situations, Aragon thought his points were quite high. But hearing Fang Hao's tone, he felt his might also not be very high. Fang Hao continued to reply, how many points does the second place have? Savannah, should not be much stronger than me, I'm not sure how many exactly, Aragon continued to answer. This battle had left him battered. Fang Hao didn't say much further, and directly said, in the 5th page, exchange the Troll Tyrant Lock Steel Armor Blueprint, orange. Oh, okay. Aragon readily agreed. Such actions were quite normal. Only by unifying the exchange for a whole set of blueprints could benefits be maximized. Fang Hao continued to send to Dong Jiayu, exchange the 5th page Troll Tyrant Lock Steel Helmet Blueprint, orange. Okay, Brother Hao. Fang Hao then sent to Li Rong, exchange the 5th page Troll Tyrant Lock Steel Boots Blueprint, orange. Oh, okay. All instructions given, only the last Armguard Blueprint remained for him to buy. Excluding the Divinity, for the Armguard Blueprint, he had left 900,000 points. Fang Hao continued flipping through, searching for several more blueprints and equipment. Enlightenment Ring Blueprint, orange, exchange points 820,000. Rotten Corpse Nest Blueprint, purple, exchange points 65,000. War Bear Cage Blueprint, blue, exchange points 12,000. Forest Wooden Wand, blue, exchange points 3,000. After picking and choosing, he finally allocated all the points. The earlier selections were made according to needs. Later on, starting from the War Bear Cage, it was all about accumulating points. Not very useful, but better than choosing nothing and ending with 0 points. Exchanging them one by one. Divinity, blueprints, and weapons also appeared in his hands. First, he stored them all away. Ding! Book of Lords, once again transmitted a private message. Dong Jiayu sent a message, Brother Hao, I've traded the blueprints to you. Okay. He opened the specified trading interface, and the other two also traded their blueprints over. Troll Tyrant Steel Armor Set was officially completed. Fang Hao didn't let them down either. He shared his own Temple Guard Set Thunderblade Set Fine Iron Lion Shield and some other purple set blueprints with them. They immediately sent back messages of gratitude. Dong Jiayu, thanks, Brother Hao. Aragon also sent a message, thank you, Mr. Fang Hao. With their combined points, to exchange for a set, they could only exchange some purple sets or orange finished products. Orange blueprints and weapon-related items are much more expensive than armors, even Aragon's 800,000 plus points were still far short. So now, Fang Hao sharing so many purple sets with them was also a form of compensation. And indeed, they got more than if they had exchanged items themselves. Li Rong and Dong Jiayu, being well protected by Fang Hao, didn't really need the equipment. Aragon, on the other hand, valued the equipment quite a bit. All rewards have been traded. Laid out on the table, Fang Hao began to inspect them one by one. Divinity, Level 0. Description, the core of divine power, powerful divine arts, all rely on divinity. Fang Hao exchanged for a fire divinity worth 3.5 million points. He could use it himself, or give it to his territory to cultivate a demigod. He tended to prefer the latter, he was already a god himself, possessing immortal nature, which meant immortality. Using it himself wouldn't have much effect. During battles, he also didn't plan to take risks. Instead, adding a demigod could greatly enhance the development of his territory. The second item is the Troll Tyrant Steel Armor Set compiled by several people. An orange piece of troll equipment. The single piece effect includes increased physical resistance, magic resistance, and stamina recovery. Considered an enhancement for use. Set effect, physical resistance plus 12%, magic resistance plus 8%, movement speed plus 5%, soldier recovery plus 3%, Tyrant. Tyrant, each unit killed increases attack power by 2%, stacking up to 10 layers. Added attributes and the final addition of Tyrant skills. In the realm of orange equipment, it's considered top-notch. When the four-armed skeleton general is equipped, it will definitely reach the top tier of troops. The third item's blueprint is for Enlightenment Ring. A rare type of ring blueprint. Effect, increases sensitivity to elemental energy. Meaning it increases the chances of becoming a mage. Does not increase any attribute enhancement, just this one effect, reaching the orange level. Fortunately, it's a blueprint. Fang Hao plans to manufacture and distribute one to everyone in the territory. Might as well sense it, learn a fireball spell, it could also be used to start fires. The next two are architectural blueprints. Rotten corpse nest, wood 2500, hardened wood 1200, fine work bricks 850, metal parts 220, vulture feathers 150, mithril 12. Description: the rotten corpse vultures hover over the battlefield, ranging across the sky, waiting to join this feast. A purple undead flying troop kind. In the territory, there are skeleton vultures. But those are transformed from the conversion ground, and although they can be recruited, they still don't count as barracks buildings. The reason for choosing this is important, it's to prepare for combining flying troops. War bear cage, hardened wood 2200, bricks 1800, thatch 950, cast iron blocks 880, metal parts 450, mithril 5. Description: compared to those lower grade wild beasts, war bears are much stronger, they will fearlessly pounce on the enemy, preying on those vulnerable lives. This blueprint is for a beast barrack. Chosen also because there weren't much points left to select from. He picked this blueprint as it was quite good, perhaps it might be useful in the future. The last item is a finished product equipment. Forest wooden wand, blue. Category: magic wand. Effect: rain curtain. Rain curtain stimulates growth in plants within range. Description: a wand used for vegetation growth. With the last 3000 points, he exchanged for this wand. It comes with a skill, it's a rare weapon in the realm of blue equipment. He will see whether to send it to Dreamy Forest or keep it in the main city for cultivation purposes. All in all, everything was still quite satisfactory. After reviewing the rewards, Fang Hao continued, "Please invite the Dragon Queen over." Chapter 1302. I swear, what the heck is divinity, costing millions, what is this? Damn it, it's so unfair, why can they participate in the second phase and also get points? Is dark gold above orange, or below it? What is divinity? It actually requires so many points. People around the world say divinity is the stuff for becoming a god, feels like Fang Hao is almost a god already. Ayo. Had I known, I would have also tried harder and pushed for the second round. I wonder how many points Fang Hao has, if it's enough to exchange for divinity. While waiting for the Dragon Queen to come over, Fang Hao opened the regional channel to take a look. Now, the channel was bustling. Everyone was talking about the points mall. Even those who have no points could see the items in the mall. The most discussed topics were dark gold equipment and divinity. The top-notch equipment and items were still the most captivating. Even if you can't get them, it's still an eye-opener. Many people haven't even seen dark gold level equipment before, asking in the channel whether dark gold is above or below orange. So many good things actually also serve as a nice motivation. From the information sent out by everyone, it seems that after this task, many people will strive even harder to improve. Everyone has transmigrated at the same time. There's inevitably some competitive spirit, if not surpassing the few at the top of the leaderboard, at least striving to reach the second phase in the next task. Otherwise, the gap between each other will get bigger and bigger. After looking at the regional channel, he switched over to the world channel. The chat content was similar, but many people were discussing buying points. Not actually trading points, but similar to Fang Hao's method, finding someone to exchange the required blueprints. Then conducting the exchange through the trading channel. This method is pretty good. In the world channel, the messages rolled by quickly, and if not careful, the previous messages would disappear. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. The Dragon Queen, in a golden dress, walked in slowly. Looking around, she spoke, "Is there another task?" "No, didn't you say you wanted to see the system rewards?" "They have already been issued," Fang Hao indicated the table in front of him with his eyes. The table was filled with equipment and blueprints that had been exchanged. The Dragon Queen glanced over it, quickly completed equipment and several blueprints. "Is this it?" The tone carried some disappointment. The previous discussions about territory development, hero advancement, and even Rollina becoming a demigod were all supported by task rewards. Now looking at it, just these items? Fang Hao watched her reaction, didn't immediately retort but smiled faintly, pulling out a light orb from his storage space. Divinity. The moment she saw the orb, the Dragon Queen's eyes widened. She stepped forward, wanting to grab the divinity, but then stopped her steps. The man in front of her didn't look as weak as he seemed, taking it by force wouldn't work here. She sat down calmly, smoothed her emotions, and asked, "Is this divinity also obtained in the task?" Fang Hao glanced at the golden figure beside him, much quieter than he had imagined. The dragon clan isn't exactly an orderly race. Being secretly called robbers by various races wasn't baseless. Seeing no reaction, Fang Hao then nodded and said, "Remember the flame giant, right? This is his divinity." The flame giant demigod, the dragon queen naturally remembered. She just didn't expect that it could actually obtain divinity. The dragon queen looked at the orb with some anticipation and asked, "You called me here. We are partners, I wanted to discuss with you how we should use this divinity." "Oh? What are your thoughts?" the dragon queen asked, crossing her legs, looking at him. Fang Hao didn't hide his thoughts, speaking directly, "We can absorb it ourselves, or we can cultivate a new demigod. I lean more towards cultivating a new demigod." "You're thinking of sharing the divinity?" The dragon queen was somewhat surprised. Even if not giving it to her, it didn't need to be shared out. With this divinity, you could exchange it for several cities with major powers competing for it. To actually think about sharing it. Listen to the full analysis. The dragon queen raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Fang Hao put the divinity aside, continuing, "Can you be sure that you will become a god immediately after absorbing the divinity?" The dragon queen frowned slightly, shaking her head. She had no way of knowing. The matter of consuming divinity was first told to her by Fang Hao, not to underscore mention whether consuming another demigod's divinity would indeed make one a god. "I'm not sure either. Moreover, if we add another demigod, our overall combat power will have a greater increase, just like today's duel. If we had 3 demigods, wouldn't the task be easier, maybe even get 2 divinities?" Fang Hao explained gently. Actually, as the first demigod, the dragon queen swallowing it had a great potential to elevate the divinity to level 1. But now it couldn't be given to her yet. The dragon queen's loyalty to him was currently only at 73 points. While it seems a lot, it was only at a friendly stage. Once becoming a god, she's likely to dissolve the alliance between them, and his life might also be threatened. Other gods may not know his information, but the dragon queen does. A god lingering in the mortal world. So, for now, he can't let the dragon queen become a god, at least not until her loyalty reaches 100. With Rolina's strength, absorbing this divinity would not bring any improvement. Moreover, giving the divinity to Rolina would definitely cause the dragon queen to have reservations, even if unspoken, she would feel discontent. Relying on others in fights, but excluding them during distribution. Anyone would have complaints about that. Therefore, the best method would be to either cultivate another demigod or keep it for now. The dragon queen's brows were still tightly furrowed as she analyzed the meaning of his words. What's the use of so many demigods? If we encounter dangers like the god of deception again, having more demigods would be useless, the dragon queen said. Fang Hao continued, the god of deception was an anomaly. Our strength is not yet at the level to provoke demigods, we should keep a low profile and gradually elevate both you and Rolina to godhood. The dragon queen's gaze was serious as she seemed to discern the truth in his words. To be honest, she really desired that divinity. But even after becoming a god, the dangers would persist. The god of deception sought out Fang Hao precisely to devour the divinity of new gods. She still needed Fang Hao as her strategist. Taking a deep breath to suppress her thoughts, she stretched lazily and leaned back in her chair. Who do you plan to support? No specific targets, do you have anyone to recommend? The divinity was of fire attribute, and there was no dark gold hero in her territory with a fitting attribute. None. No? However, in the dragon clan, there was a fire attribute dark gold elder. He thought the dragon queen would recommend someone from her own clan. Let's keep it for now then, until we find a suitable candidate in the future. Fang Hao stored the divinity away. Even as he put it away, the dragon queen's eyes lingered regretfully on it. After concluding the matter of the divinity, the dragon queen lost interest in the other rewards. They chatted about other matters for a while. Then the dragon queen continued, how often do you transmigrators have these tasks? Suddenly, she shifted the conversation back to the topic of transmigrator tasks. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then estimated, every 10 days or so, or even longer. It's not fixed, sometimes it's frequent, sometimes half a year goes by without one. The Dragon Queen nodded, tapping her fingers on the armrest as if thinking about something. Just then, the female servants outside ran into the hall, arms linked and waists encircled like before. As before, upon seeing the Dragon Queen, their laughter abruptly stopped. Dragon Queen! The women greeted. Without lingering, the Dragon Queen stood up and stated directly, "Build a mansion for me tomorrow, I will reside here often." Fang Hao was startled. "Oh, okay, welcome." After the Dragon Queen left, the maid's laughter resumed. Unlocked, Glory Rifleman Training Camp Blueprint. Unlocked, Pilgrimage Hall Blueprint. Unlocked, Hooligan Cleaver Blueprint. Unlocked. During the final countdown in the score mall, alerts of newly unlocked blueprints echoed again by Fang Hao's ear. It was not Fang Hao who exchanged the blueprints, but rather a subordinate lord, or the subordinates transmigrators unlocked the blueprints. Shared with Fang Hao as well. Thus various blueprints were unlocked. However, most of these blueprints were green or blue, with very few of even the purple tier appearing. They had some use for ordinary transmigrators, and for himself, they merely served to expand his collection of blueprints. "What's the matter?" Little White widened her eyes, looking up hazily and asked. Fang Hao smiled and patted her head, "Nothing, you continue." "All right." The next morning, Fang Hao came downstairs, reaching the stair corner. He saw two figures sitting in the hall. One was the museum's funeral priest, the other a robust-bodied living dead hero. Seeing Fang Hao coming down, the two stood up to greet, "Good morning, my lord." "Hello. What's the matter?" Fang Hao walked down. "My lord, this is the newly joined hero Druz," the funeral priest immediately introduced. Behind him, the tall skeleton hero stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, "Druz, at your service, my lord." Hooligan leader, Druz, Orange level 7 hero. Seeing the attribute name, Fang Hao then remembered who this person was. Skeleton Island's second in command, Orc hero, Druz, responsible for the city's peace on Skeleton Island. Orange level 7 is not low, but his combat power was still unclear. They didn't engage in combat, Druz was directly targeted for elimination by Fang Hao. "Welcome to our ranks, Druz." "Thank you, my lord." The Orc hero stood up. "All right, select some equipment, I will assign you tasks in due course," Fang Hao continued. "Yes, my lord." The funeral priest and the living dead hero left, and Fang Hao casually opened the hero attributes to review. Chapter 1303. Riot Chief, Druz, Orange Tier 7 hero. Faction, Undead, Living Corpses. Template, Gold. Racial traits, Living Dead, Organ Replacement, Weakness to Light. Legion Talent, Fleet Captain, Peace Officer. Skills, Furious Axe Cleave, Berserk Throw, Iron Body, Assault Bounce, Rapid Shot. Innate Abilities, Domain Combat Mastery, Domain Axe Mastery, Advanced Firearms Mastery, Advanced Swimming Mastery, Advanced Navigation Mastery. Fleet Captain, leads the fleet, granting a plus 15% performance boost to ships and plus 10% combat power to crew members. Peace Officer, oversees patrols, granting a plus 15% attribute boost to the troops. Furious Axe Cleave, Furious Cleave attack with an axe, dealing an additional 75% damage to targets in front. Berserk Throw, throws the battle axe at targets within a 200-meter radius, causing an additional 35% damage and plus 15% accuracy. Iron Body, enhanced body state, plus 25% attack power and plus 34% defense. Assault Bounce, enhanced leg strength for increased jumping ability. Rapid Shot, plus 35% firearm loading speed and plus 25% accuracy. Description: a product of the immortal corpse which, not recognized by the god of undead, this hero cannot advance or level up. The hero's attributes seem ordinary. No particularly outstanding expertise. However, his skills are focused on battle axes and naval warfare, which aligns with his pirate identity. As he was looking, footsteps sounded outside the door. Tap tap tap. Riot Chief, Druz had already put on his equipment and come back. The original image of a dried-up corpse was now clad in battle armor, with a single-handed battle axe hanging on each side of the waist. On his chest was a gun holster made of leather, carrying two short-barreled handguns. These guns must have been looted from pirate spoils, the main city had long since phased out such weapons. Lord. Driz saluted again. I have some new short-barreled handguns here, see if they work for you. Fang Hao took out a revolver and handed it to him directly. Driz fiddled with it a little and quickly became familiar with it, much better than these guns. His short-barreled guns were the kind where you had to stuff a ball into the barrel. Naturally, they weren't as convenient as this revolver. This is called a revolver. You'll use this from now on, and just toss your old guns in the warehouse. Fang Hao took out another revolver and handed both to him. Thank you, Lord. Driz directly took off the two guns and replaced them with the revolvers. Once the equipment was fully confirmed, Fang Hao thought for a moment, and continued, the Trade Alliance station needs a permanent hero, and I'm thinking of assigning you there. I will follow your arrangements, Lord. Fang Hao nodded and called out to the door, bring Yzabeth over. The guard outside quickly left. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. A pleasant jingle sounded as succubus Yzabeth fell from the air and walked in. She had just stepped through the doorway when she suddenly saw the towering living dead and was momentarily taken aback. Lord, do you have a guest? Fang Hao looked at Yzabeth, who was covering herself with a coat despite the summer heat, and said, Oh, this is the newly joined hero Driz. Later, you'll take him to the Trade Alliance, from now on he will be responsible for guarding the station. After joining the Trade Alliance, they needed to arrange for a hero of orange level or higher to be stationed there. Now with Driz joining, it just so happened to meet this requirement. Arranging him at the Trade Alliance, he could take care of the tavern's security when he was not on duty. Now, succubus Yzabeth would mostly stay in the territory and occasionally visit the tavern. Oh. The face of the succubus flushed red in an instant, and she replied, I need to go change my clothes. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. In the pleasant jingle, her figure disappeared. After changing into lighter clothing, she took Driz to the Trade Alliance station. At noon, Ira and the others returned from the training grounds. While preparing lunch, the other maids chatted and played chess in the living room. The originally quiet living room instantly warmed up with activity. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and found the Enlightenment Ring blueprint he got last night. Enlightenment Ring, 1 Langan branch, 1 Quicksilver ingot, 1 mithril, 1 essence of magic, 1 perfect essence. The materials for the Enlightenment Ring are quite special. Langan is the name of a tree, and Quicksilver is a relatively rare ore. But not particularly uncommon. You can buy it at the Trade Alliance shop. After confirming the blueprint, he set the crafting number to 2. 100-fold amplification triggered, obtained Enlightenment Rings X202. Whoosh! Rings fell from the sky like gemstones, scattering on the floor. The maids who were chatting and laughing were startled and began picking up the scattered rings. The rings were picked up and stacked on a wooden table nearby. Master, are these rings? Little White picked one up and looked at it closely. Yes, these are Enlightenment Rings. They can increase the sensitivity to magic elements. Anyone who hopes to become a mage can have one, explained Fang Hao. Yay! The maids cheered and each took one, looking at it on their hands. Actually, the design of the ring is quite plain. It's the square type and doesn't look particularly nice on the maid's slender fingers. But what's important is the function. Thank you, Master! All the maids shouted in unison. After setting down the Enlightenment Ring, the maids also went to the dining room for a meal. Fang Hao continued to open the Book of Lords, peeking at the regional channel. The Point Small event had ended, but the topics of everyone's chats were still the same. Dark gold weapons, divinity. Or which big shots on the leaderboard exchanged what items. Whether anyone had redeemed divinity and truly become a god. And which is more formidable in this world, divine beings or cultivators of immortality? Is divinity just another term for the golden core? Among the Chinese players, the content of the discussions has aligned the local cultivation system with that of the immortal cultivation system. The fervor was quite high. Unfortunately, the live streaming feature that transmigrators had been looking forward to disappeared with the end of the mission. Otherwise, it could have spawned a new profession. He continued to flip through to the personal shops channel of the world. As expected, looking again today, the variety of equipment in the shops had increased. These were all blueprints exchanged from the mall yesterday. Fang Hao browsed through them. Eventually, in one shop, he took a liking to a blueprint. Regent's Courtyard Construction Blueprint, Orange. An orange architectural blueprint. The exchange condition was 15 purple equipment. Fang Hao glanced and conveniently acquired it. He continued browsing other shops. Some sold blueprints and equipment, but generally, they weren't of much interest. After lunch, the mates went together to the training grounds. It wasn't long before the Dragon Queen came in. The two then left the Lord's residence together. Do you have any thoughts about where your residence should be? Fang Hao asked. According to the agreement, today Fang Hao would build a residence for her. The Dragon Queen's willingness to stay is actually a good thing for both him and the territory. Close to the Nightstone area would be nice. I like the pavilion there, the Dragon Queen said softly, looking towards the Nightstone above the industrial district. Fang Hao also turned to look back. Somewhat puzzled. That area is where the undead work. If you build your residence there, you wouldn't be bothered, but the craftsmen would have a hard time avoiding you. That's the industrial district. Once the tanners start processing leather, the smell can be quite strong. Are you sure you want to live there? Fang Hao spoke. This made the Dragon Queen also hesitate before she asked, do you have any location recommendations? Better to be in the residential district, closer to the Lord's residence. Build a larger one there. The Dragon Queen thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement, that will do. The entire city is quite large, and each area has left a lot of open space, making the architectural zone look relatively loose. Building a larger, more luxurious one for the Dragon Queen is definitely appropriate. After all, the status of a demigod stands, since she's going to stay, she can't just be treated like an ordinary person. Still need to show some regard. The two left the house and found a space near the Lord's residence to the south. Fang Hao opened the blueprint he just exchanged. Regent's Courtyard, tough wood 2,200, ironized wood 1,800, fine stone brick 3,200, exquisite stone brick 2,800. Marble floor 580, natural gem 3. Quite a lot of materials needed. After selecting the location, he confirmed the construction. Dots of light began to form, creating the silhouette of a massive and magnificent building. Incomparable to the City of Holy Spirits of the Lord's residence, but closer to the Hall of Justice of Silver Wing City. It could completely serve as the core building of a city. The light was brilliant, but the construction time would still take 3 hours. Can't wait around here. They then went together to Biahu's place. Seeing Fang Hao and the Dragon Queen come over together startled Biahu. Ever since the Dragon Queen moved into this residential area, the whole block had become much quieter, orderly, very honest. Today she didn't know why the two suddenly sought her out. Lord, Dragon Queen. Biahu greeted. Fang Hao nodded, handing over the orange weapon whalebone sting he obtained yesterday to her. He said, this is one of our recent spoils of war, just right to give to you. Biahu's eyes showed surprise as she subconsciously took the one-handed sword resembling a bone. Ah, thank you, Lord, thank you, Dragon Queen. Deep embrace, Biahu, your loyalty increased by 10 points, current loyalty 85 points. As she received the weapon, a system prompt also appeared. Well, you must not neglect your training, you've been a bit slack lately, Fang Hao said. Biahu's head hung lower, she whispered softly, yes, my lord. Without staying much longer, they left Biahu's place. The two strolled around nearby. When they returned to the regent's courtyard, the building was completed. The vast building, akin to a royal palace. There were large courtyards both in front and back, truly no smaller than the Hall of Justice. Regent's Courtyard. Category, Special Building. Effects, Public Order plus 10%, Reproduction plus 5%, Production/Processing plus 5%, Faith plus 2%. Description, the courtyard of the Regent acts like a sharp sword, stabilizing the city's public order, daring to confront all calamities. Chapter 1304. Building Tips, yet it still surprised Fang Hao. It increased security, reproduction, and faith. This is not just a residential building. In terms of attributes, it is more like a totemic building. Not to mention, it also fits the standards of an orange tier building. After construction was completed, the Dragon Queen was the first to enter, with Fang Hao following behind. The front courtyard was already sizable, more akin to a large garden. But it was empty, with no buildings yet. Inside the hall, it was exceptionally spacious and grand. The floor was made of pristine white marble, the walls were lined with finely carved brown wainscot, and the mahogany-colored pillars were wrapped with gold corners. Even without any furnishings, one could already see the classical luxury. The Dragon Queen walked around the hall, her pale green fingers gently brushing the exquisite carvings, and nodded slightly in satisfaction. Not bad, it kind of has that feel of a human noble. Mount Dragon Peak, where the Dragon clan resides, is made of caves. Though the walls are also carved with patterns, they cannot compare to this. Previously, it didn't matter much, but having a luxurious residence is indeed very nice. Good, I'm glad you're satisfied. They explored several floors of the building. Then they went to the backyard together, where Fang Hao had built a hot spring, along with stone tables, stone chairs, flower beds, and fountains. After dealing with these together, Fang Hao told her to take whatever she needed from the warehouse, then turned and left. As he was going out, the system notification also popped up. Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt, loyalty increased by 5 points, current loyalty 78. Loyalty has increased. However, the increase was quite low, building such a large structure only increased it by 5 points. If he hadn't gotten her this Regency Yard, and had only built a regular hero building, it probably wouldn't have increased at all. Now the loyalty is 78 points. The preferences of the Dragon clan are quite clear. It can be slowly improved in the future. Before twilight, he visited the craftsman area. He briefed the craftsman on subsequent tasks. When he returned to the Lord's residence, he saw Beata leading a large group of skeleton soldiers, carrying chandeliers, carpets, and desks toward the residential area. When Beata saw Fang Hao, her eyebrows furrowed, and she stomped over angrily and kicked him on the shin. Though the kick was not heavy, it still made him instinctively lift his leg and rub it. "What are you doing?" Beata looked around, lowered her voice angrily and said, "Who told you to build a house for my mother?" "Oh? Is there a problem with that?" Fang Hao really couldn't understand the logic here. "My mother was going to leave, and now with your meddling, she's not going to leave," Beata said, hands on her hips. "Ah, so she was being controlled. That makes sense, no one is not afraid of the Dragon Queen, not even Beata. And she is quite strictly controlled. No, I thought you would be happy that the Dragon Queen is staying." Beata's chest heaved, she wanted to curse, but couldn't bring herself to speak. She thought for a moment, then still angrily said, "What now? My mother asked me to move in with her today. Then just go." "Ah, you don't understand, she was going to leave, now you go and build some worthless house, now look, ah." Beata muttered, then went back to the ranks of the skeleton soldiers and walked away. Fang Hao watched her dejected figure, quickly caught up to her, and putting an arm around her shoulder said, "Stay for a few days first, and then I'll find a way to let you go back to your own place." Beata struggled a bit and then said, "Might as well, hurry it up." "Okay." The skeletons went back and forth between the warehouse and the residential area. The others gradually got the news that the Dragon Queen would be staying for a long time. Everyone still viewed the Dragon Queen with great reverence. Privately, there was much discussion about this matter. As the sky darkened and night enveloped the land, Fang Hao sat in the great hall, sipping on some kind of soup that Ira had cooked for him, to nourish his body. A whole pot was brewed. While watching the channel on the Book of Lords, he drank the soup to nourish his body. At that moment, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. A skeleton merchant walked in, looking somewhat nervous, with Eleanor beside him. "Milord, this lady came through the domain's teleportation array to see you," said the skeleton merchant with a bow. Eleanor was Rebecca's personal maid, and today she was dressed in the garb of Hall of Justice. She looked like a valiant female general. "All right, she's fine, you can go back," said Fang Hao. The skeleton merchant bowed again, then withdrew. Once the hall was left to the two of them, Eleanor's demeanor instantly changed back to that of a maid, and she softly greeted, "Good evening, sir." "Good evening. Sir, the lady has sent me with a message, the map you left last time has been found," Eleanor continued. Fang Hao's eyes lit up, asking, "Oh? Where?" "The map mentioned is the leather map obtained from a tomb last time. The location on the map was also his last hope to acquire the mammoth blueprint. This is the map recorded by the lady, it's at this location." Eleanor took out a blueprint and handed it over. Fang Hao pulled her arm and brought her close. Encircling her waist, he opened the map to confirm. Map, Lowland Ruins. Upon recording the map, the location immediately appeared on the Book of Lords large map. Chapter 1305. The lady said, the location on the map is an abandoned old city that has long been deserted, so it's very likely that you won't find what you are looking for inside, Eleanor said gently, leaning against his chest. Fang Hao nodded, indicating that he understood. That's just what he needed: the ruins, the remnants. Wild maps were mostly like this, finding a normal place didn't necessarily guarantee any rewards. All right, I'll arrange for someone to explore it when the time comes, Fang Hao said as he embraced her slender waist. Eleanor, is this your first time visiting my place? Yes. Eleanor nodded. Let's go, I'll take you around the city. Later on, I can have Rebecca bring you here to play more often, said Fang Hao, patting her lightly and leading her outside. He took Eleanor for a stroll around the city. They then soaked in the hot springs in the backyard, splashing around together for a while. Only then did Eleanor calculate the time and leave. If she returned late, she feared a scolding was inevitable. The next day, in the morning, Fang Hao received a message from Aragon. Mr. Fang Hao, has Savannah sent you an invitation to her wedding banquet? What, she sent you an invitation as well? Fang Hao asked. Yes, I received the invitation from a member of the elf clan this morning. Actually, it wasn't strange for Savannah to invite Aragon. She would likely send invitations to several names on the list. I also received the invitation. It's unlikely that I'll attend the banquet. Be careful on your side, and avoid revealing any core intelligence to the elves, Fang Hao thought for a moment and replied. Do you suspect that Savannah poses a danger? Not sure, just be cautious. Fang Hao had always been skeptical of this Savannah. Especially with some information obtained through the succubus bar. Savannah had a mission among the elf clan, which was to collect intelligence on transmigrators. To say she's a bad person may not be accurate, but giving her too much information was definitely not a good thing. Understood. The two exchanged a few more words and then ended their chat. In his command, other than Aragon, there was Cleolando who might receive Savannah's invitation. But currently, Cleolando was not in her city, so Savannah's invitation might not reach him. As for the lost book of Lords of Cleolando, Fang Hao had already arranged for the skeletal hero Blackthorn to lead several bound spirit guardians to the undead desert's ashen graveyard. To help her look for the Book of Lords. Whether she could get it or whether it had already been swallowed by other transmigrators. That would be up to her fate. After finishing the chat with Aragon, Fang Hao directly went to the troop hiding cave. He called out all the four-armed skeletal generals. On the open ground outside the troop hiding cave, they formed densely packed neat rows. He then opened the Book of Lords, finding the newly exchanged orange set Troll Tyrant Steel set. Troll Tyrant Steel Armor, 127 cast iron blocks, 85 fine iron, 53 fine iron ingots, 4500 refined iron, 95 thick leather, 120 precision parts, 35 mithril, 5 marks of battle, 3 perfect essences. Troll Tyrant Steel Helmet, cast iron blocks. Boots. Vambraces. A Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained Troll Tyrant Steel Armor 202,000. Rustle. Piles of equipment fell down in a blaze of light. The heavy sound of landing echoed. One set for each person, begin changing armors, Fang Hao ordered loudly. Since mastering the ability to project his voice, he could now communicate orders across much greater distances. No longer was there a need to have messengers ride out and shout commands. The four-armed skeleton warriors began to move in an orderly fashion, changing their equipment autonomously. But upon completion, Fang Hao noticed something amiss. These four-armed skeleton warriors, with their 4 arms. Some had donned 4 steel lock vambraces, while those in the back had none. Their bony arms were left exposed. Fang Hao then crafted the appropriate number of vambraces and replaced them on all the four-armed skeleton warriors. The aesthetic of this set of equipment was actually quite intimidating. Full composite armor, predominantly black with a hint of red, the breastplate emblazoned with the image of a huge beast, the rest of it intricately patterned. It may not be beautiful, but it exuded a terrifying and solemn deterrent. As of now, the four-armed skeleton warrior's equipment change included 3 items. The unbreakable steel shield, the deep hatred anger fire sword, and the troll tyrant steel lock set. Take the replaced equipment to the warehouse, then return to the troop hiding cave to stand by. Hustle and bustle. All the skeletons sprang into motion, carrying the replaced equipment, forming a long line on their way to the city. In the elf main city, Eternal Song capital. Another building within the administrative hall. Inside a building without any signs, elegantly dressed elves filed in and out, clutching documents and extremely busy. The spacious and elegant hall was furnished with wooden tables filled with elves tallying various data. Each desk was piled with documents, as if everyone was busy. Miss Savannah, the invitation has been delivered, and the map location has been recorded as well. An elf attendant approached a desk, taking out a single-page map from within his robe. Savannah looked up from behind the desk, taking the map. What did he say? He said he would attend, somewhat cautious, but still quite amicable, the elf attendant replied. How strong is his domain? We can confirm that he is a transmigrator from the Dragon Clan, with 2 heroes at his side with ranks likely above purple. The development of his city is quite remarkable, primarily employing pterodactyl riders and pseudo-dragons as his main forces. As the elf spoke, he handed over another document. It detailed the city level, the types of troops, and other relevant information. What's his relationship with Fang Hao? The other party didn't say. The elf attendant hesitated, then continued, shall we make some arrangements? Savannah shook her head, not necessary, let's wait and see after the wedding feast. Understood, Miss Savannah. The elf attendant exited the room. Savannah, on a piece of paper, noted down the intelligence acquired, military strength, heroes, and map location. Then she stood up, walked through the corridor, and entered an internal archive room. The archive room was filled with shelves loaded with records. Each shelf was labeled with race, time, and name. Savannah searched methodically until she found the spot labeled with Aragon's name and placed the recent intelligence there. Another piece was placed in Fang Hao's wooden compartment. Were it not for her status as the fiancée of the elf prince, Savannah's current position would be that of an intelligence officer. Her title, Silver Moon Emissary. An intelligence agency affiliated with the elf clan. Their duties included not only collecting intelligence on various races but also investigating and scheming for the security of their own race. For instance, intervening in the politicking of other powers, inciting divisions within the alliance, or provoking wars. Should relations between 2 races suddenly deteriorate, even to the point of conflict, it was highly possible that they had a hand in it. Their prolonged lifespans granted them ample time to secretly scheme. See Chapter 1306. The bone dragon flew among the clouds, accompanied by a howling wind in its ears. Opening the Book of Lords, they checked their current location. Lightly patting the back of the bone dragon's neck twice. Understanding the cue, the bone dragon folded its wings and began to dive. Whoosh! After a bout of diving, the bone dragon landed on the ground with a thud. Fang Hao, Beata, Alurug, and Amarag jumped down from the bone dragon's back. Today, they did not bring Angia but took Beata instead. By now, Beata was still struggling with the idea of living with her mother for a long time in the future. She looked unhappy all day, as if she were about to go to prison. Before the group and dragon lay a city with collapsed walls, resembling ruins. The place was still technically within the area of the Federation of 100 Cities, but it was rather desolate. On the flight over, they didn't encounter any human cities or villages. Is that the city? Beata shaded her eyes with one hand and looked into the distance. Yes, it should be over there, confirmed Fang Hao after checking the map again. According to the direction and target location, it must be there. It doesn't seem like there are any enemies. Let's go over and see. The group walked towards the city. As they approached, the entire cityscape became clearer. Large portions of the city walls had collapsed, bricks and stones lay scattered, and the remnants of hoists and equipment could still be seen. The reason for such extensive collapse of the city walls was simple. The city had suffered subsidence of its foundations. It was clear that the entire city was situated lower than the surrounding ground. Let's go, let's enter. The 4 entered the city. The city, abandoned for who knows how many years, had its buildings covered with plants, and a towering tree cut through the middle of the roads. Still no enemies, just some wild animals that fled. Reacting to these unexpected visitors with aggressive facial expressions before swiftly escaping. After wandering around the city, they didn't find anything significant. Not to mention the mammoth blueprint, they didn't even encounter a single decent enemy. It can't be like Rebecca said, that some cities were checked by people and nothing valuable was left. Fang Hao took out the leather that had the map drawn on it again for comparison. Identifying some features from the fixed position. Which was much better than randomly searching. Eventually, they found a tall tower. The tower was inclined due to foundational issues but seemed like it wouldn't collapse. They entered the tower and roamed around inside. Then they referred to the leather map again. Said, "Move this stone pier and see." Amarag stepped forward and pushed, toppling the waist-high stone pier, revealing a dark hole underneath. Seeing the hole leading downwards, everyone's eyes lit up. At least the trip wasn't wasted. Beata was about to jump down, but Fang Hao pulled her back. "We're not sure what's down there yet, why the rush?" Then, he released a thunder spirit, which flew down through the hole. The vertical shaft was deep, with the distance downward being about 3 to 4 meters. Finally, it passed through the corridor and entered a huge space, the size of a football field. Some areas had collapsed, while the remaining space was filled with terracotta warrior-like mud mercenary guards. Mud Mercenary Guard, Tier 10. Again, mud mercenaries. And why is there an underground dungeon under this city? Ignoring the mud mercenary guards on that level, there was another staircase going downward not far away. The thunder spirit continued downward. It was another large open area, full of dense figures. Rakshasa Stone Statue, Tier 10. A new type of enemy, resembling a Buddha statue, stand alone with one hand raising a steel fork, the other tightly holding a steel knife. Their faces resembled the orcs of the demon bloodline, with large mouths and fierce teeth. No staircase leading further down was visible on this level. It's highly likely located much deeper. The thunder spirit cautiously moved forward. The first two Rakshasa iron statues suddenly turned their eyes toward the thunder spirit. The next second, with a whoosh, a steel fork flew from afar, directly piercing through the thunder spirit, dissipating it into a thunder snake. Outside the hole, Fang Hao, resuming normal vision, spoke to the three beside him. "Two types of enemies, one is the mud mercenary guard we've encountered before, the other called Rakshasa Stone Statue, both are Tier 10 troops, quite numerous." Alurag and Amarag, having seen mud mercenary guard before, showed no curiosity. Only Beata stared with wide eyes, full of anticipation. Seeing no one spoke, Fang Hao continued, "The entrance is too small, it would be difficult to deploy troops to attack downward. We need to hold them off first." Beata slapped her chest, "Leave it to me." Fang Hao looked at her and then said, "Then Beata and Amarag go down, hold off the mud mercenary guard, and don't let them block the entrance." The two nodded and jumped down through the entrance. Fang Hao also released a demon doll, which reached the bottom with them. Crash! As the two and the doll entered, the empty hall echoed with the sound of grinding stones. The waiting mud mercenary guard's body started shaking. Their stiff skulls rotated in unison. Once they identified the intruders, accompanied by the sound of grinding stones and cracking earth, they all started moving. Slowly gathering, forming rows with halberds pointing forward. Beata took a step forward, her eyes fixed on the approaching formation of mud soldier statues. Raised her hand forward. Click click click. Dense thunderbolts fell from above, the underground space shook, thunder snakes spread, turning a large swath of mud mercenary guards into mud. At the same time, Amarag also took big steps and charged forward. The warhammer in hand swung out forcefully. Bang! A muffled sound as the struck mud mercenary guard instantly disintegrated, the shockwave flipping the nearby ones to the ground. Seeing that Amarag had already charged forward, the area affecting thunder magic could not be used. Beata roared loudly and simply joined the fray. The two women, like wolves among sheep, held back all incoming mud statues within, leaving ample space at the entrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance, bang 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 bang. One figure after another jumped down from above. "Form up!" Fang Hao commanded the dolls. Four-armed skeletons, shields raised in front, lined up in a column. They began to press forward. Behind them, more four-armed skeletons continuously landed and formed the second and third rows. Layer upon layer, they began to press forward. Amarag and Beata no longer entangled themselves. They quickly retreated via a channel made by the four-armed skeletons, retreating to the rear. "Prepare for a thunder strike!" Fang Hao called out softly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The advancing four-armed skeletons suddenly halted. The single-handed battle axe on the right upper arm was hung back on the waist, the palm held open, forming a flashing thunder spear. Fire! Swoosh! Crackle and pop! The thunder spear was launched into the ranks of the mud mercenary guard, a large number of enemies falling hit. This terrain really wasn't suitable for such throwing actions. The front row's thunder spears were launched out, but those from the rear all struck the ceiling above, causing the entire underground to start shaking intensely, with dust and sand raining down. After the launch, the four-armed skeletons picked up their battle axes again and continued to press forward. The mud mercenary guard also raised long spears, forming lines to meet them head-on. Ding ding ding. The spears stabbed into the hard shields, resounding with crisp clashing noises. The shield formation of the four-armed skeletons, like a bulldozer moving forward. They began to push the mud mercenary guard backward. Until the very end, the enemies were pressed against the rear wall, and face-to-face slaughtering began. Both sides were 10th level, but the four-armed skeletons still displayed superior combat abilities. The heavy shields, like door panels, confined the movements of the opposing mud soldiers, and spears and axes continuously stabbed and slashed from above the shields. The mud mercenary guard kept falling, turning into heaps of mush. The battle ended, and the entire underground gradually quieted down. The four-armed skeletons reorganized and stood by. Fang Hao moved forward to pick up a piece of equipment dropped by the mud mercenary guard. Still blue quality, no different from the last time in the cave. The troops in both locations had the same equipment, confirming they came from the same place. Not in a hurry to clean up the battlefield. The passage to the next level was a stone staircase. Fang Hao directly ordered, "Follow me downstairs." He led the four-armed skeletons down the stone steps to the second floor. A large number of Rakshasa stone statues, still standing uniquely, holding steel knives and forks. "Advance, kill all visible enemies," Fang Hao continued ordering. Rattle rattle. The four-armed skeletons pouring down from the stairs once again formed layers of shield formations, advancing side by side. As they approached, the still standing Rakshasa stone statues also began to move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dense volley of steel forks was thrown, falling like hail on the shields. Although not causing much damage, the continuous shaking of the shields showed the Rakshasa's formidable strength. After a round of steel fork throws, the Rakshasa stone statues began their assault. Running quickly, they leapt high just before the shield formation, the curved knives slashing down from above. Bang bang bang. The jumping slash seemed to be a typical move of the Rakshasa. They jumped up layer by layer, then slashed on the shields. The sound was quite frightening. But after one round, it seemed to have caused no significant damage. The military formation of the four-armed skeletons continued to press forward. A large number of Rakshasa were knocked down to the ground, then chopped into pieces by the skeletons following behind. Rakshasa stone statues and mud mercenary guards belonged to different troop types. Mud soldiers turned into puddles of yellow mud upon death, while Rakshasa stone statues, being constructed entities, had mechanical components inside their bodies which could still be dismantled for energy cores after death. It was still a crushing fight. The orange-equipped four-armed skeletons, like bulldozers, crushed all enemies. Soon, the fight ended. On the other side of the hall, Fang Hao found the staircase leading downward. Looking down the pitch-black stairway, the outside Fang Hao released another thunder spirit. It flew down one layer, then two, and then towards the third layer. Unlike the first two layers, the third underground layer looked relatively bright due to the walls adorned with night stones. The hall was completely empty. Traces left behind indicated shelves, desks, chairs, and items like steel hanging frames, and research stations. However, except for the stone items, the steel was covered in rust, and the wooden items were even more rotten. It looked like it was a development lab. The Thunder Spirit, continuing forward, reached the end of the third layer. It saw a looming construct in heavy armor, with strange cannons hanging on both sides. A war mammoth construct. War mammoth construct, mythical troops. The moment the Thunder Spirit approached, the metal eyelids suddenly opened, and a flash of red light passed by. Hu bang! The mounted cannons emitted a blinding bright light. Two beams were successively fired out. Chapter 1307. Boom boom! With two ear-shaking roars, the entire underground structure began to vibrate violently. The debris that splashed was like bullets shooting in all directions. The Thunder Spirit, who was lucky to dodge the cannonball, was instantly pierced by dense stones and dispersed into floating silver serpents. The level above. The sudden trembling made everyone's face change. Anxiously, they looked up at the ceiling above. If this place collapsed, they would all be buried here. Even the ruins of the city above might cave in. During the violent trembling, a wide area of the first level collapsed. Fortunately, the second level was unaffected and the entrance was not blocked. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Once the shaking stopped, Beata asked, "What happened?" "There's a mammoth down there, carrying 2 large cannons," Fang Hao said, patting the dust off his head. "A mammoth? Like the ones at amusement parks?" Beata exclaimed. Fang Hao immediately covered her mouth and said, "Don't shout, it's just below us, don't attract it." Beata spat out a mouthful of sand and lowered her voice, "Is it powerful?" "Not really, just afraid it might fire randomly and bury us all." Mammoths are indeed fierce, but are only rated as mythical troops. They're categorized as troops, and no matter how strong, they are not as formidable as heroes. However, considering the environment they were in, not to mention random firing, just a few reckless headbutts from the mammoth could probably cause this place to collapse. "Oh, so what do we do next?" Beata leaned in closer. Fang Hao squatted on the ground and drew a blueprint in the dusty floor. The position of the stairs, the round equipment in the middle, and the war mammoth at the back. The mammoth is here. When in standby mode and it reaches the middle here, it will activate on its own. Amarag needs to approach it immediately to stop it from firing. Fang Hao explained the action route by drawing it on the ground with his fingernail. Amarag nodded in understanding. Beata rolled her eyes and said, "That's it." Fang Hao added, "Once Amarag moves in, Beata follows and destroys the mammoth as quickly as possible." Both nodded, understood. They instructed the remaining soldiers to stand by. The 3 of them headed down the stairs to the 3rd level again. From a distance, the war mammoth had returned to its original position and re-entered standby mode. Fang Hao nodded at the 2. Amarag, holding a war hammer, briskly walked over. Before he reached the central area, the metallic eyelids of the mammoth suddenly opened. Its head turned towards Amarag's location. Amarag's gaze sharpened, he pointed his hand, and whoosh, the fire spear shot out instantly. In the next second, Amarag's figure blinked right in front of the mammoth. The fully charged war hammer was swung. Boom! A dull, heavy sound echoed. The mammoth's head tilted and staggered to the side, falling over. Amarag continued pursuing, stepping on the mammoth's head, and his war hammer relentlessly pounded on the huge head. Meanwhile, Beata also rapidly charged forward. She struck at the joints between the cannons and the body. Boom boom! The sound of falling echoed as 2 cannon barrels were directly smashed and fell to the ground. The mammoth still struggled violently, its massive body still possessed strong power even without the cannons. Amarag firmly suppressed its movements. Beata, a burst of lightning fell one after another, and amidst the rising smoke, the huge body twitched helplessly a few times before finally collapsing limp. The head was deeply dented, the body emitting thick smoke. After the battle ended, Fang Hao also walked over. This should be the last underground level. Behind the mammoth, there was no passage to the next level, but a huge stone door instead. Fang Hao surveyed the surroundings and then turned back to the stone door. "Open it." Both women exerted force, and the stone door slowly opened. An empty room appeared before them. The room was small, about 40 square meters, a chandelier with nightstones hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. The 3 entered and looked around. This should be a study or archive room. Not because anything was preserved, but because on one side against the wall, stood a huge stone slab engraved with patterns and various texts and numbers. Based on the patterns and contents on the stone slab, it was identifiable as a design blueprint for the mammoth. The engraving was very deep, probably because they thought that leaving a paper blueprint would risk it rotting. So it was engraved on a stone slab, which could be preserved for a longer time. But transmigrators can't use this. No matter how complete or accurate your records are, I can't understand them. Should we find technicians to slowly construct based on the blueprint? Taking a year and a half to not even produce one, it might as well be an ordinary construct. Outside the underground, Fang Hao's main body, along with Alurug, also jumped down from outside. Passing through the 2nd level, he instructed the soldiers, clean up the battlefield and move all the spoils of war to this level. The 4-armed skeletons sprung into action, beginning to clean up the battlefield. Moving all the weapons and equipment from the 1st level down. Fang Hao walked straight down to the 3rd floor, to the secret chamber behind. First, he took several photos of the blueprint on the wall, ensuring that the details and text could be clearly seen, then he said to the 3 ladies, "Move this stone slab into the Gate of the Worlds." Alurag and Amarag stepped forward, laying the stone slab down. After Fang Hao opened the Gate of the Worlds, he directly moved into the gate. The rest was simple. Just waiting to clean up the battlefield, then they could go back. Apart from the loot dropped on the first and second levels, in the corner of the third level, the four-armed skeleton also found a platinum treasure chest. It was quite a fruitful gain. Once all the war spoils were collected, Fang Hao reopened the Gate of the Worlds. He had the soldiers move the war spoils into the gate. The Gate of the Worlds was closed again. After confirming that nothing was missed, he opened the screen and returned to the main city with Alurag, Beata, and a few others. Stepping out from the screen. It was nearing dusk. He instructed the soldiers to carry the stone slab and the treasure chest to the Lord's mansion, while the rest of the equipment and miscellaneous assembly units were all thrown into the recycling warehouse. These broken and rusted equipment would be disassembled. Once the soldiers placed the treasure chest down, Fang Hao went straight to it, directly choosing to open it. Obtained, Golden Mammoth Assembly Unit Total Blueprint, Crimson, Large Energy Production Workshop Blueprint, Orange, Rakshasa Curved Sword Blueprint, Purple, White Steel Short Fork Blueprint, Blue, Golden Mammoth White Jade Sculpture +1, Soul Crystal +203, Warfire Coin +336. The appearance of the rewards brought a pleased expression to Fang Hao's face. Indeed, the development of a transmigrator still depends on system rewards. Previously he was worried that the blueprints on the stone slab were of no use to him, but now they were directly handed out as rewards. Now, this stone slab seemed to have little value. But the patterns on the slab were meticulously crafted, and it was the final true blueprint of the Mammoth Assembly Unit, so it could also be considered a collectible. Or later, when he has his own technician agency, it would be good to place it there. Golden Mammoth Assembly Unit Blueprint, Crimson. Mammoth Assembly Unit, Large Energy Core 1, Mammoth Basic Head Part 1, Mammoth Basic Chassis 1, Mammoth Legs 4, Mammoth Tusks 2. Golden Mammoth Armor, Golden Mammoth Helmet 1, Golden Mammoth Body Armor 1, Golden Mammoth Leg Armor 4, Golden Mammoth Tusk Decorations 2. War Mammoth Armor, War Mammoth Helmet 1, War Mammoth Body Armor 1, War Mammoth Leg Armor 4, War Mammoth Tusk Horns 2, Magic Cannon 2. Mammoth Basic Head Part, Cast Iron Blocks 985, White Steel Ingots 788, Copper Ingots 320. Fine Iron 245, Cold Forged Steel 185, Refined Steel 150, Mithril 89, Precision Parts 550, Essence of Magic 35, Perfect Essence 20. Mammoth Basic Tusks, Cold Forged Steel 325. Essence of Destruction 15. Magic Cannon, Cast Iron Blocks 500, White Steel Plates 380, White Steel Ingots 250, Fine Iron 185, Precision Parts 150, Traces of Destruction 5, Essence of Magic 3. Description: a celebratory elephant, also an efficient battlefield stomper. The entire blueprint, once spread out, was much larger than the stone slab. The content recorded was considerably more than what he had obtained from previous intelligence. Besides the Mammoth Basic Torso blueprint, it also separately detailed Golden Armor and War Armor. Golden Armor uses more materials like gold, gemstones, silver, and white jade, which are expensive decorative materials. It focuses more on the glamorous appearance. On the contrary, War Armor uses thick steel to protect the body. In fact, from the finished Golden Mammoth obtained last time, it can be seen. Gold is for festivals and ceremonies, signifying an auspicious meaning. And the War Mammoth is for fighting on the battlefield. Gold is soft and gets deformed easily in battle collisions. In the blueprints, there is also a blueprint for the Magic Cannon, which should be the cannon mounted on the Mammoth found on the third sub-level. It can fire projectiles similar to energy. It's quite powerful, especially when mounted on a Mammoth, which then acts as a mobile turret. All in all, this Mammoth is really good. It's also his first mythical troop unit. Continuing to look at the other blueprints. Large Energy Production Workshop, a type of workshop building, with the same function as the current Energy Core Production Workshop in the territory. Both produce energy cores, but the difference is that this one produces large energy cores. These are meant for use in large or special assembly units. Rakshasa Curved Sword, a purple classified curved sword blueprint. Fang Hao has many purple blueprints in his hands, but none for swords. Of course, in his territory, there are also very few troops that use swords or curved blades. White steel short 4K blue classified weapon blueprint. Estimated to be a set with the previous Rakshasa curved sword. They are weapons for the Rakshasa stone statue, just gave me the weapons in full, but didn't give me the assembly unit blueprints. After reviewing all the blueprints, there's also a golden mammoth white jade sculpture afterward, which is a genuine sculpture. Treasure chests rewarding sculptures, vases, and such aren't rare. But this one in front of him is quite magnificent. A mammoth shaped entirely carved from white jade, wrapped in a layer of golden armor. Its appeal is full and strong. All rewards reviewed. Fang Hao is still quite satisfied. After all, the difficulty of the mission wasn't high, just cleared 2 waves of monsters, and 1 mammoth, and got a platinum treasure chest. It was quite generous. Nisbet, Fang Hao called out towards the door. Nisbet walked in from one side. My lord. Send this statue to the Dragon Queen. Yes, my lord. Nisbet arranged for people to carry the statue away. Fang Hao then collected all the blueprints and walked out of the city lord's mansion. Tat tat tat. Just when he stepped out, a skeleton merchant strode in. Seeing Fang Hao walking out, he immediately saluted, My lord, the Elf clan is requesting to use the Trade Alliance portal. Elf clan? Fang Hao's brows instantly furrowed. Chapter 1308. Hearing that an elf was coming over, the good mood from just having received a reward vanished in an instant. He speculated about the purpose of their visit. The last time he chatted with Aragon, he had mentioned the elves. Although they only delivered an invitation, he did not trust the elves, nor did he trust Savannah. He always felt that those people harbored ill intentions. Just say we're in battle readiness and temporarily not accepting visitors. If there's anything, they can notify the Trade Alliance to relay the message. Fang Hao thought for a moment and then decided to refuse. He had hardly any contact with elves, it couldn't possibly be about anything serious. Uncertain of their intent, it was better to just refuse outright. Yes, my lord. The skeleton merchant nodded and left. Fang Hao also directly exited the lord's mansion. Dragon Queen's courtyard. Beata, sitting demurely in front of the stone table, was discussing the day's events with her mother. So, he's obtained the blueprint of the mammoth. The Dragon Queen sipped from her wine glass, looking at her daughter. She remembered clearly that Fang Hao had promised to give her a golden mammoth. Beata, smelling the wine's fragrance, swallowed and nodded, yes, it's inscribed on a stone tablet, and this time the mammoth is so ugly, entirely black and mounted with 2 big cannons, just like a black-furred wild pig, too ugly. A stone tablet? Can the transmigrator use a stone tablet? Ignoring her daughter's description, she continued asking. Seems like he can't, and based on his expression, he didn't recognize what was on the tablet either, probably pretty dumbfounded, Beata said, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. The Dragon Queen nodded, not saying much more. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside the door. A Nisbet marched in, followed by 4 skeleton warriors, carrying a statue of an elephant carved from white jade stone, wrapped in a layer of gold armor. It was a miniature version of the golden mammoth construct. Dragon Queen, Ms. Beata, this is what Lord Fang Hao asked me to deliver. Nisbet stepped aside, revealing the sculpture behind him. Both mother and daughter's eyes lit up, showing a flash of joy. Beata was about to go up and touch it when she heard the Dragon Queen say, It's quite beautiful, place it in the hall. Beata paused in her steps, she had wanted to have it sent to her own residence. But since her mother had spoken, there wasn't much she could do. She added, If my mother likes it, then we should put it in the hall. Yes. Nisbet gestured, and the skeleton warriors deposited the white jade elephant inside the hall. After placing it, Nisbet bowed again and took the soldiers to leave. The mother and daughter then stood up to admire the finely crafted artifact. Did he get this from the cave as well? The Dragon Queen asked. No, not this one. He's considerate, at least. Beata's cheeks reddened, and she muttered softly, I've helped him so much, he ought to send over a sculpture. After constructing the large energy production workshop and arranging for the workers, Fang Hao returned to the Lord's mansion. Just as he reached the entrance, the system notification rang out suddenly. Silver Moon Spear, Beata, her loyalty towards you has increased by 5 points, current loyalty 95. Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt, her loyalty towards you has increased by 2 points, current loyalty 80. After hearing the notification, Fang Hao paused in his tracks. It seems that the mammoth statue had been delivered. But do they like it that much? Both of their loyalties had increased. This dragon clan's obsession with gold had indeed reached a fervent level. In time, once the mammoth can be produced, he could further increase their loyalty. To see if it could directly hit 100 points. Beato was already at 95, not much left to go. After returning to the Lord's mansion, it did not take long for the sky to darken. After interacting with Ira and Little White for a while, he then went to rest at the Lady Boswinnie's place. The next day, Fang Hao went to the Trade Alliance and ordered a blueprint for a large war halberd at the Fire Hammer shop, to meet the giant mercenaries' guards' requirements. In fact, the dwarves of Grey Iron City could also make and inscribe blueprints. But the quality and speed couldn't compare to the craftsmanship of the workers at the Fire Hammer shop. So, he simply placed an order for the giant halberd at the Fire Hammer, which had returned to normal business. Returning from the Trade Alliance, just as he stepped into the Lord's mansion, he saw Rolina and her mother Isabella sitting in the hall, drinking tea and chatting. He hadn't expected Isabella to suddenly visit him. "Lady Isabella." Fang Hao greeted, walking straight in. Isabella nodded and asked directly, "I heard that the Dragon Queen has taken up permanent residence on your side." Fang Hao did not hide the truth. "When did you become so friendly?" Isabella found it hard to believe. Fang Hao and the Blood Clan had the relationship with Rolina, after all. But with the Dragon Clan, they were originally fighting bitterly to the death. Now upon a glance, it seemed that they were instead drawing even closer. Even the usually dominant Dragon Queen chose to settle down here, which was somewhat surprising. "The Dragon Queen has indeed given me a lot of help, and similarly, just as Lady Isabella would like to settle here, I can also build a courtyard for you. The environment is quite nice." Fang Hao continued. Isabella gave her daughter a glance and smiled without saying much. She and the Dragon Queen were different. While the latter did not care about anything, she had to oversee the Blood Clan. "I've come this time to place an order for a batch of equipment with you, to arm the front lines, and, as an ally, as well as the mother of Rolina, I hope you can arrange some military support to relieve the pressure on the border." Isabella shifted her speech to her purpose for the visit. Purchasing equipment, that was simple. But the request for supporting the border took Fang Hao by surprise. "You're a demigod who personally oversees your territory, why do you need external aid?" "I'm not quite sure what you mean. Why would a demigod need our support?" Fang Hao asked seriously too. Isabella picked up her teacup, took a sip with an utterly calm expression, showing no sign of requesting military aid. She slowly set the cup down before explaining, "The Blood Clan have no faith, you know that, right?" Whether the Blood Clan had faith or not, Fang Hao didn't know. But within Rolina's racial traits, there was one called impure divine power. This described the Blood Clan as having stolen divine power, becoming powerful while also being shunned by living creatures and abandoned by the gods. That must be what Isabella was referring to by not having faith. Without any gods willing to protect them, the demigod Isabella was the closest to a divine being within the Blood Clan. "I don't know it well, but I understand what you mean. What does this have to do with the war?" Fang Hao leaned forward, quite interested in this topic. "Recently, the situation has become very unstable. I suspect that some gods have started plotting to take over Blood Clan territory and have begun some actions," Isabella spoke softly. Fang Hao understood. This meant that as a demigod, Isabella could still deter other demigods. But if a god decided to take action against the Blood Clan, that would be serious. Just like the god of deception last time, merely by verbally intimidating both the Blood Clan and the Dragon Clan, it had made two demigods extremely anxious. Especially Isabella, who upon returning, almost went into full military readiness. Simply put, in this world, most races have the divine right of kings, with gods controlling them from behind. "So, our enemy is another god?" Fang Hao said. "Not necessarily," Isabella shook her head. "It could also just be probing the territory or the testing of the two demigods of the Blood Clan. I need your help to hold the border with the orcs." According to Isabella's explanation, there was originally no intersection between the Blood Clan and the orcs, with a region called Minor Forest in between. Inhabited by some scattered small tribes, it also served as a buffer zone for both large clans. But now, the orcs had occupied the Minor Forest in the middle and were frequently clashing with the Blood Clan at the border. The reports being relayed back included descriptions of divine intervention, hence the suspicion of God's involvement. Isabella needed to oversee the Blood clan and deter the border with the human clan. If she appeared on the Orcs' border, the human clan would launch a large-scale attack. Therefore, she needed Fang Hao's help, in terms of military forces and the support of demigods. Or rather, the courage to confront gods. What god is it? Any intel? Fang Hao continued to inquire. No intel, but the Orcs have been fighting a civil war recently, and it's related to faith, Isabella said with her same calm tone. No intel, not knowing which god it was. This was really tricky. After thinking for a while, Fang Hao said, when should I arrange for military support? He was definitely going to help. After all, they had helped to confront the god of deception, and now it was time to repay the favor. But with little intel, this was a bit problematic. First, station some troops there, if they can't hold the line and the opponent is indeed a mighty god. Fang Hao would consider allocating a territory for Isabella to temporarily avoid the storm. In a few days would be fine. Anyway, with your abilities, it's quite easy to transport troops there, Isabella also revealed a smile. Okay, I need to make arrangements as well. After chatting for a while, Rolina took Isabella to the warehouse to select equipment. They would be delivered directly to the Blood clan territory through the trade alliance. Night fell. The heroes of the city were gathered in the Great Hall. In the forefront were the Dragon Queen, the 4 black-armored sisters, Dimitrija, and some other higher-level heroes. Behind them were ordinary heroes and some heads of the craftsman teams. Fang Hao shared the day's events regarding Isabella. He then said, that's the situation. At that time, part of the forces will be assigned to assist the Blood clan in defending against the Orcs' harassment. The audience was silent, not voicing any opinions. The people or heroes here still had the impression of the Orcs from the Cold Wind Mountain range, the Bronze Bull tribe, and such forces. Subconsciously, there was no sense of crisis. So you're saying, there's a good chance that our enemy this time is another deity? The Dragon Queen suddenly spoke, grasping the crux of the information. Yes. Chapter 1309. Although vague. But the fact that Isabella, a demigod herself, personally came to ask for support already explains a lot. Even if not a deity, there is at least a demigod presiding on the other side. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made the situation so serious. Seeing Fang Hao nod directly, the Dragon Queen felt somewhat powerless and rubbed her brow. This is not quite what was discussed earlier. Wasn't it agreed to stabilize development and gradually increase influence? Why are we now clashing with deities? So, what is your plan? The Dragon Queen raised her head and continued to ask. Not much else was said. After all, being Rolina's mother, Fang Hao would definitely help on his end. Helping the Blood clan also proved an attitude towards allies for the Dragon Queen. If one day the Dragon clan also faced a similar danger, Fang Hao would probably help the Dragon clan too. Fang Hao straightaway said, I'll arrange part of our forces to go to the border of the Blood clan to assist them in their defense. Hero, whom do you plan to dispatch? The Dragon Queen continued to inquire. Not to mention the deities, even if there is a demigod among the enemies, ordinary heroes couldn't hold them off. We must assign one from the 2 demigods. At least to go and stabilize the situation. Let's send Rolina, and some of the other heroes, too, Fang Hao considered and directly said. Sending the Dragon Queen would probably be unacceptable for her. But the leader of the Dragon clan showing up in the lands of the Blood clan as a fighter wouldn't sound good when spread around. Rolina doesn't have such concerns, she is inherently from the Blood clan and helping her own house is also reasonable within rights. Sure, I have no problem, Rolina nodded. Fang Hao then looked at the heroes below and continued to say, Rolina will be the main general, Alrag, Dimitrija, Beata, Nisbet. I'll arrange 200 Nisbets, all of you prepare to head to the Blood clan area. Alrag, being the 4th of the black-armored sisters with a dark gold tier 10 ability, possesses the highest combat power in the domain besides a demigod. Dimitrija and Beata, both orange heroes, can also handle some matters by going there. Yes, my lord, everyone answered. The Dragon Queen looked at her daughter and didn't say much. After appointing the heroes, Fang Hao also arranged for some skeleton engineers to follow. Including skeleton engineers, skeleton technicians. Skeleton troops type, much more useful on the battlefield than ordinary living creatures. Once everything was almost arranged. Only then did he announce the end of the meeting. Everyone left, and in the blink of an eye, the hall was empty. Supporting allies, for the domain, was still a first. Mainly, previously the domain wasn't strong and didn't have any allies. Now with the strength of the domain increasing, this issue had to be faced. Fang Hao looked out the window, where a bright moon hung high. He thought for a moment, then still opened a barracks blueprint. During this time, he had been preparing two types of barracks. Flight troops type and mage classes. Originally not in a hurry, planning to see if there was any suitable barracks. But seeing that he was going to support the Blood Clan, to avoid any issues, he decided to start the synthesis. He found the blueprint, confirmed its use. The blueprint in his hands immediately unfolded, forming a massive barracks blueprint. Please select the barracks blueprint to synthesize. Rotten Corpse Vulture Nest Double-Headed Falcon Hatchery. Rotten Corpse Vulture is a purple blueprint, while the latter Double-Headed Falcon is an orange blueprint. After selecting the two blueprints, they appeared on the blueprint, one on the left and one on the right. In the center position, like before, an empty attribute diagram appeared. Rotten Corpse Vulture, Tier 8, Unnamed Double-Headed Falcon, Tier 10. Faction, Undead Unconfirmed Faction, Orcs. Race traits, Living Dead, Light Susceptibility, Flight, Carrion Recovery. Unconfirmed, up to 5 items, Race traits, Living Creatures, Flight, Double-Headed, Wind Mastery. Skills, Pecking, Pouncing, Rotting Toxin, Carrion Eating. Unconfirmed, up to 6 items, Skills, Shrill Screech, Diving Attack, Flight Recovery. Innate Skills, Advanced Flight Mastery, Advanced Combat Mastery. Unconfirmed Advanced Flight Mastery, Advanced Combat Mastery. The differences between the two troop types aren't large. The only difference is that the Rotten Corpse Vulture is a rare type of living undead. Living Dead's characteristic is organ replacement, gaining some abilities through swapping organs. But this vulture, possessing the Living Dead trait, does not involve organ swapping. It looks very odd. Furthermore, without the hollow skeleton trait, it increases the chance of being hit. Really not very useful. Both troop types' methods of attack are quite similar, both the pouncing and pecking set. The difference is, one uses carrion, the other uses wind mastery. Both are mediocre. They don't even seem to match the ranking of Tier 8 and Tier 10. There's not much to analyze, randomly filled in a name, then started choosing skills. Double-Headed Rotten Corpse Vulture. Faction, Undead. Race traits, Living Dead, Light Susceptibility, Flight, Wind Mastery, Flight, Double-Headed. Skills, Pecking, Rotting Toxin, Carrion Eating, Shrill Screech, Diving Attack, Flight Recovery. Innate Skills, Advanced Flight Mastery, Advanced Combat Mastery. After the final selection was completed, a light flashed across the blueprint, followed by a system notification. Synthesized Troop Type, Double-Headed Rotten Corpse Vulture, Tier 9. You have created a new troop construction. Unlocked Blueprint, Double-Headed Rotten Corpse Vulture Nest. 3 system notifications appeared, signifying the successful synthesis of the blueprint. Fang Hao looked at the Tier 9 notification and muttered, "What a waste of blueprint synthesis." Both types of barracks belong to ordinary birds. Even when combined, they are only Tier 9. If this is the level, it's better to keep using the Bone Dragon. It's simply a waste of a blueprint. After thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and opened another synthesis blueprint. The light flickered, and the notifications appeared again. Please select the troop construction blueprints to be synthesized. Dragon Nest Double-Headed Rotten Corpse Vulture Nest. Previously, the reason for not directly using the Double-Headed Falcon and Dragon for synthesis was mainly due to the need for the undead trait. Otherwise, the cost of feeding the living creatures would definitely be a problem. Once the 2 blueprints were selected, a blank attribute chart appeared. Dragon, Tier 10, Unnamed Double-Headed Rotten Corpse Vulture, Tier 9. Faction, Dragon Clan Unconfirmed Faction, Undead. Racial traits, Living Creatures, Flight, Dragon Clan Body. Unconfirmed, max 5 items, Living Dead, Light Element Weakness, Flight, Wind Mastery, Double-Headed. Skills, Dragon's Might, Claw Strike, Dragon Breath. Unconfirmed, max 6 items, Skills, Pecking, Rotting Toxin, Scavenging, Screeching Alarming, Diving Attack, Flight Recovery. Innate Skills, Advanced Flight Mastery, Advanced Combat Mastery, Advanced Defense Mastery, Advanced Magic Resistance. Unconfirmed Advanced Flight Mastery, Advanced Combat Mastery. It is what it is. In terms of troop attributes, the Dragon Clan's influence is still under consideration. The various abilities should be clearly arranged, not like beasts, which just pounce and bite. He looked over carefully, then began selecting. Double-headed corpse dragon. Faction, undead. Racial traits, living dead, light element weakness, flight, dragon clan body, double-headed. Skills, dragon's might, dragon breath, rotting toxin, screeching alarming, diving attack, flight recovery. Innate skills, advanced flight mastery, advanced combat mastery, advanced defense mastery, advanced magic resistance. After the previous experiences, the selection process became faster and no longer so hesitant. Actually, the results are quite satisfactory. In terms of characteristics, Dragon Clan Body and Double-Headed were added. Dragon Clan Body possesses Dragon Clan's sturdy scales and strong body, physical resistance plus 25%, magic resistance plus 20%, ranged resistance plus 15%, elemental resistance plus 10%. Double-Headed possesses 2 heads, agility plus 50%, senses plus 70%. In terms of skills, Dragon's Might and Dragon Breath are basic skills of the Dragon Clan. In addition, a few other skills were added. Rotting Toxin, pecking and claw strike attacks will carry Rotting Corpse Toxin. Screeching Alarming, emits high-frequency piercing sound waves, disturbing the target. Diving Attack, fast diving and attacking movements, speed plus 5%, accuracy plus 3%. Flight Recovery, steady flight aids and injury recovery plus 5%. Fang Hao hesitated for a long time over the latter skills. Given the characteristics of the Dragon Clan, Dragon Breath and Dragon's Might were already sufficient. The rest, like toxins and screeches, seemed like a burden, preventing the troop from attacking in the most efficacious manner. But after some thought, he decided to keep them. Might as well see if they're useful, if not, they won't be included next time. After all, there will be future syntheses towards mythical troops. After confirming the selection, light rose once more from the blueprint. Synthesized troop type, Double-Headed Corpse Dragon, Tier 10. You have created a new troop construction. Unlocked blueprint, Double-Headed Corpse Dragon Nest. The notifications appeared, confirming the successful synthesis. Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords and walked out of the Lord's mansion towards the barracks area. First, construct the Double-Headed Corpse Dragon Nest. Once out of the Lord's mansion, he saw Succubus Yzabeth in tight leather attire, coincidentally passing by the front of the mansion. Their eyes met, both slightly startled. "My lord, where are you heading?" Yzabeth dismissed a few smaller succubi before directly approaching. Fang Hao glanced at her outfit: black tight leather clothes, a leather vest on the upper body, and a whip hanging by her waist. This attire, if it weren't for the fact that there were no others in the main city, you'd think she had just come back from an outdoor date. "I am heading to the barracks area," Fang Hao proceeded outward. Seeing no one else in attendance, the succubi took the initiative, whispered softly, "It's quite dark tonight. Shall I accompany you, my lord?" Fang Hao looked at the streetlights, the large nightstones hanging on the spires. "Sure, if it doesn't disturb your rest, let's go together." "Okay." The two of them walked towards the barracks area together, the succubus nonchalantly holding his arm, casually inquiring, "My lord, is it true that a divinity joined the battle at the orc's side?" Chapter 1310. Yzabeth casually asked, with her slender black spade-shaped tail swishing at an increased frequency. Even through the hazy glow of nightstone, one could see her skin turning pinker. Fang Hao noticed the arm hugging his own, the body soft, and even the leather armor on the outside felt somewhat uncomfortable. Letting her embrace him, he pondered for a moment before responding, "The fact that Isabella came in person to discuss this matter means that at the very least, it represents the strength of a demigod. It seems somewhat dangerous." The succubus tightened her grip on the arm in her embrace. No one wanted to provoke a deity. But there were some things one simply could not evade. "We'll see when the time comes. Isabella helped us defeat the god of deception, we can't just ignore her," Fang Hao continued. Arriving at the undead barracks, Fang Hao found a rather expansive area and began construction of the newly synthesized blueprint. Orange light rose up, gradually forming into a huge lair. The two sat down in a nearby pavilion, chatting while waiting for the building to finish. When the last glimmer of light faded, The building finally appeared before their eyes. Double-headed corpse dragon lair, orange. Type, Divine Realm Building. Recruitment available, double-headed giant dragon. Double-headed corpse dragon, tiger talisman 10, death trace 7, star silver 5, dragon crystal 5. Description: they emerge from the creation of deities and will soar on the world's stage. Not bad. Finally, he possessed his own tier 10 flight troops. Moreover, in terms of attributes, they were not inferior to the original dragons. Perhaps obtaining one more tier 10 troop type would allow for the synthesis of a mythical flight troop. He looked up at the sky and decided to forego bringing them out to sea. It was too dark, and bringing out at least 100 was quite troublesome. Better to wait until tomorrow. After the construction was finished. Intending to walk back, the Lord of Succubus naturally hugged onto his arm again. With a coquettish twist, she said softly, "My lord, would you like to come to my place for a while? I can help you relax your muscles." The succubus's loyalty had long since reached 100 points. Some things were well understood between them. It was indeed very late, they couldn't go to Ira and the maids. So, he nodded and said, "Sure." Together, the two headed towards the residence of the succubus. Morning light filtered through the window, illuminating the room. Knock knock. A gentle knocking on the door awoke the two from their slumber. Elizabeth, covered with a thin quilt, her pink-white neck and collarbone exposed, head resting on the chest, slowly opened her eyes. Glancing at the sunlight pouring in, she whispered, "Come in." The door was carefully pushed open, and two little succubi tiptoed inside. In their hands, they carried toiletries and a set of clothes. "Milord, Lady Demon Monarch, it's time to get up," the little succubus said softly. Even better than himself, having people to serve him upon waking up. Elizabeth did not get up but looked at the man beside her and whispered softly, "Will the Lord stay during the day? I can accompany the Lord all day." Fang Hao smiled and pinched her little cheek, "Next time." "Okay, serving the Lord to get washed," said Elizabeth, and the little succubus immediately came forward to help him dress neatly. What a life! After getting ready, Fang Hao also left the succubus's residence. Although it was early morning, people in the city were already up. The maids greeted each other and then entered the training ground. Returning to the Lord's mansion, just as he sat down, he received a message from Li Rong. "Morse's clansmen have boarded your giant ship and are asking when you will take them over." Ah, the Dark Elf migration matter. He had almost forgotten about it. He replied straight away, "Yeah, I'll be there soon." Li Rong responded, "All right." Ending the chat, Fang Hao went upstairs and lightly knocked on Rolina's door before entering. Rolina, in a black nightgown, lay on the bed with her two white legs up, swinging back and forth. She was holding a book and reading intently. "What's up?" Rolina asked without raising her head. Fang Hao sat down beside her, hand resting on her soft waist, and said softly, "The Dark Elves have arrived. As previously planned, we'll arrange some land for them at Crescent Heights." "Yeah, whatever you say goes, I don't mind," Rolina said casually, turning a page. "Come with me. That way, you also have an idea of where they'll be placed," continued Fang Hao. "Okay, let me change and I'll come down." Rolina closed her book. Fang Hao patted her pert bottom twice and stood up to wait downstairs. In the hall, Fang Hao called over the eldest and second sisters among the black-armored siblings, and once Rolina came downstairs, the four of them proceeded to the teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, they went directly to the giant ship. Just stepping out of the light curtain, a skeleton fishman priest, holding a wooden staff, came to greet him, "My lord." What about the dark elves that are following?" Fang Hao asked directly. The fishman priest stepped aside and said softly as he followed, "They are all in the first layer of the cabin, a total of 2,575 people." Fang Hao nodded and went down one level to the lower deck of the cabin. He saw a group of dark elves with purple skin, squatting together, looking like slaves that had been captured. Among the crowd, the dark elf leader he had seen before quickly walked over after seeing Fang Hao. "My lord." The dark elf, clad in a black feather cloak, bowed respectfully. The other dark elves also looked up at this moment. Then, they all stood up and bowed together. Black Raven Warlock, Lei Baisar, Orange Tier 5 Hero. Fang Hao reaffirmed the information and then said, "All right, spare the formalities, Lei Baisar, come with me." "Yes, my lord." taking the dark elf leader to a room on the side. The large group of dark elves behind also looked up, watching the back of their lord. They seemed very curious. The one who was willing to shelter them in legend was such a young member of the human clan. Inside a room in the cabin, Fang Hao went straight to the point. The land where you will be allocated is within the territory of Rolina. She is my wife and also a demigod of the blood clan. The dark elf's body stiffened, immediately bowing, "Thank you, Lady Rolina, we will abide by the territorial rules." Rolina nodded slightly, not saying much more. Fang Hao continued, "As per the prior agreement, before going to the territory, you need to be given a mark. It will have no effect on you personally, just a precaution for the safety of the territory." "Yes, my lord, I am ready." Fang Hao took out a law mark, approached him, and stamped it onto the exposed arm. A trace of faint light flowed over the dark elf's body and then vanished from sight. Black Raven Warlock, Laibisar has joined the territory through the law mark. This unit will be bound by the mark, abiding by the basic rules of the Gold Law and unable to harbor negative basic thoughts towards this power and its leader. The law mark may be used to revoke the mark's effect. The prompt appeared, showing that the mark had taken effect. Fang Hao casually flipped through the Book of Lords to check his loyalty. Black Raven Warlock, Laibisar, current loyalty towards you, 55. Joining this way, with a loyalty of 55 points, was somewhat acceptable. Fang Hao did not leave immediately but sat down again to continue asking, "I heard that the Orc clan is having a civil war, what do you know? Tell me about it." The dark elf did not expect to be asked about this matter. After all, Fang Hao's territory and the Orc area were two different places. He thought briefly then said, "My lord, I don't know much myself. I'm quite far from the actual battlefield, I just heard that a new demigod has appeared among the Orc clan, starting a struggle for leadership against the existing demigod. The civil war was due to conflict between demigods. Is this why you chose to leave?" Fang Hao continued to ask. The dark elf nodded, then shook his head, "We have continuous conflicts with the surrounding Orc tribes, plans to seek a new settlement were already in place. However, the recent chaos in the Orc territories is also a reason that prompted us to leave earlier." Fang Hao nodded in understanding. Without this turmoil, the dark elves would not have been so eager to leave and might have delayed for a while. "What is the name of the new demigod in the Orc clan?" "I haven't heard of that, I only know he has a certain reputation within the Orc clan." "Then you must know the original Orc demigod, right?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "Warflame Maldives. This fellow sure has a flashy name, second only to someone called the Pinnacle of something." He had learned more or less everything he needed to know. Fang Hao did not continue the conversation. He returned to the cabin area with him and had all the dark elves enter the Gate of the Worlds. And then sent them all to Crescent Heights. In Crescent Heights, he allocated them a piece of land. Once again received the gratitude of all the dark elves. After settling the dark elves, Fang Hao returned to the main city. Day broke and night fell, and soon the night sky was filled with stars. Isabella's side sent another message, urging him to arrange military forces to go over as soon as possible. Fang Hao was somewhat speechless. "You just told me about this yesterday." Not giving any time to breathe, "Hey?" But he didn't say much, going earlier or later didn't make much difference for his side. After confirming the message, he immediately went to the military recruitment area and began preparing to recruit troops for this campaign. Rolina, in a purple dress, stood beside him, and the parrot red general perched on her shoulder, fluttering its feathers and curiously surveying the buildings ahead. Double-headed corpse dragon, tiger talisman 10, death trace 7, star silver 5, dragon crystal 5. Must be due to synthesis, the consumption of dragon crystal turned into 5. Choose quantity 1. First, summon it to see what it looks like. Confirm recruitment. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, recruited double-headed corpse dragon 101. In an instant, light appeared, and 100 giant dragons emerged before his eyes. Unlike ordinary giant dragons, the double-headed giant dragons that appeared were massive in body, with surfaces not of scales but rather resembling a layer of hard shell. 2 long necks, each with a ferocious dragon head. They reared together and roared to the heavens. Chapter 1311. Double-headed corpse dragon, its entire body wrapped in hard shells, ceaselessly circling in the air, creating gusts of howling wind. Fang Hao and another person observed for a bit, judging from its appearance, it was rather decent. The body of the dragon, possessing dragon's might and dragon breath. No matter how you put it, it shouldn't be much inferior to the dragon troops. Hey! At this moment, another swooshing sound cut through the air. A golden giant dragon, roaring in from a distance, making the circling double-headed corpse dragons scurry away in avoidance. The golden giant dragon transformed into the figure of the Dragon Queen and descended from the sky. Her gaze swept over Fang Hao and Rolina, eyes filled with inquisitive meaning. This is a newly created troop type, the double-headed corpse dragon, Fang Hao introduced briefly. Created. The Dragon Queen looked at him intently. It was as though she doubted whether he was conducting some strange experiment, turning the dragons of the Dragon Clan into this peculiar form. Yes, a creation of the Transmigrator. These are not real members of the Dragon Clan, you can be at ease, Fang Hao explained briefly. The troops that were recruited differed greatly from the native militia. The most obvious difference was the inability to reproduce. For instance, recruited human soldiers, while having all human traits, cannot achieve reproductive effects. Unless ordered by the Lord, they wouldn't even have the drive related to gender. Thus, it's impossible to inflate the population data using recruited troops as they cannot breed. It also prevented transmigrators from coming up with some bizarre troop types and breeding them in an uncontrolled manner. The Dragon Queen's eyebrows twitched, then she sat down to the side and remained silent. Fang Hao didn't continue with the explanation but dispatched this wave of troops to stand by before continuing recruitment. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, double-headed corpse dragon recruitment 20,200. The flurrying sound. Over 20,000 double-headed corpse dragons patrolling back and forth in the sky. Seeing that they were indeed recruited from the buildings, the Dragon Queen's expression relaxed significantly. As long as they weren't a threat to the Dragon Clan, she wouldn't meddle with the rest. She directed those corpse dragons to stand by. Fang Hao continued to recruit 4 armed skeleton generals, thunder gunners, skeleton dwarf engineers, and skeleton technicians. This war, the opponents might be demigods or deities. Therefore, more troops had to be recruited. Once all recruitment was complete, the open ground outside the East City was filled with various skeleton troop types. The scene was reminiscent of the beginning stages. His hands full of troops, not the slightest bit inferior. Next came the production of equipment needed by the troop types. The rest of the infantry was easy, without any major changes. For the double-headed corpse dragons, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords. He found the previously obtained dragon armor blueprints. Molten dragon armor set, a purple set of dragon armor. Also acquired during the occupation of Mount Dragon Peak. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, Molten Dragon Battle Helmet 40,602 acquired. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, Molten Dragon Tail Armor Spikes 20,301 acquired. Huge quantities of equipment appeared, and skeleton blacksmiths began affixing the battle armor to the double-headed corpse dragons. Double-headed corpse dragons required 2 helmets each, so the number needed doubled. Suddenly, the entire area filled with the rustling sounds of armor being equipped. After arranging the equipment swap, Fang Hao moved to another open area. He reopened the Book of Lords, finding the War Mammoth construct blueprint. He began producing them one by one. The flurrying sound. Countless construct parts scattered around, occupying a vast area on their own. Fang Hao glanced over and continued production. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, War Mammoth construct 101 acquired. The large-scale production facility produces 1 energy core every 3 days. That is to say, with only 1 in the warehouse, production could only be done once. And the armor for War Mammoth constructs was separately crafted and equipped. He continued to make a large number of war armor and gold armor. Out of the 99 mammoths, 99 were outfitted with war armor, while 2 were equipped with gold armor. This was done to improve favorability with the Dragon Queen and Beata. No matter how slight the increase, it was a good opportunity. Moreover, over time as more War Mammoth constructs become available, they would become less valuable. The 2 golden mammoths were taken to the amusement park, and the rest were war mammoths. Their tall and strong bodies, heavy iron armor, and magic power cannons hanging on both sides of their body, conveying a sense of powerful strength. War Mammoth construct, mythical troops. Type, construct. Body strength, level 7 strength. Abilities, construct machine, physical resistance, magic resistance, trample, ramming hammer, rampage, magic power cannon. Construct machine, activated construct, immune to rooting, immune to fear, silence in all negative statuses. When the body incurs damage, it will enter an unstable state. Skeleton technicians can repair constructs, restoring combat capability. Physical resistance. External armor of the war mammoth reduces physical damage by 75%. Magic resistance. External armor of the war mammoth is inscribed with special runes, reducing magic damage by 45%. Trample. Fixed ability. War mammoth construct can efficiently use trample on the battlefield, easily squashing swarms of enemies into mush. Ramming hammer. Fixed ability. War mammoth construct will use its ramming hammer when necessary. Rampage. War constructs can enter an overload combat state, significantly enhancing combat power. Magic power cannon. This construct is equipped with a magic power cannon. Chapter 1312. Description. Mammoth constructs, with their massive bodies and great strength, initially created for festivities, stepped onto the battlefield, displaying overwhelming combat power. Mythical troops are indeed formidable. Their physical strength has reached level 7, whereas the previous Valkyrie construct was at level 6. One level higher than the Valkyrie. In terms of skills, the construct's qualities physical resistance, magic resistance are common capabilities. The attributes' values are determined based on the strength of the construct's outer armor. In any case, its ability to withstand impacts is unquestionably strong. Trampling, battering with its tusks, conjures images of crushing people and using tusks as battering rams. Fury increases the overload, boosting combat power. Magic cannons are the large guns mounted on both sides. All in all, it's quite a mighty construct. However, Golden Mammoth and War Mammoth differ in their skills. They lack abilities like trampling or battle ram. The skill of the Golden Mammoth is called Grace of Glory, enhancing the joy and sense of belonging among the people in its range without making any attacks. Whether it's a war construct or a golden construct, both are exceptional. No wonder the mammoth constructs disappeared for so many years, and technicians still mention them, attempting to redevelop them. After reviewing the attributes, 2 notifications sound again. Silver Moon Spear, Beata, loyalty towards you increased by 3 points, current loyalty is 98. Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt, loyalty towards you increased by 5 points, current loyalty is 85. This time, it's the Dragon Queen whose loyalty increased more than Beata. It's somewhat unclear. Normally, Beata the young girl should be easier to impress. There wasn't much time spent pondering over these. After delegating the task of equipping the mammoth with battle armor, I returned to the main city to rest. The next day, at Blackwind Castle, the Blood Clan's first line of defense guarding Minor Forest. Ding dong! The alarm bell sounded, instantly tensioning up the city. The soldiers who had stayed behind all mounted the city walls, looking eastward. A dense orc army appeared on the distant horizon. Dressed in black armor, wielding swords high, they approached with an intimidating aura. Damn, how can they be so fast? Cursed the Blood Clan leader left behind, then shouted loudly, raise the flags, show all the cannons. Blood-red flags were planted all over the walls, fluttering in the wind. Dark cannon barrels were pushed out of the city walls, aimed far ahead. Yet, the hands of the soldiers gripping their weapons couldn't stop trembling. The troops defending this location had already evacuated. Those who were left were just ordinary pale bloods. The Blood Clan lacked the capacity to fend off humans and divide forces to repel the orcs simultaneously. Even with adequate troops, knowing there were demigods or deities among the orcs, summoning more men would only be filling a bottomless pit. Moreover, it wasn't possible for the Blood Clan to, like Fang Hao, muster millions of troops to exhaustively wear down a demigod. The rule here was still soldier against soldier, general against general. The soldiers left behind knew their fate. Delay time, then be killed by the orcs. In this tense atmosphere. Thud thud. At this moment, from behind the city, several Black Knight of the Blood Clan rapidly rode in. Holding high a token, they directly entered the city gates. Before the stationed soldiers could ask questions, the leading Black Knight dismounted and threw down a transmigrator, saying, record the map, then trade it. The transmigrator staggered to his feet, retching, and used a teleportation scroll to record his location. He then traded the recorded scroll through the transmigrator channel. The entire process was very swift, causing the pale bloods around to be slightly stunned. They thought it was reinforcements or a notice to retreat. Why were they recording coordinates? Just as everyone was curious and waiting for the next step, a magic array lit up from the recorded position, and several figures appeared from the screen of light. Without speaking, a human man casually waved his hand, an ancient stone door instantly opened, and after issuing orders, several heroes walked out followed by a dense skeleton army. They realigned formation in the open space within the city, turning what was merely a defensive fortress into a tightly packed stronghold. All the Blood Clan members were dumbstruck. What the hell was happening? I am Rolina and Tobias, Isabella is my mother, I am now taking over all the defense duties here. Everyone returned to their posts, Rolina said with her hands behind her back, loudly, as her words fell, with a whoosh, she spread out the massive bat wings on her back. Whir! Instantly, the already somber atmosphere began to boil. These Blood Clan members had never heard of Isabella having a daughter, but that was unimportant. The key is, the rear hadn't abandoned them. Reinforcements were arranged, and furthermore, it was a royal reinforcement. All the Blood Clan immediately sprang into action, indeed boosting their morale significantly. After handing over military command, Fang Hao, Rolina, and a few others climbed the city walls. The heroes who came along, besides Fang Hao and Rolina, included Dimitrija, Beata, 200 Nisbet heroes, and the Dragon Clan Dark Gold hero, Lancelot. Ice-Forged Throat, Lancelot, Dark Gold Tier 3. Chapter 1313. The task was not to cooperate with Fang Hao, but to protect Beata. Several people walked onto the city walls and looked into the distance. The dense orc army was still relentlessly approaching, including not only orc infantry but also cavalry riding giant wolves and flight units continuously circling in the sky. The flags raised high. In addition to the unified orc flag, there were several different styles of flags. This did not mean that there were other people inside, but indicated that the army was composed of multiple tribes. The flags that were raised all represented the different tribal banners. The orc army halted their advance just outside the firing range to regroup and rest. An orc riding a giant wolf strode to the bottom of the city walls. He looked up contemptuously at the walls and shouted loudly, "People of the Blood Clan, there's no need to keep up appearances from up there. Your army has long since retreated, and all that's left are just some deserters. My master is merciful. As long as you open the gates, not only will you be spared, but you'll also be granted unimaginable wealth and glory. Being a Blood Clan's lackey, what's in it for you? How often do you get to taste blood in a year? If you serve us and take over Eternal Night City, you all will be the new nobility." The orc below loudly persuaded, and among the orcs, he was considered quite cultured. Such words were not something a common orc could articulate. On the city wall, everyone uniformly turned their gaze towards Rolina, awaiting further instructions. If it were before, with no reinforcements, such a call might have swayed many hearts. But now, with no fewer soldiers inside the city than outside, and a defensive battle at hand, there was obviously no need to surrender. Rolina did not answer but instead turned to look at Fang Hao beside her. "Ask him what his master's name is," Fang Hao spoke softly. Rolina glanced again at the nearby Black Knight. The latter was taken aback for a moment, but then understood, cleared his throat, and shouted, "What is your master's name?" The orc who was incessantly persuading suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He answered loudly, "My master is the esteemed Gabriel." "Gabriel what?" "Gabriel." The orc continued to shout from below. "Is it real? Why the hell are you asking in such detail? Don't even think about resisting. Just open the gates." The gates, damn it, what are the words that follow?" Listening to the shouts, Beata took out paper and pen and noted down the name. Then, Fang Hao continued, "Ask him if there are any other clan leaders' names." The Black Knight cleared his throat lightly and continued, "Our lord here has not heard of your master's name. Are there any other orc leaders? Ones with influence who can ensure that our surrender will be honored. There's also clan leader Herselt and Bernard." The orc at the bottom of the walls gradually listed a few more names. The two parties shouted back and forth from the walls and the ground. Fang Hao's gaze towards the distance suddenly sharpened. From a cart pulled by oxen, a figure in a luxurious robe holding a staff walked out slowly, an orc. His appearance was nothing unusual. The reason why he stood out in the throng of orcs was the glow emanating from his body. A divine glow. It was as brilliant as a strong light in the darkness, attention-grabbing. Damn it! Isabella's intelligence was really conservative. Where was the possibility of gods being involved? Clearly, a god had already joined the fray. Chapter 1314. Did the Blood Clan desecrate the ancestral tomb of the orcs? Or did something outrageous against the heavens? To have celestial beings lead the attack in person against the lands of the Blood Clan. When Fang Hao looked towards the opponent with a face full of shock, the orc wearing a robe and holding a staff also noticed him. Their gaze was full of doubt. It seemed that the opponent also didn't expect a divine being with divine descent to appear on the Blood Clan's side. "Sir, do you need to ask anything else?" The Black Knight beside him asked softly. Rollina turned her head towards Fang Hao, who was still observing the figure radiating divine light in the distance. "Let's wait and see the situation first, it's very likely that a battle won't break out." Upon seeing a real god on the other side, his first thought was that it wasn't safe. But on second thought, standing face to face like this, he didn't even know who he himself was. Moreover, this world's rules are limiting. A celestial being wishing to intervene in this world can only exert power up to the peak of a demigod. Being a third-tier divinity himself, not rejected by the world's rules, how could he possibly be weaker than a peak demigod? Two celestial beings unaware of each other's intelligence are unlikely to start a fight. If an actual battle happened, you kill my soldiers and I kill yours, it clearly wouldn't have much significance. Most likely, they would withdraw their troops, or encamp at the current place for negotiations, to find out which celestial being is aiding the Blood Clan. With that in mind, the distant orc army suddenly sprang into action. After a quick formation, they began to move forward. "They are attacking," Beata reminded. Beneath the city walls, the orcs who had been loudly challenging moments ago, had already quietly retreated, planning to leave the area first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows whistled out from atop the wall, pinning down the area around the retreating orcs. Startled, the orcs no longer hesitated, and with a flick of the reins, rode their massive wolves through the arrow rain to flee into the distance. Notably, these giant wolves were exceptionally agile. Apart from 2 arrows in its butt, it managed to escape beyond the range of fire. Of course, this orc cavalry wasn't that important. If they really wanted to hold him, they had plenty of means to do so. The marching footsteps rang out, and the orc army began to advance in formation. This was something that still surprised Fang Hao. Knowing that there was a celestial being on the side of the Blood Clan, what was the point of letting the army attack? Are they so belligerent? Or did they have some other intentions? Clearly, this wasn't a wise or correct decision. As the orc army approached with threatening momentum, it still made the soldiers of the Blood Clan on the city walls feel pressured. Then, all the Blood Clan members unanimously looked towards Rollina. And Rollina, once again, shifted her gaze to this side. Fang Hao nodded, continuing, "Nisbet, let our soldiers take over the city walls, all Blood Clan do supportive back-end work." "Yes, sir," Nisbet responded. Blood Clan soldiers were replaced, a large number of riflemen climbed up the walls, and skeleton engineers took over the positions of the cannons. However, because of the sudden occurrences, the cannons on the city walls remained the blue ones. There was no time to switch to the organ cannons. But it hardly mattered, the impact on the entire battlefield wasn't significant. The troop types began to change, and Fang Hao continued to retrieve the sound-transmitting shell from the storage space. Handing it to Rollina, he said, "Let Ira notify the Dragon Queen and Angia to get ready, and wait to join them here." Upon hearing this, the faces of those nearby changed. Was the situation really that severe? Neither Fang Hao nor Rollina being here was sufficient, they needed the Dragon Queen as well. A celestial being, 2 demigods, that was enough to make any top power take notice. Amidst the shock, however, no one questioned anything further at that moment. Rollina also took up the sound-transmitting shell to start communicating with the main city. Fang Hao looked again towards the distant orc, starting to mobilize his divine power. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clear sky darkened dramatically, and heavy clouds quickly appeared above the city. Thunderbolt flickered within the clouds, as if a downpour might start at any second. Looking at the clouds that had formed, those from Blood Clan taken down from the walls began to discuss. This was a good sign, after all. Such weather was more advantageous for them compared to a clear day. If it really rained heavily, it would be very difficult for the orcs to assault the city walls. It seemed like even the heavens were helping them. As the clouds covered the distant orc army entirely, Fang Hao then stretched out his hand. "Where's the list?" "Oh, here it is." Beata, standing beside him, handed the list of names over. Among the orc army, the sky had been clear moments ago but was suddenly overwhelmed by clouds. This still caused a brief chaos in the advancing orc army. The orc leader, while organizing the march, cursed loudly, "The Blood Clan fears sunlight, covering it up before a battle, why discuss nonsense? Buck up everyone, take down the city, and tonight, we'll stay inside the city." Roar! The orc troops roared in unison, their morale impressive. They had been marching for several days, everyone exhausted. If they could stay in the city tonight with fine wine and food, that would truly be a blessing. Facing them, the orc negotiating, riding the limping giant wolf back to his troops, handed the wounded wolf to a nearby slave. He then quickly walked to the rear of the army formation. Standing beside a drawn cart, he respectfully spoke to the yellow bull pulling it, "Great master, if you allow me just a bit more time, they will open their gates for the orc blades like fools." The cart-pulling yellow bull, much larger than a regular bull, with its large curved horns and yellow furry skin revealing intricate yet mysterious patterns beneath. Still pulling the cart, snorted twice before suddenly speaking in a low, rough voice, "What did they say?" The orc, carefully following beside, with a flattering smile said, "I announced your name, but those stupid, lowly ants, they haven't heard of your name yet, recognized the few leaders who bow down to you, they are truly a bunch of ignorant fools." You did well, you are not needed for the upcoming attack, rest and recover," Yellow Bull said, his tone unchanged. "Yes, great master," the orc bowed once more. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a slightly aged yet imposing voice came from inside the carriage again. "Who is that black-haired human on the city wall?" Hearing this question, the orc's demeanor grew even more respectful, his head bowing lower as he pondered for a moment before responding softly, back to the high priest, "That human has not spoken, I guess he might be a helper brought by the Blood Clan." Orc priest is a common profession in the orc camp. Though revered, their status is not high. Almost every temple has such a position. But now, an ordinary orc priest sitting inside the carriage while their master is pulling the vehicle is something different. The identity it represents, he doesn't even dare to speculate. "A helper? Interesting, all right, I know. You may go back," the high priest in the carriage spoke again. "Yes, then I will retreat." Before he finished speaking. Cough, cough. A dry cough sounded like thunder from the clouds. All the orcs froze. At the same time, they looked up at the sky. Following that, a voice continued from the sky, "Gabriel, your heart shall beat no more." As the voice ended, the giant bull pulling the carriage suddenly halted. The moment he heard those words, his heart instantly stopped beating. How could this be? Witchcraft? Or some curse from the Blood Clan? From such a distance, just a sentence affected him. While he was astonished, the voice from the clouds didn't stop. "Herselt leader, you will not be able to breathe, Bernard clan leader, your heart cannot beat, Og." One after another, names were called from the clouds. Thump! 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 Either falling or being thrown from horses, one figure after another collapsed as they were called. The surrounding orcs rushed to assist, but ordinary medical skills couldn't get their hearts beating again. The advancing orc army began to fall into chaos, the neat formation also began to break. Such a strange method. It killed all the tribal leaders and clan leaders. Too terrifying. A gap was opened in the carriage's curtain. Looking up at the distant city wall. Thunder, words. Which deity's power is this? The priest's eyes narrowed, and a divine light shot into the sky. Whoosh! As the divine light ascended into the sky, a huge bronze war sword formed above. The priest waved his wooden staff downward in the air. Instantly, the bronze war sword fell from the sky, cutting through the clouds and descending towards the top of the city wall. "Watch out!" Rollina grabbed Fang Hao and flew backward. The other heroes also moved back. Boom! A thunderous roar, the city wall was instantly split, leaving behind a huge V-shaped mark. Fang Hao frowned and glanced at the heroes nearby. A few key heroes remained, but some Nisbets were missing. But it wasn't a big issue, they could just be resurrected after returning. Returning to the city wall, still looking towards that distant figure. Quite a temper, personally naming and killing a few orc leaders, and he slices through this side city wall. Seeing the orcs densely charging forward, Fang Hao once again tapped into the power of divinity. Swoosh, swoosh. From the clouds, dense threads suddenly hung down, connecting a large number of orc troops. The moment the threads dropped, multiple blade lights slashed down. The clouds were split open, and some of the connecting threads were severed. But before more blade lights could slash towards the clouds. Crack, crack! Lightning followed the threads down, instantly felling all the connected forces. The central area of the orc army, their core troops, was entirely annihilated. The number of troops instantly halved, maybe even more. The priest's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Claire Ladine, a sneaky fellow, to show up here. While he might not fully understand what thunder is, the effect of the power displayed now is the ability of the god of deception. The god of deception, a lesser deity, daring to participate in a racial war, he even felt a sense of insult. Tapping his wooden staff lightly on the carriage, he continued, "Gabriel, advance." "Yes, great Father God," Yellow Bull said in a deep voice. Nearing, Yellow Bull's breathing grew heavier, his body rapidly expanding into a gigantic bull nearly 10 meters tall. From his snorting nostrils, flames were exhaled. Chapter 1315. A streak of flame spread backward along the giant ox's body. The ox cart began to enlarge rapidly with the yellow bull's growing form. The carriage shattered, transforming into an ancient war chariot with traces of verdigris. The old priest, still frail, stood atop the chariot, appearing exceedingly minute. Moo! The giant yellow bull let out a bellow to the heavens, lowered its head to pull the chariot, and began to run. With a forceful push from its hooves, it suddenly took the chariot and leaped into the sky, charging upwards. And behind the chariot, a slender crimson tail flame was left in its wake. The war chariot quickly reached a position above the charging orcs, and as the priest waved his staff, the morale of the orcs surged once more. Like wild beasts descending a mountain, they roared, beating their war blades against their shields, creating a loud clanging. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! All of the hanging threads were retracted, and vast numbers of orcs fell as if they were wheat being harvested. The orc legion had spread themselves out widely. Additionally, the disturbance from the war blades. The recent ability had killed only about half of the personnel, including a large number of infantry and the flight troops circling in the sky. Looking forward again, one could see a huge fire ox, pulling an equally massive chariot, stepping straight into the sky, heading in this direction. The ox-pulled chariot, now in the sky. This scene still carried a significant shock. And on the chariot, that bright divine light remained dazzling. Since the enemy wanted to clash, Fang Hao no longer held back and directly gave the command, "Dimitrija, organize the infantry to attack. Beata, Lancelot, you lead the double-headed corpse dragons to intercept that yellow bull in the sky." Lancelot was a dark gold hero of the dragon clan, an ice dragon matriarch. With short hair and an upright figure. Perhaps because she had been decapitated by Fang Hao previously, she had always been cold and indifferent, unwilling to interact much. "Oh, sure." Beata readily agreed, and the ice dragon didn't say much else. Fang Hao quickly gave a few more instructions, then said, "All right, attack, let none remain." "Yes." Everyone responded and dispersed each to their own position. Thud thud thud. The undead war drums resonated, a grey-white aura covering all undead. Following that, the city gates opened. Squads of four-armed skeleton warriors raising their shields stepped out of the gates in large strides. They quickly formed layers upon layers of iron shield walls. Lightning strike ready unleash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dense lightning spears poured down from the sky, sparkling as they smashed into the charging orc formations. The orcs who were mid-charge immediately raised their shields in defense, but still, many were afflicted by the lightning. They collapsed in droves. After the strike, the bizarrely shaped skeletons started to form up and advance, as did the orc legions, who lowered their shields and began to move forward. The orcs had never imagined the enemy would choose to sally forth instead of defending their city. Were these blood clans' brains all made of muscle? However, the appearance of the enemy was indeed somewhat unusual. As both sides faced off and drew closer, they each took their axes from their waists and hurled them forward. Whoosh whoosh! The dense barrage of thrown axes spun as they were launched onward. They clattered onto the shields without leaving a single mark. The two armies drew ever closer. The orcs felt their bloodlust boiling ever hotter, excitement of slaughter written on their faces. Led by a roar from their commander, the orc bodies slightly lowered, pressing against their shields, they began their charge. Bang bang bang! The two sides collided. Shields struck against each other, and weapons hacked or stabbed through the gaps in the shields at their respective foes. Both armies squeezed into one another instantaneously. Screams and the sound of battle filled the entire battlefield. And then from the rear, huge mammoths stepped out from the city gates one by one, their dark cannon barrels aimed forward. In the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of cutting through air rose as two dragon clan heroes, leading thousands of double-headed corpse dragons, charged toward the oncoming giant ox and war chariot. The dragon clan, considering themselves the supreme rulers of the air. Seeing even a bull ascending the heavens, they felt only the urge to fight, without a hint of fear. Roar! Several streams of dragon breath, laden with terrifying power, were emitted straight out. The dragon breath enveloped the giant ox and the war chariot, radiating vast energy fluctuations. But before the two dragon clan heroes could rejoice. Clang clang clang! The deafening sound of iron chains suddenly erupted. Countless iron chains shot out from the bronze war chariot, wrapping around the double-headed dragons trying to scatter and evade in an instant. The two heroes dodged swiftly, but the surrounding double-headed corpse dragons were all ensnared by the chains. The dust around the war chariot dispersed. The aging priest held several chains in his hand, and with a forceful tug, thousands of double-headed corpse dragons collided into one another, drawn by the chains. The priest waved his wooden staff in his other hand. Swish swish swish! Blades appeared out of nowhere, decapitating thousands of double-headed corpse dragons in unison. Heads and draconic corpses rained down from the sky. It was like a downpour of dragon corpses. The scene unfolding before their eyes made both heroes of the dragon clan widen their eyes in disbelief. What? What kind of power is this? To slay dragon-type troops with just a casual wave of the hand? Before the two dragons could even react, in the blink of an eye, the war chariot had already arrived in front of the ice dragon. With a casual wave of the staff once again, a terrifying blade light burst forth and appeared out of thin air. The giant vertical pupil of the ice dragon revealed a look of horror. The next second, an intense icy energy burst forth from within its body, instantly enveloping its whole body, forming a massive block of ice. Ice barrier. Crack. At the moment the ice formed, a huge crack appeared on the surface of the ice block. Not only did the blade light leave a mark on the ice, but the ice dragon's body inside was also left with a deep, bone-deep wound. One could imagine that if it hadn't managed to release this barrier in time, the entire dragon's body might have been cleaved in two. The gigantic block of ice violently hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately after that, the gigantic yellow bull pulled the war chariot and charged towards Beata again. The priest had just lifted his staff. Swish, swish, swish. Blood spear magic, moon blade, whistled up from below. Targeting Beata's strike, it suddenly changed direction, meeting the approaching crimson magic head-on. Boom! Magic collided with the blade light. A massive boom echoed. The shockwave from the explosion caused Beata to quickly retreat, returning to the city. Atop the city ramparts, the Dragon Queen and Angia appeared beside Fang Hao. Seeing the brutal battlefield, with dragon corpses raining from the sky, their expressions turned grim instantly. A battle has begun again? It's the stench of blood from the Blood Clan and the foul smell of the orcs. A voice rang out from Angia's waist, it was the sound of the three-headed dog. After the middle head finished cursing, the right one immediately said, I will not allow you to insult Rolina and Miss Angia. The left head also spoke up, Angia, why bring us here? Is it time for us to display our power? Is it another fight with a god? Which unfortunate soul has offended Fang Hao this time? The middle head spoke again. It looks like our scabbard will have one more gemstone soon. What use is that thing? It's not as good as those perfumed rabbit maids. Shut up. Angia covered all three dog heads with one palm to prevent them from continuing their nonsensical talk. While the yellow bull and the priest in the sky also turned their gaze downwards. Blood Butcher Gabriel, demigod. God of orc priests, rank 7 troops. The attributes they witnessed surprised Fang Hao. This bull pulling the chariot was actually a demigod. This must be the master referred to by the negotiating orc. The orc still has the word human in it, this is entirely a beast. The person riding in the chariot behind, radiating divine light, must be one of the orc's gods. However, watching the attributes through a system, he could only see the body's attributes. He couldn't see past the divine light to the details of the god behind. Claire Ladine, you who lurk in shadows, dare to stand before me today, the priest sneered with derision. Fang Hao was startled, immediately understanding the other's meaning. Through the powers he had released, they thought he was the god of deception. They didn't know the god of deception was already dead? But then again, the followers of the god of deception are a group that often lurks in the dark, seldom appearing in public view. The phrase lurk in shadows doesn't suit me. If you have to describe me, farsighted would be more accurate, Fang Hao responded. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, I even doubt if you are really Claire Ladine. Fang Hao didn't bother to react, continuing to speak, stop laughing, you should leave. You can't get past me if I'm guarding here. The priest's gaze returned to the ground below, sweeping over Rolina, and finally resting on the Dragon Queen. Dragon Clan demigod, are you sure you want to wade into these muddy waters? The Dragon Queen, even as a demigod, indeed has her one-sided aspects. Whether it was the original god of deception or now this unknown god of orcs, they would all have a few words with the Dragon Queen when kicking off a battle. It doesn't seem like fear, but there is a kind of, if you leave, I won't make things difficult for you implication. The Dragon Queen shrugged her shoulders, not answering directly but clearly expressing her intent. The smile on the priest's face gradually receded and his expression grew more unsightly as he tapped the war chariot lightly with his staff. Kill them. Puff puff. The yellow bull exhaled puffs of white smoke. A stomp in the void, and it suddenly dived down from the sky, rushing toward the group with terrifying force. Fang Hao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Gabriel, you cannot fly. No effect. Gabriel, you cannot stay in the air. Despite that, the yellow bull carrying the war chariot continued to dive, speeding up even more. As it was about to get close, Fang Hao changed his words immediately. Gabriel, I am below you. The charging yellow bull suddenly stiffened, its body instantly plummeting downwards. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the yellow bull went straight down from above, piercing through the front wall and embedding itself into the ground. While the priest on the war chariot, with a light leap, soared up, his staff chopping towards Fang Hao. I am on your left. Fang Hao said while retreating. The swinging staff changed direction. A sharp blade light flashed, and a nearby skeleton engineer, along with the cannon, was instantly split in two. A look of surprise flashed in the priest's eyes. As if he hadn't expected the power of the god of deception to have an effect on him. At this moment, the Dragon Queen instantly stepped in front of Fang Hao, shooting out beams of golden light, her right paw transforming into a dragon's claw, grabbing towards the priest's head. Chapter 1316. The first blade light shattered the incoming golden radiance, the second cut towards the Dragon Queen's approaching arm. Your enemy is on your left. Fang Hao's voice rang out again. The priest's falling staff uncontrollably deviated to the left. Boom! A powerful force left a deep blade mark on the city wall. The shockwave erupted, scattering rolling sand grains. The Dragon Queen's eyes were cold, her fighting spirit surged, and her palm transformed into a dragon claw, grasping overhead towards the old priest's skull. Rolina, wearing a round moon mask, also appeared instantly by his side, the giant sword in her hand stabbing towards his rib. The gravity greatsword, emitting an invisible force field, made the robes flutter loudly. The orc priest, his eyes swiftly scanning the two women. With a casual wave of the wooden staff in his hand, swish swish, another blade light appeared. Your enemy is behind you. Clack clack clack. Even though the blade light was mid-air, it still changed positions, chopping towards the rear. The look in the orc priest's eyes turned even weirder and more astonished. The dragon claw got closer, and the great sword that stabbed towards his rib also touched his robe. Ha! The orc priest suddenly burst out with a loud shout. His figure surged upwards with radiant light, piercing through the clouds. The next second, a gigantic projection fell from the sky. The projection was as tall as a giant, clad in golden armor, with a fierce gaping maw. One hand holding a spear, the other a shield. It looked like an orc war god. The war god projection thrust the shield forward into the void, a dull thud resonated, shaking the space, and the two figures were instantly repulsed flying backward. The next second, the other hand's war spear suddenly burst forth with light. With a forceful swing, the light transformed into a blade of moon blade, tearing apart space, slashing towards the two. Your enemy is below. Fang Hao spoke again. The war spear swung a blade light, its direction deviated, but without the distinct effect as before. Boom! The blade light fell, obliterating the entire city wall. A deep ravine meters deep formed on the ground. Fang Hao was somewhat surprised and became even more cautious. If this strike had landed on him, he would have had no chance to resurrect. After the strike, the two sides immediately distanced themselves. The orc priest, his body falling from the sky, a demigod yellow bull pulling a chariot rushed to catch him. The giant orc projection, standing on the chariot, like a divine general about to go to war. On Fang Hao's side, the Dragon Queen and Rolina also stood up, both women bearing some injuries. Tyralt, Rolina, recover from your injuries quickly. The injuries of both quickly healed. The scars on their bodies also visibly healed at a visible rate. The orc priest, standing on the chariot, the giant orc projection still existing. An imposing aura overwhelming, scanning below, exuding an invincible demeanor. You are not Claire Ladine, who exactly are you? The orc priest spoke again, coldly questioning. Although Fang Hao was using abilities similar to the god of deception, a true deity would definitely not only display such little power, merely turning the power of a lesser god into an aid. With a steady gaze, Fang Hao calmly said, since you've already figured it out, I won't hide it from you, I'm actually not the god of deception. Oh! The orc priest coldly stared at him, waiting for the mystery to be unveiled. Actually, I am the slaughter god. The orc was startled, then his expression turned even uglier, you're seeking death. As his words fell, the chariot suddenly charged down. The speed faster than before. Before even blinking, the chariot, dragging flaming tails, was already attacking in front. A several meters long light spear shattered the space, slashing towards the Dragon Queen in front. The enemy is on the left side of the ground. The blade light deviated, leaving a huge ravine on the ground. The Dragon Queen kicked out, the sound of wind howling. Rolina's several streams of crimson magic also surged from one side. Moo! The chariot turned around, dodging the barrage of magic while the bullhorn struck towards the Dragon Queen. Tyralt, your speed is even more agile, Rolina, your magic power is incessant. The orc war god with the shield in hand, blocked the whip kick. The chariot again moved rapidly, the long spear in hand continuously swinging. Your enemy, on the left side. Your enemy, in the sky. Terrifying blade lights chopped towards all directions. Fang Hao's body moved swiftly, continuously issuing disruptive abilities from his mouth. But on the chariot, with the war god projection, the orc priest displayed a relentless attack power. The chariot roared through the arena, the giant bull unstoppable. Any houses and buildings before it were like fragile sand, turning into a cloud of sand under the bull horns. And the war god on the chariot even more so swung the long spear incessantly, massive ravines forming on the ground. Dragon Queen, Rolina! Fang Hao gently called from behind. The two slightly turned their heads, glanced, and said nothing more. Fang Hao continued to watch the battlefield, just as the giant bull once again lowered its head to charge. He spoke, Gabriel, your enemy is below. Boom! The giant bull plunged headfirst into the ground, plowing a vast ravine. As if planned beforehand, in the moment the giant bull fell, the Dragon Queen transformed into a giant dragon, Rolina's surroundings densely accumulated with blood magic. Roar! Golden dragon breath, dense falling blood magic, instantly covered the giant bull. The looks on the orc priest's face tensed, he stomped his foot, leaping up from the ground, abandoning the chariot to flee. Whistle! The area of energy concentration, space began to contract. The next second, boom! The compressed energy sphere exploded instantly, a storm of gold and crimson swept the surroundings. Before the wild wind dispersed, the golden dragon suddenly rushed into it, claws grabbing the bull horns, raising the drooping head, energy again bursting from the throat. Roar! The dragon head faced the bull head, expelling the dragon breath face to face. When the dragon breath had faded, only the bull's body without a head remained, limply collapsed on the ground. Slash! An angry voice resounded through the sky. The orc war god threw the long spear in his hand towards Fang Hao in the distance. I am on your left. Whoosh! The speed of the spear was faster than words. Too late. At the critical moment, a figure instantly blocked in front. Alurug! Puff! The giant transformed Alurug, holding a warhammer in front, blocked it. After the magic spear broke through the warhammer, it pierced through the chest. The next second, the energy of the magic spear exploded violently. On the black armored body, it left a huge gap. The organs were clearly visible. Two threads fell from the sky, connecting his and Alurug's bodies, and instantly pulled back, flying backwards. At the same time, the Dragon Queen's figure directly soared in height. A golden sun suddenly rose. The face of the projection of the war god changed, and he immediately raised his shield. "Lower your shield." The disgusting voice rang again, and the arm involuntarily lowered. "Who buzz?" The ground turned into scorched earth, and the already collapsing buildings melted into flowing molten iron. The orc projection was becoming increasingly dim. And inside the projection, the priest's skin was wrinkled like tree bark, his body also nearing its limits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several more blood spears flew out. The orc held the shield to dodge. Another full moon arose. A desolate, bleak aura emanated from the moon. The crimson molten iron on the ground quickly cooled, then was covered with layers of rust. The war god's phantom was almost transparent. The Dragon Queen and Rollina charged again. Magic continuously fired, also followed by close combat entanglement. Crack! Suddenly, a shattering sound rang out. The projection of the war god shattered like glass and disappeared. The orc priest's skin aged even more. "Wait for my fury!" Bang! After dropping those harsh words, the body of the orc priest scattered like fine sand. Whoosh! A triple-headed dog dagger flew from a distance, and with a ding, it stuck in the ground. The three heads kept sniffing. "This time it's the god of the orc. Damn, it stinks." But the bunny maids smell good. Blackwind Castle had completely vanished. No walls, no buildings. The ground was filled with rift-like chasms, and fluid formed magma covered in rust. It could be said that this battle was extremely fierce. Looking at it now, the arrangement of the Blood Clan made some sense. This place really couldn't be held by anyone. Forget about deploying troops, even if Isabella personally stayed, she probably couldn't hold it. Once this defense line was broken, the orcs could charge in unstoppable, directly invading the heart of the Blood Clan, all the way to Eternal Night City. The soldiers of the Blood Clan also walked back trembling at this time. They saw the scene of the battle, but coming back and seeing the state of the ground now, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Is this the power that humans can achieve? The city was flattened over and over again. Once settled, Lorenrig and the Ice Dragon Lancelet returned to the forefront. "Contact Isabella and let her know about the situation here," Fang Hao said. Rollina directly looked at the Black Knight beside her, who nodded, took out the sound-transmitting shell, and began to report. At this moment, Dimitrija also walked back from afar. "Reporting," he said, "my lord, most of the orcs were annihilated, some chose to surrender, and there were also some slaves." Dimitrija was in charge of the battle against the orc troops. With his own military strength, killing those orcs put no pressure at all. It was merely a matter of how many troops were lost. "Yes, how many slaves?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "Probably about 10 to 20,000 people." "That many?" Fang Hao was somewhat surprised. According to the slaves, they were from small tribes along the way when the army came through, all captured to be used as slaves. Fang Hao nodded, then continued, "And how many prisoners?" "Also several thousand." "Kill all the soldier prisoners, let the remaining slaves work to clear out this ruin and fill the ground." Fang Hao thought for a moment, then continued. He really couldn't afford to keep these soldier prisoners. It's hard to say if there were any faithful followers of some god among them, who could suddenly have a divine descent, that would be enough for them. "Yes, my lord." Dimitrija left, and Angia commanded several four-armed skeletons. Pushing a bronze chariot, they came over from a distance. The demigod Yellow Bull disappeared immediately after death, probably resurrected at its bound altar. But while heroes could resurrect, equipment and items could not. This bronze chariot was left behind. "Is this thing valuable?" Angia clapped the frame of the chariot a couple of times. The material of the chariot seemed like bronze. The wheels were small, the body large. It was carved with various fine and beautiful patterns, which looked fairly decorative. War Chariot, Crimson. Chapter 1317. Slaughter War Chariot, Crimson. Category, Godly Relics. Effect, War God's Vehicle, Shrine of War. War God's Vehicle, this vehicle provides flight and blazing burn effects, movement speed plus 300%, active vehicle, requires at least one mount to pull. Shrine of War, divinity skills effectiveness plus 35%, troops under its command enter the glory state when boarding the vehicle, all attributes plus 50%, never surrender. Description, a war chariot covered in scars, witnessing the glory of the gods. What a treasure left behind! No wonder that demigod bull back then was so useless, unable to fly or levitate. It turns out the ability to fly came from this war chariot. The attributes of the war chariot have reached crimson level, providing two abilities. The war god's vehicle can fly, and when it moves, it scorches with blazing flames, the main thing being its speed, reaching 300%. When that demigod bull was pulling the chariot, it was like a runaway shuttle, crashing around the city at a speed too fast for normal eyes. Only by seizing the right moment could Fang Hao manage to say, "Your target is down below," making it crash into the ground for deceleration. There's also an active vehicle feature, quite similar to active equipment. It can adjust the size of the chariot based on the size of the pulling mount and the rider's sizes. The second effect is called Shrine of War. Divinity skills effectiveness plus 35%, this is truly formidable. For someone like Fang Hao, who primarily relies on using skills in battle, this enhancement is greatly needed. Another feature is that the troops under its command have all attributes plus 50%, and are in a never surrender state. Never surrender means they will not flee and will fight to the death. This feature isn't very useful for Fang Hao. His troops are all undead, without even basic souls, you can't boost their morale, nor can they flee. Overall, this war chariot is indeed a remarkable gain. "Hey, I'm talking to you, is this useful or not?" Angia asked. Fang Hao stepped onto the chariot, saying, "Angia, see if you can pull it." Angia was startled at first, then quickly realized, saying, "You're the real beast here." After saying that, she also squeezed onto the chariot and then said to the two four-armed warriors, "You guys pull." The four-armed warriors stood at the front. The creaking sound started, and the bronze chariot moved slowly. There was no flight, nor any flames. And looking at the movements of the four-armed skeletons, this chariot seemed quite heavy. "What's this, so slow?" Angia quickly lost interest. Fang Hao looked at the introduction again, which mentioned at least one mount needed. Four-armed skeletons probably don't count as mounts. Fang Hao comforted her, "All right, I know how this works now, I'll let you play with it when we go back, go see if the three skulls have recorded the enemy's location." "Okay." She hopped off the chariot and ran towards the distance. Soon, a large number of orc slaves were organized. Started to work. Anything usable in the ruins was collected. Useless bricks and stones were all filled into the slashed pits. It seems like the orc gods and demigods excel in strength and physical battles. Unlike the Dragon Queen and Rolina, whose ultimate moves are area of effect skills. But in reality, the difference isn't big. The strikes from their blades are no less powerful than those ultimate moves. At this point, Rolina also came back from not far away, accompanied by several dark knights, looking very much like bodyguard attendants. "I told my mother about the situation here, she's also surprised there are real divine beings involved, suspecting it might be a plan against the Blood Clan by humans and orcs combined," Rolina said directly. Due to taste preferences, the conflict between the Blood Clan and orcs isn't that severe. The Blood Clan actually prefers human blood. Even though there are internal restrictions in the Blood Clan, prohibiting the plundering of nearby human forces. But that's not enough to control everyone. The trade of blood within the Blood Clan is quite a profitable matter. Thus, wars between the Blood Clan and humans break out from time to time, skirmishing for a duration describable in centuries. Talking about humans joining forces with orcs to attack, it's unlikely, but not impossible. "Did she say what to do next?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "She said you'll handle it, she has no energy to deal with this." Blackwind Castle, originally designed as a military fortress. After finding the blueprint, construction began. The fortress emerged abruptly from the ground. Rapidly, it transformed into a small city. It was upgraded to level 14, comparable in scale to a medium-sized city. Then, a few defense towers and the skeleton conversion field were added. All the orc corpses were thrown into the conversion field. As night fell, two skeletons held night stones, illuminating the surroundings. In the center of the open area, 3 orc corpses were laid out. The death scenes were quite grim, their skin pale as if all their blood had been drained. "Begin." "Yes, my lord." Blackthorn responded and began to draw the magic array. Subsequently, 2 beasts were brought over, their heads severed with a flash of a blade, and blood began to collect into the dead bodies through the magic array. The long-dead orc skin began to flush red. The next second, the dead bodies abruptly sat up. My lord, it's done. Fang Hao nodded, directly asking, you are already dead. Now tell me, who was the person pulled by the bull during the day? The orc appeared somewhat confused, but still answered, the temple's priest. Hey? Which divinity descended upon his body? Fang Hao continued to inquire. This. I don't know. Thinking for a while, he changed the question, which god does this priest serve? The god of war. Bang. A muffled sound, the resurrected orc exploded like a burst balloon. Subsequently, the second body sat up again. Fang Hao asked, why did you attack the Blood Clan? I'm not sure, just responding to the call of Master Gabriel, attacking the Blood Clan together. Gabriel, that was the demigod bull. Fang Hao didn't inquire why they called a bull master or how the bull became a demigod. Instead, he continued, what's your next step? Through Blackwind Castle, allowing the rear orc armies to advance deeper, the orc replied. Goodness, it really is a race war. Does your action have any relation to the human clan? I'm not sure. Bang, this body also instantly exploded. Fang Hao took 2 steps back, avoiding the splattered flesh. As the third body sat up, Fang Hao further inquired about the cities bound to the hero altars. However, these ordinary soldiers clearly didn't know much specific intelligence. Even as the body exploded, no precise intelligence was extracted. After inquiring for information, he ordered someone to clean up. And then, they all entered the command hall on the side. The other heroes had all gathered here. The injured Alurig and Ice Dragon Lancelot had also recovered a lot, participating in the meeting. Fang Hao tapped the wooden table twice, waiting for everyone to quieten, then said, everyone performed well in this battle, I will now assign further tasks. No one spoke, the hall remained quiet. Rolina, Dimitrija, Beata, and Nisbet present here, continue to hold the Blackwind Castle, focusing on defense and counterattacks against the orcs. No objections arose, only the Dragon Queen glanced at her own daughter. Then said, with your arrangements, barely coping with the demigod, what if we encounter the god of orc? Fang Hao stated, no, Rolina just focuses on the demigod, the problem of the god of orc will be solved by us. Us. The Dragon Queen's eyes widened, as if saying who included you. I'll tell you about it later. The Dragon Queen squinted her eyes, not saying much more, instead spoke to Lancelot beside her, you stay as well, keep an eye on Beata, if she dares disobey, bring her back. Lancelot nodded, yes, leader. Mother, what are you doing? Beata said discontentedly. They discussed the situation again. Rolina then pulled out the map of the orc clan, comparing and contrasting it. After everything was discussed, Fang Hao finally activated the teleportation, taking the Dragon Queen and a few others with him, leaving Rolina and others behind. Returning to the main city, it was already deep night. The others went to rest. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, Fang Hao was just about to go have tea and chat with the succubus. On the way, he was caught squarely by the Dragon Queen. Why are you walking towards the residential area so late? The Dragon Queen, dressed in casual home clothes, asked. Such physically strong races that don't need sleep are quite bothersome. Going to practice shooting, haven't you rested yet? The Dragon Queen glanced at him, continuing, didn't you say you wanted to discuss dealing with the divine beings? I'm free now. Well. Quite impatient. Seems like I won't make it to the succubus now. Simply nodding, he said, let's go, let's discuss it together. The Dragon Queen nodded, and both walked towards the pavilion under the massive Nightstone. Chapter 1318. Still the same pavilion as before. Only now, the entire pavilion has been adorned and carved with exquisite patterns, and even gilded. Originally just an ordinary stone pavilion, it now looks like something out of a royal courtyard. It appears luxurious, but it's out of place with the surrounding environment. But it doesn't really matter, seeing as the whole domain style is quite chaotic anyway. Undead, orcs, blood clan, now add dragon clan to the mix. So it doesn't feel surprising anymore. Just let them be, it's unstoppable. The two sat down in the stone pavilion, and Fang Hao exchanged for some drinks and dishes from the Book of Lords, setting them on the stone table. After pouring herself a glass of wine and drinking it all, the Dragon Queen finally asked, have you confirmed the identity of that deity? I just confirmed with the orcs, judging from its characteristics, it's the orc clan's god of war, a deity known for slaughter, looting, and waging war, Fang Hao replied directly. After returning, he had researched this deity in the channel. Based on its appearance and the features of its weapon, it was indeed the Orc clan's god of war. His statue is worshipped in the Orc temple, making it easy to recognize. The attributes offered by the deity's statue are war, weapon skills, and additional looting. It's a legitimate deity of the Orc clan. But its believers aren't limited to just orcs. As a warrior, it represents many forces such as soldiers and fighters. In addition, bandits, pirates, and others related to looting also worship it. It has quite a wide audience. The information was not hard to gather, and Fang Hao even thought that the Dragon Queen must have already guessed the deity's identity. But the natives tend to avoid these subjects, believing that investigating and probing into the details could attract the attention of the deities and bring disasters. Transmigrators generally aren't afraid of these things. So far, when praying, they still mutter to Buddhist figures or the Supreme Heavenly Honored One. What's your plan then? Don't tell me you're just going to play it by ear, the Dragon Queen continued to inquire. Sure enough, she showed no surprise or doubt regarding this piece of information. What can I do? Naturally, to kill him off, Fang Hao said casually. Brag him to death. No one has ever slain a god before us, but if it has been done once, it can be done again, said Fang Hao as he poured himself another drink, glancing at the Dragon Queen from the corner of his eye. The Dragon Queen hesitated to speak, brewing her thoughts for a moment before finally saying, "You're crazier than I am." The god of war is also known as the Plunderer, rumored to have a domain filled with treasures he has looted. If we kill him, all those will be ours. Fang Hao leaned forward, looking straight into the eyes of the beautiful woman across from him. He looked like a street swindler trying to tempt a wealthy lady. The Dragon Queen frowned and shifted her body backwards. You're starting to resemble the god of deception more and more. Fang Hao didn't understand and continued, the triple skull dagger, the recorded location of the Orc deity, we can find his domain, whether to deter or attack, either is possible. The Dragon Queen did not reply, and the only sound around the stone pavilion was the chirping of insects from the flower beds. After a long while, finally, the Dragon Queen spoke, putting aside whether we have the ability to defeat him, there's a big problem with your plan. Oh? How so? Your plan was created based on the standards of the god of deception and isn't suitable for the current opponent. After a pause, the Dragon Queen continued, he's a factional deity, capable of summoning orc demigods or dark gold heroes, and likely has divine allies as well. Our enemy may not just be him but the entire pantheon worshipped by the Orc clan. Hearing this, Fang Hao's heart thudded. He understood and was taken aback. Indeed, it was a problem. The god of deception, not being a factional deity, lacked any demigods he could mobilize because of his own character flaws. Therefore, except for the mythical troops, the god of deception himself would engage in combat in the divine realm. And even then, their victory was hard-won. But this Orc war god was different. As a factional deity, one could see the entire Orc clan as his followers. This naturally includes heroes like demigods and those of dark gold or gold rank. And another point was allies. To establish a statue in the Orc territory means he has Orc allies, just as Fang Hao allowed the Dragon Queen to place a statue in his domain. Therefore, going to war with the god of war means being prepared to battle the entire Orc clan, as well as several deities all at once. It is a troubling matter. After pondering for a moment, he continued to respond, there's no need to worry about war with the Orc clan. Our military force and strength are not inferior to theirs. Even if war really breaks out, Orcs cannot attack across regions to reach us here. As for divine allies, I'll make some moves during this period and also seek out some allies to strengthen our power. Indeed, it would be best if there were 2 more transmigrator missions, the Dragon Queen said. She's now aware of the benefits of transmigrator missions. Unfortunately, these missions are not only spaced far apart, but their difficulty is also gradually increasing, and overcrowding and frequent tasks will not boost transmigrators but will wear them down instead. The pair continued to drink and chat, discussing many plans for further development. They talked until the sky began to brighten. The Dragon Queen stood up to leave, and Fang Hao stretched out his limbs before making a round in the industrial area and then returning to the Lord's mansion. Giggles and laughter came from outside the door. After breakfast, the maids began to walk in groups towards the training ground. Indeed, their lives were somewhat monotonous, but their current lifestyle was once unthinkable. Whoosh! An arrow-cutting sound rose, and the maids not far away screamed. Following that was Angia's triumphant voice, "Is there anyone who wants to go for a ride?" As Fang Hao stepped out the front door, he saw the four-legged giant lizard pulling the bronze chariot, hovering mid-air, with Angia standing on the chariot decked out in plate armor, looking every bit the female general. This spectacle clearly had the intended effect, causing the uninformed maids below to let out exaggerated squeals. The chariot's performance was indeed quite unique. It can stay steadily in the air, just as if it were standing on the ground without any difference. Divine relics, they all have their own unique traits. Moreover, anyone can use them, not just the divine beings. Angia flicked the reins lightly, and the giant lizard immediately took the chariot and fell from the air, landing on the ground. The originally not so large chariot armor began to expand continuously with the increasing number of servant maids, until all the servant maids were accommodated inside. Fang Hao stood at a distance, pointing at Angia, warning her not to do anything dangerous. The latter waved her hand in return, signaling him not to worry. Then, with a flick of the reins, she soared into the sky with the maids, circling above the city amidst screams. Seeing that there was no danger, Fang Hao didn't intervene. He turned to someone nearby and said, "Call over Blackthorn." "Yes, my lord." Nisbet turned and walked towards the blood prison. Blackthorn wasn't in the main city before, but was assigned a task by Fang Hao to search for the Book of Lords of Cleolando in Ashen City of the Undead Desert. Last night, he had only returned to the main city by teleportation, and it was just as Fang Hao was about to examine a corpse. Fang Hao got himself a glass of fruit wine in the cellar, and by the time he returned, Blackthorn was already standing in the hall. "My lord, you asked for me." Blackthorn spoke directly. "Yes, have a seat. Whether the undead sits or not doesn't make a huge difference, it doesn't relieve fatigue from sitting or lying down. More so, it is a form of respect for the undead. Speaking while standing and speaking while sitting give off different feelings." Once Blackthorn sat down, Fang Hao continued to ask, "Any news about the Book of Lords?" "We've investigated that all of Miss Cleolando's belongings have been gathered in the warehouse of Ashen City. The Book of Lords we're looking for should be in there too." Saying this, he pulled out a map of Ashen City, pointing out the city gates, streets, and the warehouse location. The warehouses in each city are heavily guarded. Attempting to steal or rob is quite difficult. Besides, given the awkward timing with the orcs, it's indeed not suitable to draw the undead's attention. "Any ideas?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "I was just about to discuss this with you, my lord. Ashen City plans to sell these resources to local merchants in exchange for money, so we can think of a way from this angle." "You mean, disguise ourselves as merchants?" "Yes, my lord. Or confirm which merchant troupe has bought these goods and find a way through the merchant troupe. It's much simpler than obtaining them from the tightly secured warehouse," Blackthorn explained. "Indeed, a good approach. Robbing a merchant troupe later would be much simpler than attacking a warehouse." Fang Hao thought for a while, feeling that he didn't need Blackthorn around lately, and said, "In a moment, have Djinn allocate a few skeleton merchants for you, and you all disguise as merchants and make another trip. If you can buy it, buy it. If not, note down who did." "Yes, my lord. Then I will go find Mr. Djinn now." "Good." Orc District, Glory Highland City. Outside the lofty and magnificent temple, a dense crowd of orcs knelt. Since last night when the orc demigod resurrected at the altar, over half of the orcs in the city had been kneeling here, waiting for the retribution from the gods. Creak. The grating sound rang out as the heavy doors were slowly pushed open. A deep voice came from within the temple, "Everybody disperse. Gabriel, come inside." "Yes." The huge horned yellow bull rose and walked into the hall, while the rest of the orcs left carefully, their heads bowed. Inside the temple, a male orc dressed as a priest sat on a chair. "Exalted Father God." The yellow bull spoke, bending its forelimbs in reverence. The male orc nodded and said, "The god of deception has long been dead. The one who fought with us yesterday was someone else." The yellow bull's heart tightened. "Gods can die? Aren't they supposed to have endless divinity and power?" "Father God, what do you mean?" "Amass troops at Tiger Tooth Pass, and arrange for scouts to watch the Blood Clan's movements day and night," the male orc said. "Tiger Tooth Pass is the fortress directly opposing the Blood Clan. If the Blood Clan were to counterattack, this would be the first place they struck. Therefore, troops must be gathered here, whether for an offensive or to prevent a counterstrike from the Blood Clan." As you wish, Father God. The male orc continued, also. Send someone to investigate if anyone has had conflicts with the god of deception recently. I want detailed information, the male orc said. This statement startled the yellow bull again. Did the Father God mean that the death of the god of deception was related to mortals? Otherwise, why investigate here? Mortals slaying gods. This seemed almost inconceivable. Understood, Father God. Go now, prepare for the upcoming battle with the Blood Clan forces. Yes, Father God. Chapter 1319. After Blackthorn left, it wasn't long before the eldest and second black-armored sisters came over. Fang Hao took them directly to the Trade Alliance's station. First, they went to the Firehammer shop and booked a craftsman to repair the equipment. In yesterday's battle, Alurig's long spear was broken, and his armor had a big hole. All these needed repairs. The blacksmiths he had were still lacking in skills. It still required more professional people to do the repairs. After leaving the Firehammer shop, Fang Hao started looking for the Lizardman shop in the south area. This place was the commercial street rebuilt after the Trade Alliance's restructuring, and the location of each shop had some changes. It took a while before he finally found the shop. Entering the shop, the staff respectfully led him directly to the third floor. In a private room, a faint scent lingered. Lord Fang Hao, please sit here. A red-scaled lizardman spoke gently. Fang Hao and the others sat down on the chairs. In front of them was a thin veil, through which they could vaguely see a figure lying on a couch with a bulging belly. And a few servants carefully attending to her. Judging by the size of the belly, she must be close to giving birth. Why did you think of coming here? The voice of the lizard women queen came from behind the veil. How's your physical condition? Fang Hao asked. It's okay, just that my sleep hasn't been good. I have some dragon meat left, I'll send some over for you to make some soup to nourish your body, Fang Hao continued. With her status as a queen, naturally, she lacked nothing. He thought for a moment that dragon meat was somewhat rare. Moreover, now that the Dragon Queen was living in the city dared not to stew soup anymore. There was still a lot of dragon meat left in the warehouse. The figure behind the veil suddenly paused, and it took a while before she said, Don't scare me, that's better than anything. What are you talking about? Did you come here for something important? The Lizard Women Queen directly asked his purpose. Fang Hao took the tea handed over by a maid, had a sip, then spit it back out, and said, Indeed, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Oh? Let's hear it. When I say it, don't get nervous. It was difficult, he should have let Dmitrija handle this talk. If something happened, he couldn't take this responsibility. If you don't say it, I'll be more nervous. It's nothing serious, just want to ask if you could contact the ancient saint, to have a talk, Fang Hao stated his purpose. With the ancient saint? Have a talk. The queen's tone changed instantly, surprised with strong emotional fluctuations. Yes, he is the deity we worship, planning to discuss some matters with the ancient saint. Last night's conversation with the Dragon Queen had awakened him. Whether or not it was truly necessary to seek help from other deities, reaching out and establishing a mutual assistance alliance was necessary. The only ones he could contact were the Lizardman's ancient saint and the sea tribe's god of the ocean. Better to try, it wouldn't make things worse. After a good while, the Lizard Women Queen finally spoke, I will take the message back, as for the outcome, it depends on whether the ancient saint responds or not. The ancient saint differed from ordinary deities. They didn't belong to the same era and generally wouldn't communicate with believers through divine appearances. So, whether he could get a response was really hard to say. Of course. After finishing this matter, he casually chatted with the Lizard Women Queen for a while. He imparted some baby care knowledge he deemed useful. For example, listening to more songs helps the baby's musical cells, reciting poems to children, and so on. Basically, what he had heard before became part of their chat. After chatting for a while, they said goodbye and left the shop. After leaving the Lizardman shop, they used the Trade Alliance's transport to head to the Sea Tribe's Rainbow Pearl Island. The huge pearls, under the sunlight, emitted dazzling rays. Fang Hao did not go to the royal palace, but directly to the temple. As soon as he stepped into the temple, the Witch Loreal noticed the three people and came over to greet them. Lord, Witch Loreal bowed as a greeting. Loreal was a disciple of the god of the ocean, and the previous contacts with the god of the ocean had been through her. Yes, contact the god of the ocean, ask if she has time for a chat. About deep cooperation, Fang Hao directly stated. Hearing that it involved contacting a deity, the witch became serious. Lord, please come this way, there's a quiet room inside. The witch led the three into a room inside the temple. After all three were seated, the witch closed her eyes in concentration, and when she opened them again, her divine light was brilliant. Do you want to see me? The witch spoke flatly, her demeanor and temperament completely transformed. Yes, there's something I'd like to discuss. What is it? My territory is expanding the temple, planning to establish divine positions for ally deities to gather faith in the temple. Fang Hao looked at her. The god of the ocean's brows furrowed, immediately understanding the implication. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought her out to talk about his temple expansion. She thought for a moment, then quickly said, have you encountered trouble? It can be said so. Still the god of deception. Last time when facing the god of deception, he had consulted her about this matter. So she knew about it. And not just her. The followers of the god of deception had also received an oracle to deal with a transmigrator. In fact, quite a few people knew about it. This isn't important, I want to find some allies who can help each other, Fang Hao continued. In truth, it was just an exchange of interests. I set up a statue for you, you gather faith in my territory, naturally, you should help protect the safety of my territory. Otherwise, if the territory is gone, you also lose a place to gather faith. That was the meaning. The god of the ocean did not answer directly but said, I need to think about this matter, I will have someone give you a reply later. That's acceptable. Forming an alliance is not a trivial matter. Once agreed, it could involve many issues. Not refusing directly was actually a good start. After their conversation, the god of the ocean withdrew his divine presence, and the expression of the witch immediately became respectful. Sir, is there anything else? No, you can go ahead with your tasks, we will leave on our own later. Yes, sir. The witch left the room. Fang Hao also deactivated the light screen and returned to the main city with his two sisters. Afternoon. Back in the main city, he saw Angia standing on a war chariot, flying chaotically above. But the mount pulling it had changed from a giant lizard to two purple-scaled horses. Presumably, the giant lizards were all tired out and had to be switched out for something else. He called over two harpies to keep a watch on Angia to avoid any danger. He himself walked towards the Lord's mansion. The two deities he contacted this time, both asked him to wait for further news. The lizardman sighed, he had to wait for a notification. The god of the ocean, too, needed to consider. Whether it will work out in the end, was hard to say. Moreover, Fang Hao did not trust them too much. In the fire hammer shop, Alurug's equipment needed a week to be repaired. Once fixed, it would be sent directly, and they didn't have to fetch it. This wasn't really a problem, just that the time was somewhat long. He was also pondering how to recruit some talents above the level of craftsman. After all, with a demigod in the territory, without some craftsperson, it simply showed a lack of depth with only military power. Just upon entering the hall, he saw a funeral priest and a living dead who had been waiting for a long time. The living dead was dressed in dark ceremonial garb, with a rapier hanging at his waist, his skin shriveled and dry, but his upright posture still carried an inherent elegance. Dark elves, even made into living dead with purple skin. Sir, the funeral priest stood up. Yes. This is the new living dead hero, Hoyle, the funeral priest continued. The living dead dark elf stepped forward and bowed slightly. Hoyle, at your lordship's service. Dark Sting, Hoyle, Dark Gold Tier 4 hero. This Dark Gold hero was the island master they had killed on Skeleton Island during their encounter with the pirates. They had bound the hero altar of Skeleton Island. At that time, they had seized Skeleton Island in one go, not giving any chance for them to resurrect. Time passed, and this Dark Gold hero had also been made into a living dead hero. Take a seat over there. The funeral priest and the living dead dark elf sat back down on the wooden chairs on the side. Fang Hao also sat down and did not start immediately speaking but first opened the Book of Lords and checked the hero's attributes. Dark Sting, Hoyle, Dark Gold Tier 4 hero. Campaign, Undead, Living Dead. Template, Dark Gold. Racial traits, Living Dead, Visceral Replacement, Weak to Light, Natural Resistance. Legion talent, Rapier Gentleman, Shadow of the Night, Pirate Leader. Skills: Killing Proficiency, Shadow Tracing, Dark Venom, Monument to Swordsmanship, Rapid Thrust, Black Lotus Glory. Innate Abilities: Mastery in Domain Combat, Mastery in Domain Rapier, Advanced Firearms Mastery, Advanced Poison Mastery, Advanced Navigation Mastery. Natural Resistance: when hit by natural spells -20%, natural spell resistance +25%. Rapier Gentleman: this unit leads Rapier Infantry, attack power +20%, attack speed +25%, movement speed +30%. Shadow of the Night: this unit reduces the probability of enemy reconnaissance in the dark. Pirate Leader: this unit leads pirates, ship performance +25%, attack power +20%, pirates are in an excited state, morale will not decline. Killing Proficiency, Passive: satisfying the desire to kill, one's own killing proficiency will be improved, attack power +20%, movement speed +35%, effect starts from killing the enemy, lasts 30 seconds. Shadow Tracing, Passive: this unit enters a state of darkness/shadow, reducing the visible state of the enemy. Dark Venom, Passive: rapier contains strong poison, the toxin affects the target's body and nerve state. Monument to Swordsmanship, Passive: proficient in swordsmanship and assassination, attack power +85%, attack speed +80%. Rapid Thrust, Active: dash towards the specified direction, quickly stabbing, dealing an additional 75% piercing damage, after the skill, attack speed +15%, movement speed +10% for 30 seconds. Black Lotus Glory, Active: Black Lotus Rapier Technique, sword traces cause 150% physical damage, subsequent sword traces hit the target with additional 30% damage, hit interrupts skills, ineffective. Description: a product of the immortal corpse witch, not recognized by the god of undead, this hero cannot be promoted or advanced. Chapter 1320. Judging from the hero's attributes, what is provided pertains to swordsmanship, and the introduction is all about boosts to swordsmanship. But no matter how you look at it, they resemble the attributes of an assassin. An assassin skilled in swordsmanship. I schemed through the traits and talents. Mainly divided into 3 categories of skills: one is the bonus for spear infantry, one for pirates, and the other is to reduce the chance of the army being scouted. Useful for sneak attacks, night raids, all handy features for a hero. Next, I turn to the hero's skills. Killing Mastery should be a common ability of the Dark Elf, since Morse has the same skill. Name and attributes, exactly the same. Increases attack power and movement speed. The second skill, Shadow Tracing, reduces the visibility of the enemy in the darkness, which is just like an assassin. Other swordsmen confront foes head-on, this one hides in the shadows for a surprise attack. Dark Venom isn't anything special to look at, just weapons coated in poison that affects the enemy's body and mind. The Dark Elf indeed has great accomplishments in the field of poison. Swordsmanship Monument is an enhancement skill, increasing both attack power and attack speed. Rapid Thrust allows you to thrust in a specified direction, inflicting 75% piercing damage. For the next 30 seconds, both attack speed and movement speed are increased. This is quite nice, falling into the category of short-range mobility skills. If used well, it can also be employed to escape. Black Lotus Glory is definitely an ultimate move, and even the name is quite ornate. It's a set of sword techniques. The first strike deals 150% physical damage, and each subsequent hit on the target adds an extra 30% damage. In addition, every skill is about increasing attack power and speed. The more you fight, the smoother and more ferocious the attacks become. This hero is quite remarkable. At the very least truly fitting of a Dark Gold hero's ranking. After finishing, Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords. His gaze returned to below. Are there still heroes left in the museum? Fang Hao asked. Yes, my lord, there is one more human hero left, the funeral priest immediately replied. There were 3 heroes' bodies obtained from the Skeleton Island campaign. 2 have been produced, leaving 1 more. And now with a sufficient number of heroes within the territory, Nelson can stay in the Viscera Museum for a long time without slowing down progress. Okay. Fang Hao nodded, then turned his gaze to the Dark Elf standing aside. Hoyle, how many of your Dark Elves are still out there? The crafted heroes would still retain most of their former memories. During this time, the few Dark Elf heroes I've encountered actually had quite high ranks. There's also a portion of them skilled in herb identification, alchemy, and some other specialized knowledge. They belong to a race with abundant talents. The dark elf undead thought for a moment, then respectfully answered, "My lord, I know of a small island where a number of dark elves reside." "At sea? Is it close to Skeleton Island?" "Not too far, there's a certain distance from Skeleton Island." "Do you have a map?" Fang Hao continued to inquire. "My lord, there is a marked map on Skeleton Island," said the dark elf undead plainly. "There are dark elves, so they could be worth making contact with. But there's no rush, given the current situation, dealing with the Orc War Gods problem and recruiting races could be handled by my subordinates." "Okay, I understand. There's a battle on the border with the Blood Clan against the Orcs, and I plan to send you there to assist Ms. Rolina in commanding the battle." Fang Hao began to delegate tasks. "I obey my lord's command." Fang Hao nodded, then said to the funeral priest, "All right, you can go back now." "Yes, my lord." After the funeral priest left, Fang Hao opened the transport light screen and sent Hoyle to Blackwind Castle. There are few demigods, dark gold also counts as top combat power. Now with the addition of the dark elf undead, it's a significant enhancement to the overall strength. As night approached, the skeleton merchant brought 2 ornate pieces of gold tableware. All were purchased from the Trade Alliance, even though they are just ordinary gold artifacts without attributes. They are all either ornate or expensive collectibles. Those things nobles dabble in. Fang Hao had Nisbet, who was outside the door, receive them, before he headed to the Dragon Queen's residence. "These loyalty points are scratching at my heart." In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. There was no news from the Orcs. Blackwind Castle under Rolina's command kept receiving reinforcements. Both Fang Hao and the Blood Clan continued to bolster it. All to put pressure on the Orcs using Blackwind Castle. To draw their attention there and prevent them from causing havoc elsewhere. Fang Hao had been in the main city, these 2 days wandering around the Trade Alliance buying things, or visiting the Firehammer shop to increase rapport among other things. In short, he was on the lookout for new strategies while waiting for news from the Ancient Saint and the Sea God. He also tried to get the Dragon Queen to move around, not to seek deities but to find some power allies to pressure the Orcs would also be good. After all, having been a demigod for so many years, she couldn't possibly not know anyone. But he overestimated the Dragon Queen's popularity. The attitude of all races towards the Dragon Clan was to respect them but keep a distant. Not antagonizing them was already fortunate. Of course, the Dragon Queen wouldn't actually get involved in these matters, preferring to drink tea every day. Now she likes to watch the skeleton merchants count currency. Fang Hao even suspected she was looking for loopholes to scheme a betrayal. Today at noon, right after Fang Hao returned from outside, he heard the chirpy and excited discussion of the maids inside the Lord's mansion. Entering the hall, he saw several figures pounce towards him. "Master, you're back." Ira lifted her head, and her large ears twitched. "Yes, what's the good news that has made everyone so happy?" Seeing everyone's joyful faces, it was clear there was something good they were eager to show off. Indeed, Little White, with a nod of her small head, said, "We've reached the 10th rank, we can advance to hero now." Fang Hao gave a careful look. Indeed, the 7 maids in front of him had all simultaneously reached the 10th rank. "Did you guys coordinate this? All reaching the 10th rank together?" "Hee hee." The maids chuckled. Fang Hao continued, "Then let's go to the merit training ground to advance to heroes, and in the evening, we'll hold a celebration banquet." "Yay!" The maids cheered and then proceeded toward the merit training ground together. 7 people reaching the 10th rank at once did seem like a lot. However, most of them had been at the 9th rank for quite some time, so it made sense that they all suddenly reached the 10th rank. The group arrived at the training ground together, handed over the materials to the maid. Then they began the trial. After arranging to enter the merit training ground, Fang Hao let Angia, Millie, and the others watch over them since they were all heroes with related experience. He then returned to the Lord's mansion to take care of his own affairs. He sat down on a chair, browsing through shops while peeking at the World Channel chat. The World Channel was like a big tavern. Even just by watching, one could learn a lot of information from other people's conversations. Trade Alliance's 11th District, looking for transmigrators with qualifications to go to the main alliance. I have an invitation to Ms. Savannah's wedding banquet and can take you with me. Boutique sale, our shop has listed various purple boutique equipment available for purchase, special items can be privately discussed with pictures. Buying information about bandits from Chaotic Stone Rift, private message for details. Any skilled lockpickers? I have a chest that needs opening, DM if you can do it. In the orc territory, they're looking for a person with an Asian face. Many transmigrators have been taken away for questioning today, and I even saw a demigod from the orc camp. It was thrilling. Your wedding invitation must be found, right? If you received an invitation, how could you possibly not be qualified to go to the main alliance? Message after message scrolled quickly. Fang Hao immediately noticed a critical piece of information. The orc territory is looking for someone with an Asian face. This is... Hey! Aren't orcs supposed to not use their brains much and rarely think? That's not what he said. Rather, most orcs follow the principle of act first, think later. Instead of worrying about whether or not they should do something, it's better to strike first and then think about how to divide the spoils. Why do they start using their brains at this time? Now they've started to target appearances, investigating the transmigrators. His own hair color, tied to the Dragon Clan demigod, the Blood Clan demigod, basically makes his identity not hard to investigate. Even if they don't figure him out right now, it probably won't take very long. Of course, even if the orcs find out, they may not necessarily be able to do anything to him. The regions of both parties are too far apart. The orcs would never be able to attack from so far away, the only concern would be the threat of the divine. Getting a few demigods involved could be quite the hassle for him. After monitoring the world channel for a while, he saw no further messages about the orc territory. Just as he was about to close the Book of Lords and check which maids had advanced. Suddenly, a message popped up again. World fragment for sale, a shattered world fragment, uncountable opportunities and treasures, exchange for 5 gold equipment pieces, DM if interested. Seeing this prompt, his eyes instantly widened. World fragment. The first time he encountered this term was after he killed the god of deception and obtained the world fragment of the land of deception. Could it be that aside from himself, other people have access to external spaces? Or perhaps they had similar experiences, killing a god to obtain a world fragment? To prevent this message from being drowned out, he immediately opened a private chat, first checking the personal shop. The equipment for sale was all at the blue level, along with some artistically designed pottery jars and pots. And another special item was the individually displayed world fragment. The exchange conditions were 5 gold equipment pieces of any kind. Now, Fang Hao was very interested in this world fragment. Even if it was just a space with nothing in it, an empty independent plane, it would be entirely worth those 5 gold equipment pieces. It was even a steal at that price. Gold equipment could be made from blueprints, but world fragments involved independent planes and divine beings. After pondering for a moment, Fang Hao bought several beautifully designed pottery jars in the shop. Then he added the seller as a friend. Soon, the seller accepted the friend request and sent an expression of surprise. Fang Hao sent a message, "Did you decorate these jars?" "It wasn't me. There are special workers around my domain who paint these jars, they're supplied to nobility and royalty. If you, Mr. Fang Hao, need more, I can arrange a bulk order for you, and customization is also available. Let me know any specific patterns or meanings you want," the seller replied. A rather lengthy reply. It seemed the seller saw Fang Hao's interest in the crafts and was looking to make a good sale. "Okay, I'll contact you when I need to place an order." "No problem at all, quality is absolutely guaranteed," the seller continued. Then, Fang Hao asked, "What's with the world fragment in your shop that it costs 5 gold equipment?" This world fragment, although unseen among transmigrators yet, is definitely a good thing. Its future value will far exceed gold equipment. As if they've finally found someone with discernment. The seller used many adjectives to convey the value of the world fragment. Chapter 1321. Fang Hao continued to ask, "Tell me how you acquired it, and what is it used for?" A brief pause later, the other party's message came through again. "This was obtained by our alliance through passing a relic. Its function is to connect to another plane. You can think of it as a key to another space." It was somewhat fulfilling to popularize relevant knowledge to Fang Hao, the number one in this world. From the conversation, one could sense an excitement. Of course, Fang Hao already knew this. What he doubted was why the other person, having acquired a border stone and gone inside, wanted to sell it. He directly asked, "Then why are you selling it?" As if anticipating Fang Hao's question, the reply came quickly, inside, there are hordes of powerful enemies that we simply cannot defeat. We've lost a significant portion of our forces, and we reckon even if we were to grow old and die, we might still not be able to conquer it. So we thought it best to sell it. Perhaps realizing they had said too much, they hastily added, Mr. Fang Hao, as the strongest in the world, such a place shouldn't pose any problem for you. This was out of fear that their intense description would scare away the only buyer. What are the enemies within that space called? The other party responded, undead evil beasts, of mythical troops tier. We speculate that mythical troops should be above the 10th tier. Being able to mention mythical troops suggested that they indeed had entered that space. After thinking it over, Fang Hao still asked, can you make it cheaper? The reply came, we can't lower the price. There are 5 of us, and each of us should get a share. Besides, this border stone is definitely worth the price. Fang Hao did not say much further and simply traded 5 orange shields for the border stone. The moment he confirmed the trade, the border stone appeared in his hand. It looked very similar to his own border stone, just slightly larger. Border stone, rainforest labyrinth, lower tier space. Category, border stone. Ability, can use the border stone to travel to the recorded spatial region. Description, a key to a fixed region. Just as he was inspecting its properties, a ding sounded. A private message popped up again. Thank you, Mr. Fang Hao. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to visit our store. He thought it was something else. Without replying, he ended the chat. Instead, he took out the original border stone from his storage space. Holding one in each hand, he roughly compared them. Both were lower tier spaces. Meaning, the spatial area was about as large as the previous land of deception. The person did not mention encountering any gods or any boss, only the matter of mythical troops. Possibly, there were no gods here, or the previous gods had left. Otherwise, the border stone wouldn't have ended up in the hands of a transmigrator. It's possible the other party deliberately hid the existence of a god, but it's unlikely. They had already sold the border stone and mentioned mythical troops, there was no need to omit the final god. Alternatively, they might simply be malicious, looking to cheat him. In any case, the space within this border stone was suitable for exploration. After all, the current map was no longer on par with his strength. The benefits gained from exploration were minimal for the enhancement of his territory. This mysterious place might contain some good things. He could prepare a little, and tomorrow bring the Dragon Queen to attack this place. This would save her the trouble of wandering aimlessly around the city all day. The day gradually approached evening. The mates returned together once more. Looking over, out of the 7 level 10 individuals, 3 had successfully advanced to heroes. Both Ira and Little White were among them. The remaining 4 went in twice in a row, ran out of materials, and didn't succeed, so they could only stop trying. They all looked dejected, as if their world had collapsed. Fang Hao comforted them for a while, telling them not to worry, that they would purchase materials from the Trade Alliance tomorrow and try advancing again. Next, it was time to prepare for the evening celebration banquet. Whenever a mate advanced, a celebration banquet was held, and today was no exception. A huge dining table was set up in front of the Lord's mansion, and nightstones were hung overhead. Everyone was happily participating in the banquet. Laughter filled the entire Lord's mansion. After the banquet ended, everyone returned to their own quarters. In the hot spring pool in the backyard of the Lord's mansion, 3 figures leaned together, enjoying the hot springs as they relieved their fatigue and drunkenness. Master, what are we supposed to do now that we've become heroes? Little White asked softly. Continue training, of course. Reach the orange rank or higher, then become deities, and you will never be sick or die. Ah! Do we have to train every day? Little White sounded a bit reluctant. The usually sensible Ira chimed in as well, becoming gods is too far off for us. Why would that be far off? Didn't Rolina become a demigod? Just put in a bit of effort, and leave the rest to me. Understood, Master. Ira splashed water onto his chest, her small hands gently massaging, while Little White leaned on the other side, resting her head on his chest, extending a pink tongue to gently lick. Flirtatious eyes glanced up, seductively alluring. Arm gently brought together, the bathrobe tied tightly at the waist, revealing a beautiful collarbone and the soft, full curves. Under the water, the fair thighs and slightly curved toes were faintly visible. The backyard hot spring pool was not a bathroom. Although the three of them were intimate, they still wore bathrobes to prevent Angia and Lori along with some little friends from bursting in unexpectedly. Ira caressed Fang Hao's cheek gently and whispered, "Master, it seems some people can't take it anymore. Do you want to punish a certain mischievous little fox?" On normal days, the three lived together, so Little White wasn't bashful about such comments. Instead, her seductive eyes seemed almost to spill silk at this time. "Then Ira, how do you think we should punish this naughty fox?" Hearing them discussing how to deal with herself, Little White lowered her head and squeezed closer to Fang Hao's side. Ira chuckled, took Little White's hand, stood up from the pool, and leaned on the edge. "Let's try something we've never done before." The wet bathrobes clung to their bodies, outlining their beautiful curves. "Ira's sister, what are you doing?" "To thank the master, of course, some sincerity must be shown." After saying that, Ira slipped under Little White. The two were stacked on top of each other face to face. Little White never thought that the usually conservative Ira would be so bold today. She just felt her cheeks burning, somewhat red in the face. When she felt the wet hem of the skirt lift to her waist, and realized the direction of the oncoming attack was a bit off, she hurriedly said, "Master, you can't cheat." The next second, Little White's body suddenly stiffened, her face flushed, unable to muster any strength to struggle. Her seductive eyes watery, she lay limp atop Ira. After a brief absence of mind, Ira below also tightened her expression. The nightstones atop the iron tower emitted a bright light. The undead industrial area was still bustling with activity. Every undead had its own tasks to do, like a lively marketplace. Resting on the carved golden pavilion's rooftop, a figure leaned against the roof's ridge, gazing up at the star-filled night sky. Sometimes, she would glance at the busy industrial area below, and the amusement park that has started construction again. The Dragon Queen, in a golden dress, emptied her glass in one gulp and lightly licked her lips, savoring the flavor of the wine. The wine was good, but drinking alone seemed rather pointless. Not as convenient as transmigrators, who could switch over to snack on appetizers anytime. The Dragon Clan, in fact, is quite capable of enduring loneliness. Their dwelling caves should be kept quiet, a single sleep could last several years, or even longer. But since coming here, it feels more and more like a waste to spend time sleeping. Even drinking alone feels a bit dull. After setting down her glass, sitting alone for a while, she turned back to look in the direction of the Lord's mansion, thinking that some people would usually wander here around this time. Taking another sip, she pulled out the sound-transmitting shell and placed it to her lips. "Fang Hao, what are you doing?" Soon, a rather rough voice came from the other side, "Dragon Queen, is there something you need?" "I'm drinking in the pavilion. If you come over, bring some snacks." A pause from the other side, and then came the reply, Not very convenient today, I am teaching Ira and the others magic. If you're busy, never mind then." Putting away the sound-transmitting shell, the Dragon Queen muttered, "Teaching orcs magic, you could think of that." Packing up the glass, the Dragon Queen thought for a moment and headed towards the under-construction amusement park. After a short rest, morning light began to stream into the room. The three were huddled in the blankets, embracing each other. "Let's rest for a day today. After we get used to it, we'll go train with the maids." Fang Hao wrapped his arms around their shoulders, one larger, one smaller, in his hands. Indeed, last night, the two showed their sincerity, though it was their first time, and they were not quite accustomed to it. Ira said with a smile, "It's not that serious, let Little White rest for a while, I will serve you, master, to get up." Little White also sat up, "I'm fine too, just a bit awkward." "Yes, Little White is the strongest." The three of them played and frolicked, getting dressed. Fang Hao stepped out of the Lord's mansion, while Ira and Little White still headed to the training field. Becoming a hero is but the first step. There's still a long way to go. Half an hour later, Fang Hao returned from the barracks. The Dragon Queen also walked in from outside. "Did you drink all night?" Fang Hao asked curiously. The Dragon Queen sat down lazily and said, "No, went to the amusement park, helped supervise your work for a bit." Holy! Startled internally, but also relieved. Fortunately, it was the amusement park. Had it been someplace else, it probably would have been a mess. "By the way, I wanted to talk to you about something." "Go ahead." Fang Hao took out a border stone from his space and explained softly, "This is a border stone, inside is an independent space, I got it from a transmigrator, thinking we could explore it together, there might be something good." Independent space? Good things, can they deal with the god of Orc? Perhaps, maybe there's nothing, or maybe it's divine relics. I have no problems here, just notify me when you're ready. The Dragon Queen didn't refuse. Okay, in half an hour, let's depart. Chapter 1322. Rainforest Labyrinth. The dimension behind the boundary stone was a dense jungle. Huge trees blocked out the sun, like green umbrellas, making it nearly impossible to see the sky. It was a bit dim under the canopy, with the sounds of miscellaneous insects and the rustling noises resembling crawling creatures by one's ear. This place. Why does it look like this? The Dragon Queen, dressed in a golden gown, frowned as she looked around at the thick jungle. This place was completely different from the land of deception they had last encountered. One was desolately gloomy, with vexing murmurs echoing through the sky. Here, the jungle was too luxuriant, and the trees around them were thick enough for 3 or 4 people to encircle with their arms. Even the territory of the southern lizardmen was nothing compared to this. It was as if a piece of an ancient, primitive forest had been cut out to form this space. Yes, this tree is second only to the ancient oak trees of the fairy clan, Fang Hao said, as he quickly opened the gate of the worlds, taking advantage of the absence of danger. A mass of 4-armed skeletons and thunder gunners walked out of the gate. Trampling over the shrubs, they densely spread out within the jungle. The present scene was still somewhat strange. At the time, as soon as they headed to the land of deception, they were discovered by the god of deception. But now, no deities had appeared. Perhaps it was just like what the transmigrator who traded the boundary stone had said, this place was only filled with mythical troops. As more and more soldiers emerged from the gate of the worlds, the forest in the distance began to stir as well. Boiling over, it started to shake tumultuously, and at the same time, a dense, heavy sound of running arose. Without much thought, it was clear that the enemy was drawing near. "Form up! Prepare for battle!" Fang Hao shouted loudly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 4-armed skeletons that had exited the gate quickly raised their shields, standing close together to form a solid shield wall. However, the trees interspersed among them split the formation into segments. The 4-armed skeletons were continuously gathering. Fang Hao snapped his fingers, summoning a thunder spirit, which quickly approached the direction of the shaking jungle. Before long, the enemies wildly running through the jungle appeared before their eyes. Undead Iron Hoof, mythical troops. Centaurs. In appearance, they were close to the commonly known centaur creature. With a lower body similar to that of a horse, possessing strong muscles and fine lines, they moved through the jungle, running and leaping as if on flat ground, showcasing their incredible speed and power. Their upper bodies were humanoid, but not human. Their appearance was more ferocious, with rotting flesh and clearly visible white bone. Some even had twisted, broken heads, hanging like basketballs on their necks, swinging with their movements. In their hands, they held long-handled wolf fang clubs, filled with murderous intent, rushing towards the area Fang Hao and his forces occupied. Although they looked like undead, their agile running and nimble movements were not at all clumsy like those of the Blood Clan's rotten corpses. They appeared to have some lethal force. Behind the centaurs, there were large groups of other enemies. Razor Beast, mythical troops. One-eyed Bully, mythical troops. Razor Beasts looked like giant boars, covered in spiky quills, with protruding tusks and patchy pustules. They appeared as if they had been rotting for years before being dug up again. Ugly and full of disease. One-eyed Bullies were large humanoid creatures, resembling trolls, with a lone horn growing on their foreheads. Where eyes should have been, there was a single large eye. They swayed as they walked, each step producing a heavy, thudding sound. Fang Hao didn't continue to observe but instead dispersed the thunder spirit. Seeing this much was enough. As long as there were no gods or demigods making an appearance, that was all that mattered. The troops had almost fully emerged, and Fang Hao promptly closed the gate of the worlds. The forces were mainly divided into 3 types. At the front, there were the 4-armed skeletons forming the shield wall, now in a state of battle readiness. In the second row were the thunder gunners, shouldering their muskets, standing neatly within the jungle. The gunners were shorter than the 4-armed skeletons and were not positioned to fire from behind. Their main targets were the aerial units. Should aerial units approach, dense firepower support would be required from the gunners. Further behind was the swaying, double-headed corpse dragon. The advantages of undead units were actually quite numerous. At least in this terrain, the undead did not fear thorns or venomous insects. How is it? The Dragon Queen asked. Fang Hao responded, I saw 3 types of mythical troops but no champions. It's uncertain if there'll be new enemies behind them. Okay, how shall we fight? I'll clear out a wave first. If strong enemies show up later, I'll leave them to you. Fang Hao replied. The Dragon Queen nodded and sat down on a stump nearby. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sky turned dark with clouds, obscuring the vast expanse of forest ahead. The canopy was so dense here that one couldn't see the changes in the sky, only the thunder from the cloud layer, still deafening. When the first wave of enemies rushed out from the shaking bushes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of silk threads, like hanging silkworm silk, densely filled the forest below. When the silk threads tensed in an instant, the running centaurs, the charging boars, and the one-eyed giants whose footsteps halted midway, all froze in place, maintaining their previous postures. Only their eyeballs kept moving, puzzled as to what had just happened. Sizzle boom. Silver thunder snakes descended along the silk threads, piercing through all connected enemies below. Whoosh, whoosh. As the silk threads retracted, a mass of monsters collapsed. Crash! After a swath of monsters fell, a handful of boars and one-eyed giants still rushed out from behind. Lightning strike fire. Crackling and rattling. After a barrage of lightning, the remaining enemies turned into charred corpses. All fell to the ground, and the woods once again became quiet. In a normal battle, the enemy numbers were not few. Yet not a single enemy got truly close to the team. After 2 rounds of skills, the battle ended like that. They picked up 2 pieces of equipment, and after finding them useless, casually tossed them to the ground. Advance. Crash. The 4-armed skeleton general put down the shield in its hands and began to move forward. The dense forest here is vast. It would be quite difficult to identify the correct direction if one were to search aimlessly. But now it's different, all they need to do is follow in the direction from which the enemies came. After all, the natives here understood the place better than them. After walking for about an hour, Fang Hao directly ordered them to halt. He frowned as he looked at the mud underfoot and picked up a torn piece of cloth from the thorns. What's the matter? Asked the Dragon Queen. Fang Hao passed her the cloth piece. Don't you notice anything? What? We've gone around in a circle and came back to the place of the battle, Fang Hao said bluntly. The Dragon Queen frowned as she looked around. That's impossible. Haven't we been moving in one direction? This cloth strip should have been left by the movements of those creatures. A demigod's senses are not comparable to ordinary people's. Although they were still in the dense forest, there were subtle changes in the environment around them. Moreover, how could one not notice the ground that an army of tens of thousands had marched over? If it wasn't that not a blade of grass was spared, at least the grassland would be trampled flat over a large area. How could it look like it does now? Let me check the map. Fang Hao also couldn't make sense of it. But he always felt like he was going in circles, as if hitting an invisible wall. Saying so, he then opened the Book of Lords and flipped to the map page. The Book of Lords comes with a map that can automatically record the routes taken in the map. It's a very practical feature for transmigrators. The moment the map was opened, the tree canopy overhead shook slightly. Branches twined into a fist-sized head that dangled down, and the eyes that condensed out looked towards the Book of Lords. But when the book was opened, it didn't flip to any map. The tree-made head looked puzzled, and when it looked up, it saw a man and a woman, both looking back at it with furrowed brows in confusion. Ah! The tree head let out a shriek, and several branches stabbed towards both of their eyes. Whoosh! The Dragon Queen was faster. A golden flash pierced through the branch head, and the broken branch fell to the ground and vanished. What is that? The Dragon Queen asked with a frown. It's called a tree demon, a type of 10th rank troop, Fang Hao quickly replied. As his voice fell, the entire jungle began to seethe, with the canopy overhead shaking non-stop. The branches intertwined with each other, rapidly forming human-shaped tree people. Then, they dropped from the canopy into the crowd. In an instant, countless tree-shaped tree demons kept forming above their heads and raining down like drops onto the skeleton troops' formation. The 4-armed skeleton general immediately reacted, raising its shield to quickly approach the targets that fell into the formation, attempting to kill them. Fang Hao looked up, seeing the canopy still endlessly twining out human-shaped tree demons, and instantly ordered, "Tighten the formation, thunder gunners shoot towards the sky." Boom boom boom. A barrage of bullets began to shoot upwards. There were many tree demons, but there were equally many gunners below, the moment the tree demons formed a human shape. They were pierced by several bullets, although it was not clear whether they were dead or not. But at the moment of piercing, the branches scattered, which slowed down the speed of the tree demons taking shape. At the same time, the forests around them started shaking as if they had come alive. Next, dense masses of tree people, tree demons, emerged from the forest, encircling them in the middle. "What's going on?" the Dragon Queen asked as she looked around. "This forest seems to have come alive," Fang Hao casually replied and immediately ordered, "Corpse dragons take flight and attack from the air, thunder gunners draw closer to me, four-armed skeleton generals gather the troops and form a shield formation outward." Whoosh! The moment the double-headed corpse dragon took off, dense tendrils around them shot like ropes, beginning to wrap around the corpse dragon's body. Hundreds of corpse dragons, at least half of them, were wrapped tight by the vines the moment they took off. Struggling in the air, their mouths emitting dragon breath spraying in all directions. Crash! The next second, the surrounded tree people made their move. The tree arms plunged into the ground, and countless branches burst through the dirt beneath the four-armed skeleton generals, entangling the ankles, hindering movement. And a greater number of tree demons began to charge from all directions, like an oncoming tide. Boom boom boom. The formation not yet completed was struck. The frenzied tree demons kept colliding with shields, and enormous claws waved, striking the enemies in front of them. Fang Hao watched the scene around him. When the number of people grouped tightly enough, a series of threads again hung down from the sky, instantly connecting to all the bodies of the tree demons and tree people. ZZT crack! A series of silver snakes fell along the threads, striking the bodies of the tree demons and tree people. Thick smoke rose up, numerous tree demons fell, their bodies even starting to burn from the inside. Yet still, more tree demons appeared, like an endless stream, as if they could never be fully killed. Fang Hao quickly thought of a strategy in his heart. To continue this stalemate was of no benefit to his side. Fighting against tree demons in this terrain was indeed advantageous for the opponent. Looking at the Dragon Queen beside him, who seemingly effortlessly shot out golden flashes, he immediately said, "Dragon Queen, we need an open area without trees." "Okay." The Dragon Queen soared up, breaking through the canopy and rushing into the sky. A golden sun rose above their heads. Chapter 1323. The Dragon Queen rose from the ground, soaring into the sky. The interwoven canopy exploded like an overinflated balloon. The golden dragon rushed into the sky, looking down at the vast land below. All that met the eye was an endless sea of trees. No end in sight, nor any place different from the rest. Avoiding the branches shooting from below, the Dragon Queen didn't bother observing her surroundings anymore, and after gaining some distance, she ascended further. The next second, a golden sun rose above her head. Woozing! Dazzling bright light and a loud buzzing filled the entire space. The golden light vanished, and everything returned to calm. The canopy above had turned to ashes, bearing the sky above. The golden dragon did not land but flew sideways, spewing golden dragon breath, clearing the strange trees on the ground. Fang Hao looked up, pointed in the direction the golden dragon was moving, and gave the order directly, "Advance in this direction, break through." Whirl! All the soldiers sprang into action. Four-armed skeleton warriors led the way, charging ahead with the riflemen. Above, occasional bursts of dragon breath also played a significant role. Continuing relentlessly, persistently pushing forward against the tree demons, they finally entered the area cleared by the Dragon Queen. Upon exiting the forest, a vast barren land appeared with not a single plant, only dry, cracked ground. A bare expanse. The army charged out of the dense forest and reformed their defense on the dry land. They began to fend off the still wildly attacking tree demons. With no trees around to obstruct and no concerns of enemies dropping from above, the double-headed corpse dragon circled with the golden dragon above, spewing waves of dragon breath to annihilate the emerging foes. The battle suddenly turned into fixed-point tower defense. Fang Hao surveyed the surroundings and again opened the Gate of the Worlds. Two black-armored warriors stepped out first, followed by towering war mammoths. Without needing orders, the cannons on the mammoths started blasting in all directions. Boom boom! Explosions and blasts of fire lit up the forest. The tide of battle swiftly turned. Regardless of the tree demons' numbers, they couldn't break out of the dense forest, falling at the edge. The equipment of the four-armed skeleton warriors had reached a certain standard. Even if these tree demons were tier 10 troops, and even mythical troops, they might not stand a chance against the four-armed skeleton warriors. The battle continued, with the sounds of combat and cannon fire turning the surroundings into a ruin. Seeing the battle nearly over, Fang Hao continued, "Amarag, Alrag, set fire to the forest." "Yes, sir." The two black-armored sisters stepped forward, releasing magic spells around them. Various fire elemental magic rose in the forest, spreading rapidly. Even though the forest was trying to save itself, the continuous fire setting made it slightly slower. Watching the large fires kindle around, Fang Hao then looked towards the Dragon Queen. "Anything discovered from above?" "Which kind are you referring to?" "Any special buildings? We need a target, we can't keep going like this forever." Fang Hao continued. "I'll look again." The Dragon Queen soared again, scanning the surroundings. Still, an endless green sea. After a careful examination, it seemed that in the east, a city was entwined and covered by trees, only revealing the tops of tall buildings. "That must be it." Descending from the sky, the Dragon Queen immediately said, "To the east, there is a city. I'm not sure if it's the target you're looking for." Fang Hao nodded. "Form up, advance eastward." The army once again moved, with four-armed skeleton warriors advancing at the front and war mammoths bombarding their way, re-entering the forest and pushing eastward. Bluntly forging a path, no tactics involved, just forcefully clearing a way through. Finally, after passing through a dense forest, ahead, the city referred to by the Dragon Queen appeared. A city completely entwined and covered by roots and foliage. Only through the intertwined roots and crevices could some moss-covered walls be seen. Indeed a city. A city that has been overgrown with vegetation. It seems, as expected, this place is the Lost Plain. Although unclear why it turned out this way, there must have been a deity here, no less significant than the god of deception. Whirl! The vegetation enveloping the city started shaking violently. The entire tree uprooted itself, and a humanoid face emerged from the top of the tree trunk, glaring resentfully at the few outside the city. "God of divine wood Hollander, demigod. So it's here, there indeed is a boss." But, this boss was quite elusive, only appearing when truly found. Roar! The tree demon, pulling its roots out of the soil, the tree entwining the city slowly straightened, turning into a giant tree person, taller than even members of the giant clan. The tree canopy covered the sky, like a green dome. If compared with the giant form of the black-armored sisters, this giant tree person's height might be close to 20 or even 30 meters. Also directly making it the tallest enemy. The enormous tree person stood up, its eyes fixed firmly below. Following this, the tree canopy shook. A pale green light spread out towards the surrounding forest, causing the forest to boil over again. More tree demons surged out, attacking the suddenly appeared invaders. Chapter 1324. Chapter 1324-904, God of Divine Wood _2. The giant treant let out another roar and lumbered forward with its tree-like feet, charging in this direction. "What a formidable strength," the Dragon Queen said as she landed nearby. "Demigod, let's kill him together." "His death means we've cleared this level," Fang Hao whispered. "These tree demons are clearly endless. The best way to end this battle is to kill the boss before us." The Dragon Queen nodded without hesitation. With a tap of her foot, her figure soared into the sky, directly transforming into a giant dragon and charging forth. The Dragon Queen is a dragon, though she seemed much smaller compared to the giant treant. The golden dragon faced it head-on. The giant treant raised its palm and slapped down towards the golden dragon, its massive hand covering the sunlight from the sky, even overshadowing the dragon's body. At the same time, numerous thick branches sprouted from the ratman's body, shooting out like tentacles. "Holy Ndar, your enemy is on your right." As soon as the voice rang out, the treant's palm suddenly veered to the right, and the branches shot towards the right as well. The golden dragon charged right up to it. Roar! Golden dragon breath poured down over the body of the divine wood treant. Wherever the dragon breath passed, the tree-made body began to collapse and then burst into flames. "Ah!" The treant cried out in pain, lifting its hand to slap at the golden dragon again. "Holy Ndar, your enemy is behind you." To the astonishment of onlookers, the treant's palm veered off course again, and the golden dragon unleashed its dragon breath onto its body once more. Large sections of the body caught fire and spread to other parts. The giant treant's thick branches began to chase after the golden dragon. Its legs took root on the spot, and the destroyed parts of its body quickly sprouted new shoots, wrapping into a new body. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it returned to its original form. Once injury recovery was complete, it uprooted its feet again, looking for the target that had interfered with its communication. After scanning around, its gaze finally settled on the crowd below. It was unclear who it was, but it had to be one of them. Without hesitation, it strode forward and charged up. In any case, it had to kill the one who kept talking. But just as it stepped forward, that annoying voice rang out again, "Holy Ndar, you cannot move." The treant, which had just begun to run, suddenly stiffened. Its legs uncontrollably stopped in place, and its body lost balance, tipping forward. In an instant before hitting the ground, numerous threads of soul-retaining chain, crimson, fell from the sky. The massive body was strung up in mid-air, preventing it from crashing directly onto the ground. The golden dragon dived down again, its massive head positioned above the treant's canopy and skull, spewing golden dragon breath. Two black-armored warriors also transformed into giants, a rain of fire falling from the sky, with their hammers pounding on the giant tree's body. Under the intensive attacks of the three, the upper half of the giant tree, with a bang, instantly collapsed. While the still suspended lower half began to extend several roots downward, attempting to take root in the ground. The black-armored sisters rushed over and used their hammers to shatter all the descending roots. Another thunderous noise. The lower half also suddenly collapsed. The whole body turned into a burst of light, scattering and fading away. And a divinity orb emitting a green glow slowly fell from the sky. The battlefield area. The dense swarm of tree demons, at the moment of the giant treant's death, instantly froze in place. Maintaining their running and attacking postures, their bodies rooted on the spot, directly transforming into trees. And the engaged skeletons also switched to standby mode. The noisy and chaotic battlefield became suddenly silent. The Dragon Queen picked up the divinity and looked at it, her eyes still filled with longing and desire. But she tossed it over casually without saying much. This type of divinity was not suitable for her. Absorbing it might not bring any benefits. Fang Hao put away the divinity and turned his eyes back to the abandoned city in front of him. He ordered, "Form up, enter the city." The army marched impressively forward, passing through the collapsed city gates and directly into the city. The city was already in ruins, with moss covering the surfaces of the buildings, and plants growing out of the cracks. But in some buildings, one could still see traces of life. Seeing no danger, Fang Hao ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up. All the skeletons quickly dispersed, beginning their search in every building of the city. While Fang Hao, the Dragon Queen, and the black-armored sisters entered the temple in the center. In the middle of the temple, there was a large statue, its body cracked open, but some vines had wrapped around the statue, preventing it from breaking entirely. The statue was of a tall male figure, with horns on his head and giant bone wings on his back. He was holding a tool of strange design in his hand. It looked like the kind of torture devices commonly used in prisons. "There's a name here, check to see what it says," said the Dragon Queen, with her hands behind her back. Fang Hao walked over. There indeed were inscriptions, but they were not quite the same as the writings of the mainland. As a transmigrator, he had the ability to translate, and thus could recognize them. The god of cruel officials, a deity in charge of punishment. Looking again at the tool in the hands of the statue, it definitely was a torture device. He is called the god of cruel officials, in charge of punishment. Oh! Quickly, the four-armed skeleton warriors also began searching the spot, but nothing was found after the statue was pushed over. They left the temple. Outside the doors, on the open ground, a small hill had already been formed. They were all severely corroded metal tools, having been there for too long, and basically nothing was left. Among them, there was a treasure chest. A white gold treasure chest. The difficulty of this place was not low, but the mission only awarded a white gold treasure chest. It felt somewhat inappropriate, considering that even a demigod had appeared here. Fang Hao glanced at it and then directly opened the chest in front of him. In an instant, a dazzling light appeared in great abundance. Acquired, Iron Hoof Fine Iron Armor Blueprint, purple, Iron Hoof Fine Iron Lower Armor Skirt Blueprint, purple, Iron Hoof Fine Iron Helmet Blueprint, purple, fine iron long-handled wolf fang club, purple, soul retaining chain, crimson, divine wood amber +4, divine army barracks fusion blueprint +3, lost ancient stone +245, warfire coin +1021. Fang Hao roughly went through them. When he saw the crimson grade, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed not to be a loss. Soul retaining chain, crimson. Category, relics of the gods. Solidity, level 6 solidity. Effect, soul retaining, active artifact. Soul retaining, when the target dies in a bound state, the soul cannot transcend and cannot be resurrected in any form. Active artifact, can maintain a bound state based on the size of the target. Description, under suppression, never to rise again. Seeing the introduction, Fang Hao's eyes flashed with excitement. After being bound, death means no resurrection. Holy crap! Chapter 1325. Chapter 1325-905, Dragon Queen, choose one. The soul retaining chain is approximately 2 meters long metal chain. When held in hand, it feels quite heavy. The unique feature is the surface of the chain, which emits a faint blue glow. It resembles the burning of the soul flame. This color is often seen in the Viscera Museum. There's nothing special about the chain itself, but the described effects are indeed quite surprising. Most heroes, even the Dragon Queen, dare to battle beyond their levels, largely because the courage granted by the hero's altar. Being able to resurrect, they fear death less, as it just costs some materials to resurrect. Moreover, to breach a city and destroy the hero's altar would mean a power struggle. Such wars are generally hard to achieve. But if, one day, they realize they can no longer resurrect, that everyone has only one life, the situation would change drastically. Heroes would no longer be reckless and would have to be more cautious in their actions. Of course, once this torture device is revealed, it will definitely be targeted by all heroes. Each divine relic indeed has unique effects. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he directly stored the chain away. This item shouldn't be seen by others. The rest of the equipment blueprints are quite ordinary. The Iron Hoof fine iron set is the equipment worn by those undead Iron Hoof when he first entered. However, it is now so decayed that it's unrecognizable. If used in the main plane, it could equip centaur-type troops, and nearly deermen too. However, female deermen are smaller, likely unable to wear it. In terms of effects, it increases combat power and movement speed. It indeed reaches the effects of a purple-grade equipment. After checking the blueprint of the set, there is also a purple fine iron long-handle wolf fang club. Level 4 attack, additionally increased attack power. It is not bad, but at the moment, there are no troops in hand that can use it. He could look to list it on the channel later. Divine Wood Amber. Effect, contains plant-based energy, can enhance plant-based troops, or improve soil condition. Description, amber that stored the energy of the god of divine wood. The god of divine wood was that giant tree man boss seen before. It turns out to be amber that stored his energy. Among his own heroes and troops, only those from Dreamy Forest are related to plant-based types. This god of divine wood and the fairy clan's oak leader are quite similar. Both are a giant tree. He stored the amber. And the rest are items he had seen before. Blueprints for divine troops barracks are used for assembling barracks, four-armed skeletons, double-headed corpse dragons are all synthesized using these. Lost ancient stone is a recruitment material for mythical troops, of course, that's if there's a mythical barracks. Warfire coin, nothing much to say, it's a universal currency. How about it, did you find any good items this time? The Dragon Queen asked as she saw him storing things away. It's a bit less impressive, last time we got a crimson red chest, this time it's platinum, the rewards are quite lower. The Dragon Queen raised her eyebrows, what's the difference? The best is crimson, then a little lower is platinum, followed by gold, silver, black iron, and then wooden. Lower grades result in lower quality items, Fang Hao explained while opening the Gate of the Worlds, letting the skeleton move the spoils into the gateway. The Dragon Queen, always curious about transmigrator things. After listening, she asked with a slight surprise, gold is the third level. It's just some representative colors, it does not represent the value of the categories. After opening the treasure chest, the chest also disappears. Fang Hao explained. The color of the treasure chest is just a number for arranging the quality, no different from 1, 2, 3. The focus isn't on gold or silver, Yes. Dragon Queen nodded, then continued to ask, what do we do next? Wait till the spoils are moved completely, then we'll head back first. All right. The Dragon Queen kicked the spoils with her foot and said nothing. After the four-armed skeletons moved for a while, the large number of spoils were all transported into the gateway. When the spoils were almost completely moved, Fang Hao led everyone back to the main city. In the separate plane, there wasn't much of a feeling. But once out, it was already nearing dusk. A full day's time was spent in conquering the plane. Upon seeing the group emerging from the light screen, a battle vehicle streaking across the sky came down. Angia poked her head out, asking, "Where did you go today?" "We occupied a new plane." Angia furrowed her brows and pointed at him, "Fang Hao, you've changed, you used to take me with you." "I would take you, but I need to be able to find you, think about it, were you at home all morning?" Fang Hao immediately retorted. Angia was momentarily stunned, then upon reflection, she giggled, "Oh right, I wasn't at home, well, Ira left you all some food, remember to eat." After saying this, she flicked the reins, and the two purple-scaled horses pulling the chariot set off again. It looks like she found the routine, knowing that new spoils were there. Watching the vanishing figure, Fang Hao was somewhat speechless. After all, these are divine relics, yet here they're being turned into toys. "Do you want me to help you control it?" "I do have some experience with teaching children," the Dragon Queen suddenly spoke up, arms crossed by the side. Fang Hao shook his head, "No need, Angia is just curious about things, she is usually well behaved." "Joking, you're not much better than a child either. Moreover, Angia isn't at a stage where she needs strict disciplines. It's just her lively nature." "What, don't you trust me? My Beata is much more well-behaved than Angia." "It's not about being well-behaved or not, there's no need for strict discipline, let's go, do you want to have dinner together?" Fang Hao walked towards the Lord's mansion. The Dragon Queen, and the black-armored sisters followed him to the Lord's mansion. After dinner, the three ladies each went their own way. Fang Hao began to contemplate his next plan. Although the rainforest labyrinth plane had brought him some gains, it hadn't significantly helped against the threat of the god of Orc. He now needed something that could clearly enhance his own strength. A power strong enough to contend with the alliance of gods. Fang Hao stroked his chin, starting to think deeply. He thought of several ways to develop. The first was to find divine allies. The ancient saint and god of the ocean hadn't responded to his messages. Most likely they were still observing, after all, forming an alliance was not a trivial matter. Everyone hopes to find a reliable ally, not someone who brings trouble. The second was to improve the strength of the heroes under him. He currently had 2 demigod divinities. The Dragon Queen had participated twice, it seemed only fair to give her one. But this world was repulsive to gods, excluding himself, no other god stayed on the main plane. Even using any form of descent and intervention, the most power you could exude was that of a peak demigod. Would the Dragon Queen be jettisoned once she ascended? He still knew too little about becoming a god. It was hard to say if there wouldn't be any problems. And he didn't want the Dragon Queen to face any danger in her ascent to godhood. The third was to figure out a way to stir up conflict between the orcs and other races to divert the attention of the god of Orc. Preferably the elf clan, to effectively tie down the orcs. Or, to directly seek refuge under a race and have the gods of that race protect his domain. Preferably either the elf or human clan. But both possibilities were slim, instigating war between the two would require some time for planning, let alone seeking refuge under a race. Previously becoming a god himself, he got kicked out by the god of undead, and then the god of deception also came to steal the divinity. Once his godhood becomes known to other deities, the risks would be even greater. Right now, he felt stuck in a bottleneck. There were many ways to improve, but none were feasible immediately. Tap tap tap. At that moment, crisp footsteps sounded from outside the door. Succubus Yzabeth strode into the hall with wide eyes, looking around. "What are you looking for?" Fang Hao asked curiously. Seeing no one around, Succubus let out a smile and walked up quickly, naturally sitting down on his lap, her arm around his neck. "My lord, come over to mine tonight." Fang Hao embraced her soft waist, the succubus loosened her hem, allowing his hands to slide in smoothly. Let's see how it goes, it might be a bit late if I have the time." Fang Hao felt the smooth skin of the succubus. Her skin was exceptionally soft and turned pink when excited. "All right. Succubus thrust her chest out. Fang Hao laughed and squeezed tightly. Did you just come here to say this? Of course not, the Succubus Tavern has gotten some intel about the orcs. I came to tell you. The Succubus gripped his hand, speaking immediately. Fang Hao frowned slightly, his expression becoming more serious. Let's hear it. Succubus took out a piece of paper from her waist and continued, in 3 days, the demigod of the orcs is going to meet with a human representative in a place called Longstone Valley to discuss dealing with the Blood Clan. Fang Hao's frown deepened. The orcs and humans were indeed cooperating. However, Fang Hao's involvement had exposed the flaws in their plan, failing to take down the Blood Clan successfully. Instead, many lives were lost. And on the human side, their inability to breach the Blood Clan's defenses meant both sides needed to reformulate their plans, which seemed reasonable. It was indeed strange that humans and orcs would cooperate. Where is Longstone Valley? My lord, I've prepared a rough map. The succubus produced another paper map. It wasn't a single-page map, but more like a cut from a large map. She pointed to the position of Longstone Valley. The flat map wasn't particularly interesting, depicting a border area between orcs and humans. Which demigod of the orcs? Fang Hao continued. In the fragment of dreams, it appeared to be a form of a cow. A cow, no need to say. It was the same demigod he had encountered before. However, as they were meeting this time, he could perhaps stir some trouble, as he couldn't just let them plan freely. Okay, well done, Fang Hao pulled her closer. The succubus, pleased by the praise, leaned her red lips close to his ear, her breath sweet. My lord, come to my place tonight, let the little succubi serve you, okay? Haha. Fang Hao laughed, continuing, not urgent, wait until after this matter. All right. The two whispered a few more words, with the succubus looking back every 2 steps as she left. Once the hall was quiet again, Fang Hao took out the sound-transmitting shell and chatted with Rolina about the situation there. Then he opened up the loyalty of the Dragon Queen and had a look. Zenith Blazing Sun Tyrald, your current loyalty is at 92. During this period, Fang Hao kept sending gifts to increase loyalty. But it still remained at 92 points. The loyalty was already not low, but there was still some distance from 100 points. He thought to himself, considering he had been too conservative in his development. Speaking towards the door, he said, invite the Dragon Queen over. Yes, my lord. Soon, the Dragon Queen walked in wearing a golden dress. What is it this time? Fang Hao took out 2 divinities. One red, one green, placed on the wooden table. He said softly, choose one. Chapter 1326. Gazing at the 2 divinities taken out. The Dragon Queen's pupils constricted, her eyes widened a bit. She was involved in acquiring these 2 divinities, so naturally, she was clear about their origins. Fang Hao didn't immediately hand them over to her, in fact, he felt somewhat dissatisfied inside. But there was no helping it, the acquisition of divinities had always been led by Fang Hao. Without him, the divinities could not be found anywhere. She originally thought it would take some time before one would be allocated to her. Unexpectedly, after obtaining the second one today, she had to make a choice. The Dragon Queen looked at the divinities and did not choose one. Leaning back, she exhaled a breath and asked, not supporting a new demigod. There's enough with one. Now there are 2, and it's perfect to give you one, Fang Hao said directly. This is divinity we are talking about. Do you really trust me that much? The Dragon Queen looked at him seriously. Wanting it is one thing, but hesitating when it really comes to giving it to her. A single divinity could nurture a demigod. It could elevate the entire race's power to a new height. Fang Hao's reluctance to give it to her felt natural, but actually giving it to her made his intentions somewhat inscrutable. Of course, just as you trust me, I also trust you, Fang Hao spoke even more earnestly. The Dragon Queen felt uncomfortable under his gaze, her eyes evading, then she asked, what changes will occur after I absorb it? Fang Hao stepped down from above and continued, it's possible that you'll only increase in ability, but with your power, you might directly ascend to become a lesser deity. Hearing that she could become a lesser deity, the Dragon Queen's expression brightened for a moment. Ascending to godhood was the goal of a demigod, equally filled with temptation. Without waiting for the Dragon Queen to speak, Fang Hao continued, the only thing that needs consideration now is the arrangement before ascending to godhood. Arrangement. You should know, deities are rejected by this world. It's very likely that after becoming a deity, you will no longer be able to stay in this world. Both the Dragon Clan and Beata might need some arrangements since it's very possible. You can't return, Fang Hao revealed his thoughts. With her personality, she likely had no followers. After becoming a deity, she wouldn't be able to descend for a long time, meaning she wouldn't see Mount Dragon Peak and Beata for an extended period. All these needed to be considered. Ascending to godhood was like severing worldly ties in tales of old. One possesses greater power, but it also means one cannot turn back. The Dragon Queen showed hesitation and reluctance. Previously, she simply thought about ascending, but now that she was at this juncture, she began to waver. How did you manage to stay? The Dragon Queen looked at him again. Fang Hao rested his hands behind him and continued, I can't give you a definitive explanation, perhaps due to insufficient power, or maybe this world doesn't reject me. I am a transmigrator, many things are different for me. Based on the classification of deities, he was also a lesser deity. But he could still stay. And this world showed no rejection towards him, no different from usual. The Dragon Queen still watched him, hesitant, but finally asked, can't I stay like you do? A flicker of hesitation and reluctance passed through her usually indifferent eyes. The powerful Dragon Queen now showed a bit more of a woman's demeanor. I hope you can stay too. I will try to find a way as much as possible, but nobody can be sure of the final outcome, Fang Hao continued. To keep the Dragon Queen, he had cajoled and deceived to keep her in the main city. He didn't want the Dragon Queen to be out of his control. But now faced with such a situation, a change had to be made. The Dragon Queen inhaled deeply, her full chest heaving, the confusion in her eyes cleared, and she asked directly, may I choose now? You may. The Dragon Queen pointed at the fire-related divinity, I want this one. All right, it's yours now. Fang Hao grabbed it and handed it over to her. The Dragon Queen took it. System prompts followed closely after. Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt, loyalty towards you increased by 8 points, current loyalty is 100. Hero Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt has reached 100 points of loyalty towards you, automatically assigned under your command. This hero will not be affected by any form of deceit, betrayal, or other disruptive states. Both prompts brought joy to Fang Hao's heart. Before the Dragon Queen's promotion, it was always done by acknowledgement. Their relationship resembled more of cooperating allies. Now with loyalty reaching 100, the system recognizes her as a hero under my command, essentially joining my domain. Once loyalty is full, whether she is considered a hero under my command is no longer important. In the previous battles, the Dragon Queen cooperated to her fullest, playing an irreplaceable role in the combat. The Dragon Queen took it and directly placed it into her storage space, saying, I need to think it over, I'll inform you of my decision later. Okay, when you're ready to absorb it, I'll take you to the Nightstone Plane for promotion, to avoid any danger. Fang Hao also put away the other one. All right. The Dragon Queen nodded. After they finished talking, the hall suddenly quieted down. After a while, the Dragon Queen let out a sigh and said, how about going to the pavilion for a drink? It's quiet there, and if we were at the manor, it would disturb the rest of the people. Sure, you bring the wine, and I'll prepare some snacks. Okay. The Dragon Queen took several bottles of wine from the cellar and walked out of the manor together. The pavilion was still splendid, its gilded carvings under the illumination of nightstone, reflecting a faint light. The Dragon Queen sat down, sighing softly as she gazed upon the beautifully crafted pavilion. Are there gods in your world too? Fang Hao walked up slowly and sat down, bringing out some wine and snacks while responding, there are some legends, but I've never seen any. The Dragon Queen drained her glass and draped a leg over a stone chair nearby. The hem of her dress slid down, revealing smooth, round legs sheathed in black silk. Although the Dragon Queen is Beata's mother, likely several hundred years old, her appearance shows no sign of age, maintaining a queenly presence. Her looks were dignified and beautiful, with golden horns atop her head, long brown hair cascading down from her shoulders, resting upon her glamorous gold dress. Paired with a somewhat melancholic and languid demeanor, she indeed resembled a pensive empress. The Dragon Queen noticed his gaze, knitted her brows, and after seeing his gaze shift away, she continued to ask, what kind of gods do you have? Are they powerful? They should be powerful. They're quite formidable in the legends. Tell me about your world, who knows, maybe after I gain more power, I could take you home, the Dragon Queen said lightly, flipping her hair casually. Seeing her despondent look, Fang Hao went straight to the point. All right, let me tell you about the story of Neza conquering the seas. The Dragon Queen picked up her wine glass, took a sip, blinked her eyes to signal him to start. The two chatted while drinking, and the sky gradually brightened. The Dragon Queen straightened her clothes and glared fiercely at the man across from her, hissing between her teeth, "Next time you tell me a story about extracting dragon sinews, I will flay you." "Look, the story is written that way, it has nothing to do with me." The Dragon Queen raised her hand in annoyance to scare him, then let it drop. She said, "I'll return to Mount Dragon Peak for a few days. If anything comes up, contact me with the sound transmitting shell." "All right, I'll ask Dujin to prepare some things for you to take back." "Okay." The Dragon Queen looked at him one more time before turning and leaving. Fang Hao didn't say anything and went straight back to the manor. Today, several maids have reached the 10th rank. It was as if a knack had been found in these past few days, with a few emerging each day. It might also be possible that they have been suppressed at the 9th rank for too long. Now they are achieving breakthroughs one after the other. After preparing the trial materials and praising the maids who had advanced, they headed to the merit training ground together. As the maids disappeared into the light, beginning their trials, he instructed Ira with a few words. Then he went straight to the backyard, and upon reaching a massive oak on the side of the yard, he tapped lightly twice. "Shinesara, are you there?" The canopy rustled slightly, and the branches twisted into the figure of a female treant, dangling down. "Sir, did you need me?" "Yes, I've obtained some things on the outside that should help with your promotion." Chapter 1327. Under the shade of the trees. Fang Hao took a seat at the stone table beside him. A small Shinesara formed by the intertwining canopy of the oak tree, hanging in midair as it descended along the branches, asked, "Lord, you mentioned you had something for me." Unlike the god of divine wood from the rainforest labyrinth, Shinesara's form exhibited feminine characteristics. This stemmed from the fairies in the dreamy forest referring to her as mother. Oaks don't have genders, and for this reason, her visage was established. Heart of the deep forest, Shinesara, Orange Tier 9 hero. Still Orange Tier 9, there hasn't been much improvement during this period. Shinesara belongs to the ancient oaks, possessing a far more prolonged life, and hence, advancements are slower. Fang Hao first encountered her as a Tier 9 hero, and she remains at this level even now. Advancing to the next tier would still require a relatively long process. "Yes, there are a few pieces of amber here, see if they are of help to you," Fang Hao said, taking all 4 pieces of divine wood amber he had received from his storage space. Shinesara's wooden face, crafted from intertwining roots, wrinkled in a human-like way as she picked up a piece of amber to look at it closely. As her finger made contact with the amber, strands of green energy emanated from it, drawing closer to her body. "My lord, there is a rich concentration of natural energy within this," Shinesara exclaimed with some surprise. Fang Hao nodded. "This is an item left by a demigod after death." "A demigod?" Shinesara was even more astonished. Demigods were both very far and very close to heroes like her. Far in terms of the distance from herself, but there were many tales about demigods. Moreover, in the main city here, there were 2 demigods. "Since it's useful to you, these 4 pieces are yours." Fang Hao pushed the remaining 3 pieces forward. "Really giving them to me? These are from a demigod. The amber suits you best, don't feel any pressure. If you improve, the strength of the domain also increases," Fang Hao continued to say. Heart of the deep forest, Shinesara, loyalty increased by 5 points, current loyalty is 92. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system notification sounded. The fairies of the dreamy forest were somewhat introverted. They rarely actively contact the outside world, and Shinesara was no exception. Hence, although she had joined the domain for some time, her loyalty had still not reached 100. With the recent increase of 5 points, it had only reached 92. "I won't let you down, my lord," Shinesara immediately thanked him. How long will it take for you to absorb these?" Fang Hao continued to inquire. Shinesara calculated in her heart and then replied, "It would take about 5 days to absorb 1 piece. 5 days for 1, 20 days for 4. That's quite a long time." When Domina consumed the excitation crystal, she swallowed it down bite by bite. It didn't take her that long. However, one shouldn't compare the absorption as such, he said directly, "All right, you absorb these 4 pieces first, and find me when you're done." "Yes, my lord." Shinasura gestured slightly, and a nearby oak tree extended a branch, wrapping the amber on the table and pulling it into its trunk. "My lord, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Shinasura bowed once more, her body dispersing back into branches. Fang Hao remained seated at the stone table, opening the Book of Lords and casually flipping through it. He had not given the wood divinity all at once to her. Aside from giving Shinasura time to absorb the amber, he also wanted to let her adjust. Giving too much all at once, he feared loyalty might not reach 120 days would give her time to calm down. Elf Main City, Eternal Song Capital. Archive Hall. Silver Moon emissaries in charge of intelligence shuttled back and forth in the hall, gathering and compiling intelligence from across the world, then recording it into files. Ms. Savannah sat at her post, somewhat absent-mindedly sorting the new files that had just been delivered. Her wedding was imminent. But in order to prove her worth, she still did not let it interfere with her work. And her fiancé, since their last encounter, had not been seen again. But none of that mattered. The union of the two was more like a mutual use. On Savannah's side, the aim was to establish contact with the elf clan, and on the elf's side, it was a political statement. There was no talk of emotion, let alone any expectations of love. Ms. Savannah. Savannah snapped out of her daze only to find an elf emissary already standing by her side. "Yes, sorry, I was just lost in thought," Savannah said with an apologetic smile. The elf smiled gently and spoke softly, "Ms. Savannah, from the battlefield between the Orcs and Blood Clan, a message has come through. They are searching for a black-haired, black-eyed transmigrator, confirmed to be the transmigrator Fang Hao." Savannah furrowed her brow in surprise and asked, "He's involved too?" "Yes, according to the information, the Orc army suffered a significant defeat, with a demigod from the Orc clan perishing in battle," the elf said softly. "What?" Savannah exclaimed, drawing curious glances from around. She lowered her voice immediately and said, "How is that possible? How could he be so strong?" Never mind that Fang Hao's domain wasn't situated in the vicinity of the Orcs and Blood clan, the forces he could mobilize were limited. Even if he faced the Orcs with full strength, it wouldn't result in a massive defeat for them, not to mention the death of an Orc demigod. Though the intelligence wouldn't be wrong, her heart still found it hard to believe. Yet, upon further thought, she remembered the last significant news about Fang Hao. Back then, he was alone against a demigod from the Dragon clan. It seemed not impossible, after all. "What's the situation over there now?" Savannah continued to ask. "The Orcs are mobilizing more forces towards Tiger's Mouth, which is the fortress at the border with the Blood clan. In addition, they are looking for information on the black-haired, black-eyed transmigrator," the elf replied softly. Savannah curiously inquired, "They don't know it's Fang Hao?" Orcs didn't pay much attention to this before, so they probably haven't investigated it yet. "Should we reveal some information about Fang Hao to the Orcs?" the elf continued to say. Savannah thought about it, smiled, and shook her head, "No need, as the world's #1, he can't hide from them. We don't need to do anything, the Orcs will confirm his identity on their own." "Oh, okay. Give me the detailed intelligence, I'll record it." "Yes, Ms. Savannah." The elf pulled out the documented intelligence and handed it over. Savannah took it and began to copy it down. Main City, the Lord's Mansion. The sky outside the window had already darkened as the hall started to brighten up. Fang Hao sat at the head, below him sat the skeleton hero Blackthorn, and several skeleton merchants. After pondering for a moment, Blackthorn said, "My lord, our Bone Trade Guild has not gained recognition from Ashen City, and all the goods, including Miss Cleolando's Book of Lords, were bought by a local guild. Their mission was to go to Ashen City to buy back Cleolando's Book of Lords. With the territory's finances, it wasn't difficult. Yet, it still failed. The reason was surprisingly due to mismatched guild information. Of course, Blackthorn and the others impersonating as merchants in the Bone Trade Guild was also established on the fly. It's somewhat regrettable. Who would have thought that even the undead selling items would be so meticulous, verifying guild information? Still one step short." Fang Hao nodded, showing no intention to blame them, and continued to ask, "How about that guild? Is it not possible to buy from them?" we haven't managed to negotiate a deal yet. Fang Hao thought about it. He didn't have too much energy to focus on this. He directly spoke to the outside, "Call Hilda over." "Yes, my lord." Soon, little Yu in leather armor came in from outside. Seeing Blackthorn and several others present, she nodded slightly as a greeting. Fang Hao was somewhat surprised by little Yu's level. Dark Moon Disaster Song Hilda, Dark Gold Tier 3. Little Yu's attributes had changed. The prefix had changed from merely Disaster Song to Dark Moon Disaster Song. Her tier had also jumped from purple directly to dark gold. Such a dramatic improvement couldn't be from her own leveling, it must be the effect of absorbing the evil beast soul. Truly terrifying, elevating a purple hero directly to dark gold. After the tier upgraded, she gained 2 more skills. One called Soul Reaver, after slaying a target, she could heal her own injuries and read certain memories of the target unit. A pretty good ability. For little Yu, killing someone actually isn't difficult. The second skill is called Blade Trial, which allows carrying more weapons, and increases weapon damage by 15%. It's a skill that increases damage. As for the part of the description mentioning carrying more weapons, its exact effect is unclear. She'll probably find out when she uses it. "My lord, you wanted to see me?" Little Yu asked in a soft voice after a small bow. "Yes, sit down." Little Yu sat down beside him. "Evil beast soul, have you used it all?" Fang Hao inquired. "I've used all of it, my lord." "Good." He nodded in understanding and continued, "This time, I'm planning for you to accompany Blackthorn on a trip to bring back Cleolando's Book of Lords from Ashen City. Does Blackthorn know the location?" Little Yu looked to the side. Blackthorn immediately answered, "Yes, it's in the hands of a local guild." "Then I have no problem with that." Little Yu nodded. "All right, then you guys take care on another trip," Fang Hao straightforwardly said. "Yes, my lord." The few of them answered and left together. The ocean, terrifying sea domain. The Dragon Queen sat on a reef, looking up at the sky shrouded in clouds. Whoosh! Giant waves churned, and calm seas suddenly rose with raging waves. But as fierce as the waves came, in the next second, they instantly dropped and disappeared without a trace. Under the sea, a massive shadow slowly emerged, growing bigger and clearer. It wasn't until the shadow became clearer beneath the water surface that it ceased to rise. Simply extending a slender, fleshly appendage, which took on a human monkey-like form, it reached above the water surface. Gazing at the golden figure on the dark reef. "Abyss Ridge Celoid, demigod. Tyralt, what brings you here?" The Abyss Ridge asked in a fine voice. Only then did the Dragon Queen, who had been looking up at the sky, shift her gaze back and replied, "Just here to see you." "See me? Why, has your life reached its end?" The Abyss Ridge asked. "No, just visiting one of the few friends I have," the Dragon Queen spoke. The creature connected by the fleshly appendage widened its eyes as it gazed at the figure on the reef, as if trying to guess the meaning behind her words. The Dragon Queen smiled and took out several barrels of wine from her storage space. "I invite you to drink wine, I've brought plenty, enough for you to have your fill this time." Abyss Ridge looked even more astonished. "Who are you? Tyralt wouldn't be this generous." The Dragon Queen was taken aback, her brows furrowed as she said, "That kind of talk will leave you friendless." Abyss Ridge paused for a moment, then said, "Shall I trade something for it?" "No need, my treat." "Did you steal these from outside?" "How could I? I have as much as I want of these now." The Dragon Queen slapped the wine barrels beside her firmly. The Abyss Ridge still stared at her, eyes filled with doubt. Chapter 1328. As evening approached, the terrifying sea grew dimmer. Waves crashed against the rocks, casting a fine mist of droplets. Clad in a golden dragon scale gown, the Dragon Queen leaned against a protruding rock. Beside her a wooden table held a beautifully crafted wine jug and cups. Lifting the cup, she took a sip, then raised her head to gaze at the dim and blurred sky. In the sea, Abyss Ridge stood still as usual, surrounded by the surface strewn with empty wine barrels. Like a human, she let out a heavy burp from drinking. With a hint of curiosity, she looked at the Dragon Queen. "Are you troubled? You're becoming less like yourself." The Dragon Queen looked at it and replied, "What was I like before? You? Savage, unreasonable, greedy." The Dragon Queen widened her eyes, somewhat surprised at the image she held in its mind. But upon reflection, her formidable reputation was indeed built on strength. Her past way of handling affairs, or perhaps the inherent beliefs of the Dragon Clan, seemed more like the jungle law Fang Hao had talked about, the survival of the fittest, where might makes right. Wherever the fist was hard, there lay the right to speak. For a long time, she had been slumbering on Mount Dragon Peak, yet her fame as the foremost demigod persisted to this day. Looking back, she really did fit those descriptions, fearless of heaven and earth, ready to skin anyone who dared provoke the Dragon Clan, if not outright kill them. But now, she seemed to have many more considerations. No longer as carefree as she once was. If I were troubled, what would the old me have done? The Dragon Queen continued to inquire. Perhaps you'd seek revenge, if not by force, you'd trouble someone else. Abyss Ridge paused before asking, did someone cause you to change? The Dragon Queen's brows furrowed, a figure flashed in her mind. She truly had changed, after meeting someone. There is indeed someone quite different that I've met, said the Dragon Queen frankly. Rising from its tentacled body, it looked surprised, then asked further, are you planning to reproduce together? Pfft! The Dragon Queen sprayed out her wine in response, saying angrily, don't speak nonsense about things you don't understand. Oh, tell me, how did you meet? What kind of person is he? The curiosity in Abyss Ridge's voice grew. The Dragon Queen hesitated, but eventually recounted how the two of them had met. It seems you have a good impression of him, perhaps he is a nice choice for you. The Dragon Queen's face flushed slightly, wanting to retort, yet found it pointless to explain to a deep-sea creature. And for some reason, she found she didn't mind that person in her heart. It's just, that maternal image of her. After all, she had a daughter. Sighing with vexation, she took another sip of wine, changing the subject, I'm not here to discuss these things with you. I came to see you, as next time, who knows when we'll meet again. Are you really dying? If you die, can you give your body to me? Normal corpses don't last very long, said Abyss Ridge. The Dragon Queen retorted angrily, even if you die, I wouldn't. Oh, just saying. No need to get angry. The Dragon Queen gave it a helpless glance, wondering how she had become friends with it. From her storage space, she took out several troll brewed wine barrels and said, these are wine barrels. Just add some fruits and fresh water, and they will turn into fruit wine. Oh, okay. Several tentacles reached out from the depths, coiling up the barrels and retreating into the sea. The Dragon Queen wanted to remind it of something, but ultimately said nothing. Down under the sea, it would probably be difficult to add fruits and fresh water. Better let it figure out for itself, perhaps it might discover a brew with seaweed and seawater. Just as she was about to speak, whoosh! Another tentacle emerged from the sea, opening up and revealing a pot covered in seaweed and mud. For you, it might be of some help when you're in trouble. The Dragon Queen picked off the seaweed from the pot, peeking inside. It looked dark, as if filled with mud. Thank you. I should be going, she said, securing the clay pot, and continued. Where to next? Like you said, after seeing friends, time to visit old enemies. Had it not mentioned it, she might have forgotten. Now, it seemed a worthy consideration. Oh, farewell. The Dragon Queen nodded, then soared upwards, transforming into a great dragon and flying off into the distance. Abyss Ridge waved goodbye in the direction she disappeared. Then whooshed back into the sea. The massive shadow, too, began to shrink, sinking to the ocean floor. Main city, Lord's Manor. It started to drizzle outside, water tapping on the roof's edge, becoming a curtain of rain. Fang Hao, donning a coat, had just come downstairs when he saw Yuan Yuan in a nightgown on tiptoe, closing the windows. Though Yuan Yuan had become a hero, she was still classified as a maid. In charge of cleaning the Great Hall and several rooms of the manor. The Holy Spirit City, being a specially fortified building, was largely impervious to dust, yet when it rained, the windows still needed to be closed. It wasn't like auto-filtering rainwater or anything. Hearing footsteps, Yuan Yuan turned and saw Fang Hao coming down, furrowed her brow and asked in a whisper, Master, was it the sound of me closing the windows that disturbed your rest? Not at all, I was coming downstairs. Fang Hao descended, lifted her up to close a higher window. Chapter 1329. Roundy, true to her name, had a soft and spongy body. Holding her felt incredibly comfortable, full of a sense of plumpness. The windows were closed as raindrops pitter-pattered against the glass. Roundy, still hugging his arm, whispered, "Master, aren't you tired staying up so late?" Feeling pretty good, Fang Hao settled down in his throne. "Really? I don't believe it." She looked up at him, eyes sparkling. Fang Hao smiled and gently tapped her bottom, "Go get me a cup of fruit wine." "Okay," Roundy giggled and skipped towards the cellar. Ding! The sound of a private message notification rang out instantly. Opening it, he saw it was from Aragon. "Mr. Fang Hao, following your instructions, we have received a coordinate scroll for Longstone Valley." Longstone Valley was a meeting point nestled between the Orc territory and the human area. According to intelligence gathered by the succubus, the Orc demigod planned to personally engage in negotiations with humans regarding a plan against the Blood Clan. The original plan was to attack Tiger Jaw Pass as the Orc demigod left. Now that they had the coordinate scroll, the plan could be slightly adjusted. Even more boldly, they could attempt to assassinate the Orc demigod. Having one less demigod on the Orcs' side was far more significant than battling over one or two cities. Fang Hao replied, "Are the coordinates accurate?" Aragon replied, "Accurate. I had someone visit and re-record the coordinates. The location is correct, but Longstone Valley is a vast area, the recorded spot might not be where you want to go." Longstone Valley was the name of a rock-strewn valley. It covered a large area. Aragon meant that the recorded location might be far from the negotiation spot. But that wasn't a big issue, as long as it was within a certain range, it wouldn't be too troublesome to locate. At that moment, Roundy returned, her round bottom once again seated on Fang Hao's lap. She held a mouthful of fruit wine and transferred it straight to him. Fang Hao embraced the rabbit, sipping from her mouth, and typed a reply to the other party without looking, "Hand it over to me." The next second, a teleportation scroll with the recorded coordinates appeared in his hand. Fang Hao continued to inquire, "Has the Dragon Queen returned to Mount Dragon Peak recently?" Aragon replied, "I am not sure about that. I will arrange for someone to ask tomorrow." "No need. If necessary, I'll contact her myself." "All right." Ending the chat, Fang Hao stored away the teleportation scroll. He patted Roundy's waist, and she obediently climbed onto a wooden chair beside him, kneeling down with her face inward. Fang Hao glanced at the drizzle outside the window. This weather really interferes with things. A day later, as Fang Hao descended from upstairs, he saw the Dragon Queen dressed in a gold gown, resting with her chin propped in her hand. Next to her, an incense burner wafted tendrils of fragrance, the scent of focus incense. "Are you tired?" Fang Hao came down and sat beside her. The Dragon Queen opened her eyes and shifted into a lazy sidelong position, saying, "I saw a few friends." "You have friends? I mean, haven't you visited Mount Dragon Peak?" He immediately changed his phrasing mid-sentence. The Dragon Queen pinched the bridge of her nose, refocusing her gaze on him, "I did go back, but what is this urgent matter that you needed me here for?" After dealing with matters on Mount Dragon Peak, she visited a few of her rare friends. Then, inspired, she sought out some foes with whom she had conflicts. The Dragon Queen began dredging up the past, causing quite the stir among the different races. Those who had grudges but hadn't yet been confronted by her were scared out of their wits, worried that this madwoman would dig up matters from 800 years ago and create trouble. But thankfully, the Dragon Queen didn't take things to extremes. She was also cautious not to cause too much trouble and implicate Mount Dragon Peak. She had several more places to visit, but Fang Hao contacted her, urging her to return early. "Get ready, we're going out shortly," Fang Hao said. At this time, two black armored sisters also entered from outside. Fully armed, it's clear they are preparing for battle. "What are you going for?" asked the Dragon Queen. "We've received some intelligence on the Orcs, we're going to set up an ambush in advance." In the Orc territory, on the way to Longstone Valley, an army of nearly 10,000 marched in a sparse column, bearing the banner of the Orcs, but the majority of the troops were human soldiers. Humans dressed in mismatched gear, resembling a regular army, yet also like hastily assembled militia. The entire army was divided into three parts. At the front, it was almost all human troops, forming the vanguard, acting as scouts and responsible for clearing the path when encountering resistance. In the middle were the traditional Orc armies, fully equipped, with important figures all in the central region. In the rear, Orcs and humans were mixed, to prevent any possibility of their path being cut off. These three parts kept a considerable distance from each other, relying on transmigrators to maintain normal communication. Among the vanguard at the front, a slightly overweight transmigrator hastened his steps to catch up. Whispering, "President Pei Xing Si, we've been marching all morning, and a lot of our brothers are complaining on the channel. If we keep on this intense march, I'm afraid some folks will collapse." The burly middle-aged man known as the president looked at the orcs mixed into the troops, then lowered his voice and replied, "Tell everyone to hold on a little longer. We're almost there. If they can't walk, they can take off some gear. There shouldn't be much fighting." "All right." The fat man replied and conveyed the message through the channel. The transmigrators present were all from a single alliance, the Defenders Alliance. They might not be very famous on the world channel, but in the Orc region, they were considered a top-tier transmigrator alliance. With more than 500 transmigrators under their command, and still expanding. An independent development, while also affiliated with the Orc Alliance. Apparently due to the conflict with the Blood Clan, the Orc forces couldn't be mobilized. Their alliance had become the escort for the Orcs traveling to Longstone Valley. The alliance also placed great importance on this mission, doing well meant gaining the Orcs' attention. At this time, the fat man caught up again. He had already changed into light leather armor, his round belly deformingly cinched by the gear. "President, the man the Orcs are looking for, if it's not Fang Hao, who else could intervene in the battle at the Blood Clan's side," said the fat man in a low voice. President Pei Xing Si pushed his helmet up, maintaining his leader's posture. "I've already discussed this with the Orcs. They have promised that after killing Fang Hao, his city will be under my control. Then, our alliance will earn the Orcs' support." Though he did not shift his gaze, excitement could be heard in his words. The traits of a transmigrator are rather unique. Now, Fang Hao is the foremost. If he is killed and his territory taken over, if the Book of Lords is absorbed, then that person will inherit all that once belonged to Fang Hao and rise to the top anew. The top of the world. Territory, wealth, a special faction, nothing that doesn't invite longing. Really? If you become the first, then our alliance will also become the #1 alliance, right? The fat man said, a bit excitedly. That's one way to put it. It all depends on whether the Orcs can kill him or not, said Pei Xing Si. The fat man stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, "It shouldn't be hard for the Orcs to kill a transmigrator, the main issue is the distance. The location of the Asian region is quite far from here." "Yes, distance is the issue," he agreed. "But it's not without solution. We could lure him to the Trade Alliance residences, then let the Orcs kill him instantly," the fat man continued. Pei Xing Si nodded, "That could be a way." Whoosh! A whistling sound of tearing through the sky. A double-headed giant dragon with a tremendous gust of wind flew straight towards them. Its massive body and sky-obscuring dragon wings brought an astonishing sense of oppression. Together with the aura of the dragon's might radiating from the Dragon Clan, the Defenders Alliance's horses began to panic and neigh, and the soldiers started to wobble on their weak legs. Bang! A loud thud. The giant dragon landed from the sky, and a figure peered out from the back of the dragon. His eyes observed the army below. Weren't there supposed to be Orc troops? Why did a group of transmigrators show up instead? Chapter 1330. The massive and fierce dragon head loomed over the army below. The infamously named alliance of the Orc region began to grow tense and agitated. Some of the lower-ranking soldiers, in fear, saw their morale start to plummet. Anxiety festered, with signs of desertion rising. All the transmigrators below, as they lifted their heads to gaze at the dragon, had faces filled with fear. And at the moment of panic and indecision, whether to attack or flee, suddenly, a figure emerged overhead, with jet-black hair and eyes. On the wrist that grasped the reins, a large gold watch was worn. The person above furrowed his brows, and the people below were stunned. "Who's this now, riding a dragon over here?" But judging from the appearance, he looked Asian, and from the direction he came, it seemed he should belong to the human clan camp. A transmigrator attached to the human camp? The Asian faces in each region were actually not a few. Yet, to be mounted on a dragon, their progress far exceeded their own. At the very least, nobody in the entire Defenders Alliance had managed to secure a unit that could rival a giant dragon. The people below took another careful look, confirming the characteristics of the double-headed corpse dragon. The chairman Pei Xing Si coughed lightly. Next to him, the plump figure immediately caught on, forcibly suppressing the chaos within. He stepped forward half a step and shouted upwards, "Brother, you must be a transmigrator from the human clan camp, right? We belong to the Defenders Alliance from the Orc region, surely, you must have heard of us. Fang Hao sat upon the dragon's back, still staring down. It seemed they had mistaken him for one of the human clan. The plump figure below, seeing no response, glanced back at his own leader and then continued to shout, then you must have heard of our chairman's name, Pei Xing Si, the human-shaped berserker Pei Xing Si, who made it to the leaderboard at the previous Spectres Colosseum. The plump man spoke loudly, clearly very confident in his chairman. In his mind, the man had already become the world's #1 of the future, only Fang Hao's death was missing. The principal figure, Fang Hao, remained seated on the dragon's back. Listening to the other party recite the title, he furrowed his brows, what a jumble of nonsense. He asked aloud, what are you orcs doing heading toward the human area? Hearing a reply, the people below breathed a sigh of relief, there was still communication. This double-headed dragon brought no small amount of oppression with it. Friend, no need to be nervous, we're not here to cause trouble. You're guarding this place under the human clan's orders, right? We're on the same side, the plump man kept shouting. What is your purpose? Fang Hao pressed again. He actually wasn't interested in the other party's identity. Besides, time was of the essence as he still had to find the orc demigod, he couldn't let him get past through another route. He had no time to talk about these things. The plump man coughed lightly and, with the mention of the chairman's status, seemed to muster some courage for himself. He loudly said, we are entrusted by the orc demigod to escort them to Longstone Valley, you must be here to rendezvous with them, our tasks are the same. Orc demigod, Longstone Valley. Fang Hao's eyes narrowed instantly, and from atop the dragon's back, 3 more heads emerged, casting curious glances downwards. The people below were startled once more. There were others on the dragon's back? 2 black-armored soldiers, one a beautiful woman with golden beast horns. You're escorting the orc demigod? Then why are there no orcs in your group? Fang Hao continued to inquire. Within a group of several hundred people, there were indeed a couple of scattered orcs. But clearly not enough to call it an army. We are the vanguard, the orc army is behind. The plump transmigrator also chimed in. The vanguard? The orcs sure were quite systematic. So does that mean that there really is a demigod in the army behind? Of course, and our chairman is greatly valued by the demigod. Soon, he will become the world's #1. The world's #1? He then realized the implications in the other party's words. It was not that hard to guess. The orcs might not know about himself, but the transmigrators could easily deduce his identity based on intel. Now they've brought up the world's #1. As soon as he died, the one who assimilated the Book of Lords would become the new world #1. These people really were quite something, not only did they fail to recognize his identity, but they also boasted in front of him about soon killing him to become the world's #1. Now, having confirmed that the orc army was behind and included a demigod, there wasn't much else to say. He patted the double-headed dragon's neck, saying, clear out the people here. The transmigrators below were shocked, and their expressions turned sharply. Before they could react. Roar roar! The 2 heads of the corpse dragon opened their massive jaws. 2 fierce dragon breaths spewed forth, instantly creating a several meters wide flame that poured down. Both parties were standing in conversation. The dual dragon breaths enveloped a large swathe of the enemy below. The sound of burning flames echoed, and those enveloped by the flames didn't even experience much pain before turning into ashes. The several hundred-strong vanguard, under the 2 dragon breaths, was reduced by more than half instantly. The rest, who hadn't been killed outright, began running in terror and disbelief, turning to flee in all directions. The group of a few hundred, not even considering retaliation, simply scurried away amid screams and wails. During this period, the military strength of the transmigrators was actually not low. Not to mention reaching the 9th or 10th tier, every one of them had soldiers of the 5th or 6th tier at their disposal. However, transmigrators' characteristics do not suit this kind of battle. If it were a raid on a dragon within an instance, given enough preparation time and strategy crafting, they could actually display great combat power. Currently, most of the outdoor maps have been researched by transmigrators and can be conquered. But in such an encounter battle, they are all infantry ambushed by a double-headed corpse dragon. They have no choice but to escape. No matter how numerous, they couldn't display any combat power. Sir, Do you need me to lead a chase to kill them? Amarag asked in a low voice. Fang Hao shook his head, no need, they are no longer important. Pick up the books of lords and equipment from the ground, and we'll go straight to find the orc demigod. Those transmigrators and their troops. There was actually no need to kill them all. The individual soldiers and transmigrators are not important, what he wanted was to kill the orc demigod. Two black-armored sisters dismounted from the corpse dragon and began picking up some spoils of war on the ground. Fang Hao opened the map to begin a comparison. According to these transmigrators, they would find the orc demigod along the route, which was good news. The dragon queen sat nearby, her arms resting behind her head, softly saying, "You should have let them go." She meant to let the vanguard pass and then ambush the real orc army in place. Fang Hao also understood her idea but said, "Transmigrators can communicate through the Book of Lords. As long as they describe us to the orc army in the middle, the orcs there will be able to recognize us." The double-headed corpse dragon was too conspicuous, there was only one such creature in the world. It had been deployed in the last battle. Transmigrators might not recognize it, but the orc demigod would definitely have a deep impression, and as soon as the news reached the orc army, they would recognize it. The dragon queen nodded, "What's the next step in the plan?" "Kill the demigod." Soon, the two black-armored sisters again mounted the dragon. Fang Hao packed away the spoils of war handed to him and gently patted the dragon's back. "Let's go, straight to that demigod to kill him quickly, to avoid any mistakes." The double-headed corpse dragon shook its head. Its wings shimmered, soaring into the sky once more, and flew onwards. The target was not hard to find. Flying along the route, they soon saw the fully armed orc army marching. The number of troops was greater than imagined, as seen from afar in the sky, they formed a long line. It looked like the orcs were indeed taking this negotiation with the human clan seriously. Fang Hao pointed at the orc army ahead, and the dragon queen nodded to indicate that she saw them. From afar, the orc army also saw the approaching giant dragon. The neatly arranged army began to spread out to both sides, bow crossbows loaded with arrows, and prepared for battle. However, the next second, whoosh! Suddenly, the clear sky darkened as clouds loomed and thunder snakes flashed among them. The orcs looked up at the sky in surprise. Unsure of what exactly had happened. Only the orc demigod, who was protected in the middle, looked up at the sky in astonishment, at the clouds flickering with thunderbolt. He remembered this scene vividly. During that time at the Blood Clan's Black Wind Castle, it was because of the dark clouds that tens of thousands of orcs were instantly killed. And now, they did not have as many men as they had then. As the orc demigod watched in surprise, threads as waterfalls cascaded down, draping over everyone's shoulders. Crack! The next second, the threads tensed, and lightning followed them down. The organized army of tens of thousands of orcs fell backward in unison, like reaped wheat. Plumes of black smoke rose up, the air filled with the scent of char. The noisy road suddenly quieted down, only the ground was covered with a dense array of corpses. And in the midst of the bodies stood a yellow bull, muscled and more robust in build. Whoosh! The shockwave kicked up the dust, and the double-headed corpse dragon landed in front. Fang Hao and the other three dismounted from the bone dragon, smiling at the yellow bull in the middle of the corpses. Gigantic horn blood butcher, Gabriel. Gabriel the demigod, long time no see, Fang Hao greeted with a smile. The yellow bull glared, his thick nostrils puffing out plumes of white smoke. He looked filled with rage. "So, the vanguard's men all died by your hand? You are ruthless indeed, slaughtering transmigrators without a shred of mercy," the yellow bull bellowed, his voice deep. "They all wanted to kill me, what could I do?" Fang Hao said helplessly. He considered himself friendly toward transmigrators. After all, they all came together, and with the original inhabitants' rejection of transmigrators, they should be more united. But there were always those who wanted to trade him for benefits. For such people, even if you forgive them once, they will think of betraying you a second time. Without any value to exploit, Fang Hao had no reason to spare them. Those who escaped were just lucky. Hee hee. The yellow bull suddenly laughed, but a bull's expression was strange when it smiled. Looking at Fang Hao, he said, "Do you think that intercepting us will stop our assault on the Blood Clan? Extinguishing the Blood Clan is inevitable. Do you think you, a transmigrator, can intervene in the decisions of two great races?" Chapter 1331. The decision of the two major clans. Even if Fang Hao stops him today, doesn't really change anything. It's just delaying the plans of the two clans for a while. The impact is actually not big. However, Fang Hao's purpose for this trip is not to stop their meeting. What the orcs and humans discuss, what their subsequent plans are, he doesn't care. His aim is to kill the demigod and seize the divinity. Yellow Bull thought Fang Hao was silent because he had hit the mark. With a smug smile, the bull's gaze turned to the Dragon Queen beside him. Dragon Queen, you are the strongest demigod, but still only a demigod. The Great Father God is already watching you in Mount Dragon Peak. If you continue to oppose us, the fury of the gods is not something you can bear. The Dragon Queen's expression turned unpleasant, and she glanced at a figure beside her. She saw Fang Hao nod in apparent agreement. This made her anger surge in an instant, wishing she could turn around and punch him first. But it was just internal irritation. She stood still without any action. After he finished speaking, Fang Hao continued, "Are you the only demigod who came? Are you worried?" Yellow Bull still wanted to throw a few taunts. Fang Hao didn't answer but directly said, "All right, idle time is over. Kill it." As soon as the words fell, both sides moved simultaneously. Several beams of golden light shot out instantly. The golden figure turned into a streak of light, leaping up and transforming into a giant dragon to take the lead in charging out. And the Yellow Bull demigod's aura also surged dramatically. Facing the number 1 demigod, the Dragon Queen, he showed no sign of retreat. He snorted coldly. His forelegs dipped slightly, his muscles bulged and tightened, then like a spring pushed to its limit, he suddenly burst forward. Bang! Like an out-of-control truck, he shot out instantly. With a whistling sound, he charged straight ahead. Golden dragon breath stretched out into several meters-long flames in the air. The Yellow Bull seemed bulky, but when it ran, it was also exceptionally agile. It kept running, yet its position had already changed. The dragon breath grazed past, leaving a charred scorch mark on the ground. Seeing that the target was not stopped, the golden dragon in the air turned into human form to change directions, then charged after the Yellow Bull once more. The Yellow Bull, meanwhile, lowered its head, its massive horns pointing forward, heading straight for Fang Hao's location. It's not realistic to kill the Dragon Queen, the 2 black-armored warriors don't matter. Only by killing the transmigrator would it be most effective. "Gabriel, your limbs can't move," Fang Hao said, watching the charging figure. As his voice sounded, the Yellow Bull instantly lost control of its legs. But following that, his body lit up with engraved-like patterns, his size swelling in an instant, and the sensation of uncontrollable legs also disappeared directly. The wound just grazed by the dragon breath began to heal rapidly. The black-armored sisters instantly turned into giant forms, blocking in front of Fang Hao. As the Yellow Bull drew closer, the massive war hammer in their hands was charged up and swung directly at the Yellow Bull. Thud! Horn and hammer collided, creating a thunderous explosion that unleashed a several-meter wave of air. The surrounding corpses flew around like torn cloth. Amarag's warhammer trembled, nearly slipping from her grip. But the Yellow Bull kept moving forward. Thud! A second explosion rang out, Alrag's warhammer collided again, but still, it did not stop the opponent's advance. The Yellow Bull's horns seemed to have a special effect. Fearless in any collision and incredibly strong. Fang Hao shielded himself from the whipping winds with a single arm, all the while continuing to cast curses non-stop. "Gabriel, your heart can't beat. Gabriel, your target is to the left." At the same time, threads fell from the sky, connecting to his body and quickly moving away. When he landed again, he gestured with his hand. The gate of the worlds opened, a large number of 4-armed skeletons, mammoth constructs, walked out from the gate. In front of him, they formed shield walls, once again protecting him in the middle. The Yellow Bull's charge missed, and the Dragon Queen returned to the sky above. Her body somersaulted, dragon turned into human form, palms into dragon claws, slapping down from the air. Bang! A claw covered in dragon scales landed directly on the Yellow Bull's neck. With a dull sound, flesh was torn and the body was smashed to the ground. Moo! The Yellow Bull let out a painful roar. The pattern's light lit up again, muscles writhing, and the wound visibly healed at a rapid pace. The fur also returned to normal. His own aura surged once more, glancing around. He locked onto Fang Hao again, now protected by layers of shields, his eyes filling with rage and the intent to kill. ignoring the pursuit of the golden dragon and the two black-armored warriors. He once again transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the target. The demon dragon battle armor had already enveloped Fang Hao. Watching the yellow bull that had fixed on him, Fang Hao calmly spoke, "Gabriel, your eyes can't see anything." The next second, the yellow bull's large eyes, pupils rapidly turned white, gradually replaced by the whites. Blindness. As it completely lost its vision, the yellow bull's movements began to grow chaotic. The demigod's senses were sharp, but that was relative. Amid the constant teeth grinding of tens of thousands of skeletons, the mechanical operations of the constructs, it was difficult to clearly discern the surroundings. Only able to rely on the direction it faced before blindness, it continued to charge at the target. It could resurrect, as long as it could kill the transmigrator, then it wouldn't be a loss. Boom! A fierce sound erupted. The shield walls, like an iron barrier in the first row, shattered like tofu under the great force. The four-armed skeleton standing directly in its path scattered like white bone to the sides. Then, with continuous rumblings, the violent collisions persisted. The second row, the third row. Rows of iron walls were directly breached. In this moment, the strong, blind yellow bull, like a high-speed bulldozer, was continuously charging through the shield walls, breaking apart all the enemies blocking its path. Breaking through layers of shields, it charged face-on towards the giant mammoth construct. Boom! A thunderous boom, and the two collided. The mammoth's body instantly shattered into countless fragments, splashing everywhere. At this moment, the mammoth with a level 7 body strength seemed so fragile. The yellow bull demigod burst out from the shattered remains, continuing its charge through the ranks. And that voice which always interfered with it, after blinding, promptly closed its mouth. Without uttering another sound, it lost the ability to discern the right direction. With constant charging, more and more wounds began to appear on the muscular body of the yellow bull, its own healing no longer keeping up with the rate of injury. Bang bang! Two muffled sounds rang out. The charging yellow bull, its two front legs were hammered simultaneously by the black-armored sisters. Its legs bent backwards, and its body slammed into the ground, sliding several meters. It plowed a deep furrow on the ground. Before it could rise, the Dragon Queen plummeted from the sky, first shooting several rays of golden light, piercing several holes into the bull's body. But before blood could flow from the holes, the muscles writhed, and the wounds healed instantly. The Dragon Queen also descended from the air. Her right hand transformed into a golden-scaled dragon claw, slashing downwards. Lying on the ground, the yellow bull, upon hearing the wind of the blow, its horns shined with a red light, swinging its head to counter the incoming dragon claw. There was a sense of defiance, as if neither feared the other. After a long silence, Fang Hao spoke again, "Gabriel, your target is below." The yellow bull, as though instinctively, suddenly dipped its horns down, directly heading towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, the Dragon Queen's claw struck solidly on the back of its head. The entire head of the bull was buried into the ground. Then, the Dragon Queen's second claw struck down. "Gabriel, your target is still beneath you," that annoying voice carried forward again. Boom! Amidst the resounding booms, the Dragon Queen began to pound with her fists, forcefully burying the yellow bull into the ground. Then, she transformed back into a dragon form, and golden dragon breath enveloped the yellow bull from above. Roar! While shrouded by the dragon breath, the bull's light grew dimmer, and its body gradually crumbled within the dragon breath. The Dragon Queen landed again, golden light piercing the neck, grasping the bull's head about to twist off the neck completely. Fang Hao immediately shouted, "Dragon Queen, wait!" The Dragon Queen's movement halted, holding the horn and looking over here. A demigod's ability to recover was strong. It was unclear why there was a call to stop at this time. "What's wrong?" Fang Hao walked over, took out a chain emanating a faint blue glow from his storage space, and tossed it forward. The chain clinked noisily, shooting out rapidly, entwining all over the yellow bull's body on the ground. After securing it tightly, Fang Hao continued to speak, "Kill it." The Dragon Queen eyed him, her expression showing annoyance for the indecisive commands of kill and don't kill. But her hands did not waste any time. Under the resentful gaze of the yellow bull, several more rays of golden light pierced through the neck, and with a twist of her hands, crack! A snapping sound was heard, the neck bones broke, and the whole head was directly twisted off. The next second, the body crumbled instantaneously, leaving behind a red orb on the spot. Upon seeing the appearance of divinity, the Dragon Queen's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the divinity on the ground. The yellow bowl didn't bind with the hero's altar? Why didn't it resurrect and died instantly instead? Seeing the Dragon Queen's astonished eyes, Fang Hao spoke, "I'll tell you back at the base." Taking the divinity, he directly ordered, "Clean up the battlefield." All the soldiers moved into action, collecting all the equipment scattered across the battlefield, piling it aside. After collecting all the spoils of war, they reopened the Gate of the Worlds and moved the spoils through the portal. Then, the light barrier was released, and a few people vanished into the light curtain. Half an hour later, the approaching orc army hurriedly arrived. Seeing the scene after the great battle, the corpses hanging on the trees around, everyone's face turned ugly. An army of tens of thousands, all gone. Moreover, there was a demigod in the team. This was frightening. Main city. A few people stepped out from the light curtain, and the Dragon Queen followed directly to the Lord's mansion. Brushing off the dust on her body, then sitting down on a chair. "How did it die?" the Dragon Queen asked directly. She thought that ambushing the opposing demigod was just to disrupt their plans. She hadn't expected that the demigod would really be killed, and the divinity taken back. This meant that Fang Hao had obtained the power to fully control the life and death of a demigod, even making the hero's altar useless. Even though she was in league with Fang Hao and trusted him not to turn against her, she still felt somewhat unsettled in her heart. A type of chain, it has the effect of binding spirits. At the moment of death, I bound him with it, so he couldn't resurrect, Fang Hao explained. The Dragon Queen immediately remembered the chain used when they killed the gigantic bull demigod. It looked plain and ordinary, she didn't expect it to be so powerful. "Where did you get it?" the Dragon Queen asked further. "Oh, we got it when we fought that giant tree last time. Why didn't you tell me?" "Ah? Did you ask?" "You didn't ask, did you?" The Dragon Queen gave him a stare. It had been several days since then, who would remember whether she asked or not? "What's your plan next?" The Dragon Queen crossed her legs, leaning back. Fang Hao thought for a moment, "Rest for today, I'll help you ascend to godhood tomorrow. Now that we have this divinity, it will definitely help with your ascension." The Dragon Queen frowned slightly. The wood-attributed divinity was not suitable for her. To kill the demigod and acquire this divinity, it turned out that it was also prepared for her. Feeling slightly moved in her heart, but she just glanced at him with a look of appreciation, then turned away, saying, "Okay, I got it, I'll be heading to the Trade Alliance tonight, do you want to come along?" Fang Hao watched her, pondered for a moment, then cautioned, "They still have their uses, don't tear down the Trade Alliance." "All right." Chapter 1332. Tap tap tap. The vanguard of the defenders scrambled out from one side in a sorry state. That corpse dragon had killed most of their hands. Those who were lucky enough to survive the ordeal, not killed by the dragon breath, regrouped and fled back here. Along the way, they had already attempted to send the message out but received no response. They had originally thought that with a demigod among the orc army, nothing could go wrong. Yet, upon seeing the road full of deep pits and scars, and the trees draped with severed limbs and broken arms, the faces of everyone still showed surprise, doubt and fear. Before they could recover from their shock, an orc quickly approached them. He asked, "Where's Pei Xing Si?" A transmigrator stepped forward with an unsightly expression and said, "Pei Xing Si, the leader, has died in battle." The orc sized up these defeated soldiers and nodded, "Come with me, the commander wants to see you." The transmigrator was brought before an orc fully clad in heavy armor. The orc asked coldly, "What happened here?" The transmigrator thought for a moment and immediately said, "We were ambushed by a transmigrator with black hair and eyes, riding a dragon with 2 heads, attacking us." With such heavy losses, coupled with the orc's furious nature, they could easily be blamed for it. So he had to make things clear. The orc commander, eyeing him coldly with one hand on the hilt of his waist, continued to ask, "Was he alone?" The transmigrator glanced at the commander's movement, startled, and quickly said, "No, the leader was the black-haired and black-eyed transmigrator, riding on a gigantic dragon, and they had a vast army. We hardly resisted before we were scattered." His narration was somewhat chaotic, but the content was still understandable. "You said black hair and eyes, is he Fang Hao?" The orc commander continued to question. Now the orcs were searching for Fang Hao, and everyone was clear about his distinctive features. The moment it was mentioned, they immediately thought of Fang Hao. The transmigrator shook his head, I'm not sure, but they were formidable. We stood no chance against them. The orc commander's icy gaze remained fixed on him. With this incident, it would be difficult for him to give an account upon returning. If he kept these transmigrators, they could share some of the responsibility, at least. He moved his hand away from the hilt and said in a deep voice, "Get your people to gather the bodies. We leave here before night falls." "Okay, okay." The transmigrator turned away and hurried the remaining transmigrators and guards to start cleaning up the battlefield. Through the teleportation array, Fang Hao appeared directly in the Hall of Justice in Silver Wing City. Upon pushing open the door of the leader's study, he saw Rebecca looking at documents at the desk and the maid Eleanor standing by her side. Knowing he hadn't visited for a long time, and feeling somewhat guilty for neglecting his husbandly duties, he immediately spoke with enthusiasm, "Rebecca, I've missed you so much." Rebecca glanced at him and then resumed her focus on the documents in her hand. "You've probably forgotten about me, right? Fang Hao, do you think I've aged or that I'm not worthy of you, the Lord? Did you really think I had no one else wanting me?" The fury in her voice took Fang Hao by surprise. It was a good thing he wasn't a real pretty boy, or Rebecca might have dared to lock him up in a dungeon. Without waiting for Fang Hao to speak, the maid Eleanor was quietly persuading by the side, "Madam, please don't say that. The master is also busy with work. Last time, when I delivered the map, the master always mentioned you. See, the little maid is more considerate." Fang Hao had just passed her an appreciative look, motioning her to speak more. Before that look was fully conveyed, he heard Rebecca's snort, "Shut up. Speak more nonsense, and I'll marry you off." Eleanor shrank back and said no more. Seeing that the situation might affect the innocent, Fang Hao also said, "Eleanor, go and tidy up the bedroom. I will stay here tonight." Eleanor glanced at her mistress and, seeing no objection, nodded in agreement, "Yes, master." Then, with a tender look at him, she carefully left the room. Once only the two of them were left in the study, Fang Hao moved closer, squeezing himself into the not-so-spacious chair, and spoke softly, "My dear wife, I've missed you too. I dream of you, it's just that things have been truly busy recently." Rebecca nudged him with her arm, continuing to ask, "Busy with what? Let me hear it. I'm afraid it will scare you." "Ha, caught out now, aren't you? I knew it, after helping you out, you've forgotten about me." Neither Fang Hao nor Rolina had come to see her. She was full of grievances. Fang Hao gave it some thought, then lowered his voice and said, "Don't tell anyone else, okay?" Rebecca dodged slightly from the hot breath in her ear. Fang Hao continued to say, "The Blood Clan is currently at war with both the Orcs and the Human Clan. Rolina is there assisting in the defense, and I have also been busy with this matter for the past few days." Hearing this, Rebecca's cold face suddenly turned serious. This was no small matter. Although the Federation of 100 Cities was self-governing, it was actually under the leadership of the Hall of Justice of the Human Clan. The Human Clan being at war with the Blood Clan also concerned the Federation of 100 Cities. Perhaps they didn't trust Rebecca, or the 100 Cities were not needed. In any case, they had received no news here. They even had no idea that the Blood Clan was at war. This indeed was big news. Hearing that both Rolina and Fang Hao were truly tied up with matters, her anger somewhat subsided. At least it proved that he hadn't forgotten about her. But she still spoke petulantly, "Humph, I think you've got too many women around, too busy to cope." Fang Hao immediately wrapped his arm around her waist with a soft voice, "What are you saying? The whole Federation knows we're husband and wife." "Humph. So glib with your words." Seeing that it was effective, Fang Hao continued to soothe her softly, "My good wife, don't be angry. How about I take you to stay with me for a few days? We can be together every day. PSH, who wants to be with you every day?" Although Rebecca retorted, her anger had dissipated. She blamed Fang Hao for not coming to see her, but if there really was something important, she actually wouldn't be angry. And she's busy too, how could she have time to go over to his side and be needy every day? After a few light shoves, Rebecca continued speaking as she tacitly allowed the other person to fumble around inside her clothes. "The Hall of Justice in Lyss City is almost done rebuilding, and the city will be relocated soon." The matter of the main city's relocation had been mentioned to him several times by Rebecca. Each time it was postponed for various reasons, but this time it seemed to have passed through the council and had been decided. As long as you have things arranged, that's fine. If there's anything needed, I can arrange it for you. And the temple in Lyss City is also completed, you can arrange for the installation of the deity statue now, continued Rebecca, lifting her arm cooperatively so the other party could take her top off and toss it aside. All right, noted. At this moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Eleanor, the personal maid, carefully opened the door and entered. She thought the two might start arguing and came back to mediate. But upon opening the door, she saw her mistress stripped to just a corset, while the master was busy with his hands both up and down. My lord, mistress, the bedroom is ready, you may rest now, said Eleanor, blushing, standing to one side. Rebecca looked up at her and said directly, strip and perk up your master. Ah yes. Eleanor replied softly, undressing and cautiously approached. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. Fang Hao had just returned from Silverwing City and saw the Dragon Queen already seated in the hall. On the side table were pastries and wine glasses, and several boxes beside them. Seeing him come in from outside, she directly asked, "Did you stay out last night?" I went to join the 100 Cities Federation over there, all this shopping." Fang Hao said, glancing at the boxes at her feet. "Gifts from the Trade Alliance. What a guy!" Fang Hao gave a thumbs up, "It had to be you, bringing back so much stuff from your trip. Let's eat first, after breakfast, we'll prepare to try absorbing divinity." N, acknowledged the Dragon Queen. Ira and the others had left for the training grounds early, but they had left breakfast in the kitchen. Perhaps it was worry about becoming a deity, or maybe it was reluctance to leave the current life behind. The Dragon Queen ate slowly, looking down the whole time, from a proud queen to a married woman with heavy thoughts. "Don't worry, it will be okay," Fang Hao reassured softly. The other party didn't say much, only nodding. After breakfast, through the Gate of the Worlds, the two directly went to the Land of Deception. There were no buildings left in this entire plain. Only a large number of skeleton soldiers in standby mode. These soldiers, left over from last time, were there to fill the deep pits. Now that the pits were filled, the troops had automatically entered standby mode. They opened the Gate of the Worlds, allowing the skeleton soldiers to return. Then Fang Hao took out a chair and handed it to the Dragon Queen. "Stay calm, don't rush, I will be watching you, and there won't be any danger." "Got it, stop talking," the Dragon Queen glared at him before sitting on the wooden chair. Then she took out a blazing red divinity and held it in her hand. Several days passed, and the divinity still radiated dazzling brilliance as if it carried magic power, attracting their gaze. The Dragon Queen didn't say more, casting another glance at Fang Hao who had moved far away. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began trying to absorb the divinity. The next second, the light from the divinity seemed to be drawn in, transforming into strands of light that began to swirl around her fingertips, and then drifted up her arm, slowly heading towards her body. And as the divinity increasingly merged into her body, the skin of the Dragon Queen started to become transparent, turning from rosy to swollen, and her brown hair began to transform into flames. Her entire state looked like a porcelain doll burning from the inside out. Beautiful and vigorous. Seeing this scene from afar, Fang Hao was startled. Rolina didn't have such obvious changes when she absorbed divinity for the first time. The Dragon Queen seemed like she was made of glass, fragile as if she might shatter the next second. Under his watchful gaze, the transformation continued. Her long hair became blazing flames, her body turned a crimson red. The expression on the Dragon Queen's face shifted from normal to enduring pain with gritted teeth, increasingly contorted. But the divinity kept merging into her body without any sign of stopping. Fang Hao watched anxiously from the side, but was unable to help. Time slowly ticked by. Under Fang Hao's gaze, when the last bit of the flame successfully integrated into her body. Whoosh! Her body ignited with towering flames. The next second, the fire suddenly contracted. With a whoosh, it withdrew back into her body, returning to the Dragon Queen's original form. But now, the Dragon Queen's skin was clear as jade with a faint pink hue, and her golden dragon horns turned to crimson gold. Her black stockings had burned away from the fire. Her crossed jade legs and full buttocks compressed on the chair outlined a strikingly powerful line and proportion. Her chest was even more majestic, and by comparison, definitely bigger than Rebecca's. Fang Hao frowned. Did she develop a second time after becoming a deity? Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt, Lesser Deity. Subordinate's hero has successfully ascended to divinity, rules for the City of Holy Spirits are opened. Can add subordinate heroes to the City of Holy Spirits. 1. Subordinate heroes may live in the City of Holy Spirits without being affected. 2. Upon leaving the City of Holy Spirits, subordinated deities will be restricted by the plane's rules and maintain maximum demigod peak strength. 3. Subordinated deities joining the City of Holy Spirits will unlock special attributes. Chapter 1333. Seeing the system prompt. Fang Hao's eyes instantly widened. The prefix of Dragon Queen remained unchanged. Normally, the prefixes of existing deities change more visibly after they ascend to godhood. For instance, God of Deception, God of War, God of Light, etc. But the prefix of Dragon Queen still continued with the previous Zenith Blazing Sun, not that it doesn't sound good. It's just that something like Dragon God would be more majestic and powerful. Regardless, it doesn't really matter, since it's not his own, whatever they wish to call her. After looking at the prefix, Fang Hao's gaze still fell upon the information about the City of the Holy Spirits. The City of the Holy Spirits was the reward he obtained for being first in 3 leaderboards when the world ranking was announced. It was a blueprint of a main city of the Wonder category. Aside from increasing various attributes, at that time he hadn't discovered anything particularly special about it. As it turns out, the description of the palace where the deities reside meant it was literally meant for deities to dwell in. Which is to say, even if the Dragon Queen and the others become deities, so long as they don't leave the main city, they won't be repelled by this world. Even if they did go out, their strength would only be compressed back to the peak of demigod. Actually, thinking about it, this has no effect on them. If you stay in an outer plane and use divine incarnation, the strength you can achieve is also that of a demigod's peak. Moreover, when using divine power under the state of divine incarnation, it consumes the life force of the incarnated believers. If a battle lasts half an hour or an hour, the believers would exhaust their life force and die directly. Therefore, the effect provided by the City of the Holy Spirits is completely advantageous for his side. As for the spread of faith of the deities across other planes, that's something to talk about in the future. First, understand this plane thoroughly, then consider other matters. The third prompt, the deities who join the City of the Holy Spirits, will unlock attributes. This one, he'll see what's added after he gets back. The addition of a deity surely won't have a poor effect. Fang Hao was analyzing the data on his side. On the opposite side, the Dragon Queen furrowed her brows. Following his gaze, she looked down at her own open chest, revealing ample roundness and a hint of rosy red. Naturally, she adjusted her clothing, covering up all the exposed parts. Then she said, "What's wrong? Is there something incorrect?" Fang Hao withdrew his thoughts and looked towards her, asking, "Do you feel anything?" "I don't feel much, just more relaxed than before, as if I've grown much younger." The Dragon Queen raised her hand and looked at it carefully. There is indeed a big difference between a demigod and a deity. A demigod could be understood as the pinnacle of humanity, while a deity has already broken through the shackles of their body and achieved transcendence. Aside from the power boost, it's about having an immortal constitution. The Dragon Clan has a long lifespan but is not undying. But now that she has become a god, she will not age with time. Unless there's external interference, she will never die. You don't feel anything? Just now you were all ablaze. The Dragon Queen didn't understand what he meant and just asked, "So does this mean I am now a deity?" She could sense the changes in her body. But it was her first time, so she was somewhat uncertain. Fang Hao nodded, "Yes, congratulations, Miss Tyralt, you have become a great deity who is revered by all people." The Dragon Queen gave him a disdainful look, but her face still revealed an undeniable joy. She had finally become a god. It turns out, a demigod really could break the shackles and achieve divinity. After being overjoyed for a while, when she saw the man across from her smiling at her, she then restrained her smile and returned to the aloof Dragon Queen. Leaning back in the seat, she crossed her legs again and calmly asked, "What's the next plan? You're not planning to let me live in these ruins, are you?" The land of deception had long since become barren, utterly desolate. Even the former Mount Dragon Peak at least had a cave. There wasn't even a root hair here. Having gotten used to living in Fang Hao's main city, the thought of living in this kind of environment in the future is hard to accept. Before, she had even thought about replicating a small main city in her own plane. Now it seems the difficulty is quite high. Fang Hao smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I have everything planned out, how could I let you suffer discomfort? The Dragon Queen glared at him, not responding to his words about not letting her suffer discomfort, but instead said, so what are you planning to do? At least give me a place to live, right? Seeing that she took this matter seriously, Fang Hao said directly, let's go. Where to? Back home. Fang Hao looked at her with a full smile. The reason for coming to the land of deception to absorb divinity was because he was afraid she'd be repelled by the world. Now, with the city of the Holy Spirit's effect in place and no longer being repelled. Naturally, it's time to go back. This place in the rainforest labyrinth plain, in fact, Fang Hao was planning to use for planting crops. Going back? Can I go back? Exclaimed the Dragon Queen. He pulled her beside him, took out the boundary stone, and the next second their figures disappeared. When their eyes opened again, they had returned to the main city. Smooth paths, lush greenery of the trees, and the sound of maids giggling not far away. The only change was that the city of the Holy Spirits was emitting a faint halo from the top, enveloping the entire main city. It looked like a translucent eggshell. The Dragon Queen's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Isn't it said that one does not stay in this world after ascending to godhood? Why would she return here? I didn't ascend to godhood. The Dragon Queen said subconsciously. Fang Hao looked at her and, after confirming there was no danger, explained, you did ascend to godhood. This is the power of our city. You can stay in the city, but once you leave, your strength will be limited to the peak of demigod. The Dragon Queen's brows furrowed tightly, trying to grasp the meaning of his words. Even though she knew little about the affairs of deities, she was clear about one thing, gods do not linger in this world. Otherwise, it would not be demigods but gods themselves seated among the various races. You. Me. Is this also the power of transmigrators? The Dragon Queen was still somewhat befuddled. Even though transmigrators had already demonstrated many inconceivable abilities. But the current situation was clearly breaking some of the world's rules. It's not the power of transmigrators, but rather an effect of a building. It might have been left behind by a deity, I can't explain it, Fang Hao continued. The Dragon Queen stood in place, staring at him. After a while, she frowned and said, so, all this farewell, all these plans for vengeance was for nothing. She said goodbye to her good friends and fought her enemies. She had even instructed her daughter at length. To end up not needing to leave, wouldn't that make all she had done a laughingstock? As this thought struck her, anger flared up suddenly. Seeing her about to get angry, Fang Hao quickly said, no worries, if you don't say anything, no one will know. Just find an excuse later on. The Dragon Queen took a deep breath, turned around angrily, and left. Fang Hao shouted from behind, how about I arrange a room for you in the Lord's mansion? The Dragon Queen turned back sharply, about to answer, then stopped abruptly. After hesitating for a moment, she said, is this how you speak to a mother? With that, she turned and headed towards her residence. She returned to the regent's courtyard. Whoosh! She emptied all the contents stored in her spatial storage, spilling them out. They piled up into a small hill. She lay back down on a soft collapse beside, recalling the recent events. So she had ascended to godhood just like that? That simple? After the Dragon Queen left, Fang Hao immediately opened the Book of Lords to check the attributes of the Holy Spirit City. To see what attributes the Dragon Queen's ascension brought. Holy Spirit City. Building effects, all building durability plus 100%, food production plus 150%, production and mining plus 100%, all troop recruitment and conversion speed plus 50%, public order plus 50%, reproduction plus 30%, public faith plus 30%. Resident deity, Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt, Lesser God. Zenith Blazing Sun, Dragon-type troops attack plus 20%, living creature physique plus 18%, flight speed plus 15%, skills recovery plus 15%, Dragon Clan faith plus 12%, mythical troop synthesis, Dragon-type, plus 8%. Fang Hao looked at the attributes, feeling somewhat surprised. Each deity that takes residence brings so much added attributes. That's really not bad. Seems like he needs to keep cultivating gods. Orc area, Glory Highland City. When the news came back that a demigod had died and was unable to resurrect at the hero's altar, the entire city, even the whole Orc clan, fell into panic. This proved that the enemies of the Orc clan had mastered a method to prevent heroes from resurrecting. All heroes would now face such peril. Even demigods were no longer safe. For a time, with hearts filled with trepidation, panic swiftly spread among orcs. In a grand and luxurious temple, 2 orc priests were seated, their attire indicating different deities they served. Below, a human transmigrator, head bowed as if in bitter cold, shivered incessantly. "The one who attacked you was Fang Hao?" the leading orc asked in a deep voice. Hearing the question, the transmigrator's body trembled. He quickly answered, "The other party had black hair, black eyes, and was riding a double-headed corpse dragon." The orc commander who was with him said it was Fang Hao. The orc narrowed his eyes, glanced at the other 2 beside him, and continued, "Tell me the events that you know." The transmigrator lifted his head and began. Starting from how their advance party was intercepted, then the sudden assault by the others. He spoke until the part where he ran back and saw bodies strewn everywhere. However, the recounted tale exaggerated the enemy forces from a few men and 1 dragon mentioned by Fang Hao, to an army of thousands. They fought desperately, he claimed, and ultimately had no choice but to scatter and flee. Moreover, he did not witness how the enemy attacked the demigod, causing the demigod to be incapable of resurrection. After listening, the orc nodded slightly. He pondered for a moment before saying directly, "Take him out and behead him, then ask his soul again about what I just asked." "Yes." 2 strong orcs came in. They dragged the loudly begging transmigrator away. When the hall returned to quiet, the leading orc looked to the side. "Marl, I need you to kill this transmigrator named Fang Hao," the orc said. The priest called Marl, who had his eyes closed until now, opened them and said, "What's the use of dealing with a mere human believer? You should find the deity behind him." "No, I feel he is different. Just in case, I want to kill him first." After a moment of contemplation, Marl said, "Fine, get me something that can identify him, and I'll kill him for you." "Good, I'll have it for you in a couple of days." After saying this, 2 divine lights disappeared from the priests. The priests once again bowed to the temple's deity statue, then walked backward out of the temple. Chapter 1334. Central Square, a celebration party was held for the Dragon Queen. Heroes, maids, and craftsmen from the city joined in, congratulating her ascension to godhood. After the banquet, everyone sang and danced in the central square. The whole main city was filled with laughter and joy. Although the Dragon Queen refused to join in the dancing, a smile appeared on her cold face. It seemed that she had grown much closer to the people of the city. Everyone fears loneliness. Otherwise, the Dragon Queen wouldn't always go to the crowded pavilion at midnight to drink. Late into the night, the celebration gradually came to an end. Maids returned in groups, and the Dragon Queen also went back to her residence. She continued to restore her once empty mansion. Outside the window was silent, while the room was brightly lit. Fang Hao sipped some fruit tea, opened the Book of Lords, and checked the Dragon Queen's attributes. Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt, Lesser God. Faction, Dragon Clan. Template, Lesser God, Level 1. Racial traits, Living Creatures, Dragon Scale Armor, Old Dragon Clan Flesh, Flight, Dragon Clan Spell Casting, Dual Form. Divine Traits, Golden Radiance, Forged by Blazing Fire, Immortal Nature, Divine Statue. Legion Talent, Dragon Clan Leader, Evil Dragon Queen. Skills, Terrifying Dignity, Radiant Breath, Flowing Flame Legion, Divine Descent, Blazing Combat Spirit, Zenith Blazing Sunday. Innate Skills, Legendary Combat Mastery, Legendary Magic Mastery, Legendary Light Magic Mastery, Legendary Fire Magic Mastery, Legendary Flight Mastery, Legendary Physical Mastery. Dragon Scale Armor, Physical Defense plus 75%, Magic Resistance plus 55%. Old Dragon Clan Flesh, Resistance plus 95% against Mind Control, Soul Disturbance, Curses, Toxins, and other negative attributes, Resistance plus 95% against Burning, Paralysis, Corrosion, Water Poison, and other negative elements, Distance Resistance plus 75%, Physical Recovery plus 60%. Flight, this unit excels in flying. Dragon Clan Spell Casting, this unit is a natural caster of light/fire magic, able to use skills like Concentrated Light Arrow Flowing Flame Legion without learning, also possesses strong magical learning capabilities. Dual Form, this unit can freely switch between human form and dragon form. Golden Radiance, Light Magic Amplification plus 800%, all attributes plus 50% for 30 seconds after each light attribute skill. Forged by blazing fire, immune to flame damage, fire magic amplification 550%. Immortal nature, no need for food or sleep, life state unaffected by time. Divine statue, the power that erects the statue of this deity will be blessed by the statue, attack power plus 10%, light attribute damage plus 8%, fire attribute damage plus 5%, flight plus 5%. Direct powers effective without a statue. Dragon Clan Leader, this unit leads the Dragon Clan troops, all attributes plus 55%, distance resistance plus 50%, magic resistance plus 35%. Evil Dragon Queen, armies led by this unit reduce enemy morale by 35%, an additional minus 10% every 5 minutes if the enemy is at a disadvantage. Terrifying Dignity, Dragon Form, passive nearby living creatures have a 55% chance to be unable to act due to nervousness, 90% chance to reduce morale by 15%. Radiant Breath, Dragon Form, active fierce dragon breath covers a fixed area in a linear fashion, inflicting damage on living creatures within the area. Flowing Flame Legion, active creates a legion with element-based soldiers within its own flowing flame. Divine Descent, active may descend consciousness into any Loyalty 100 followers' body. Unaffected by distance, time, or planes. Blazing Combat Spirit, human form, active enters a peak state, all attributes plus 300%, lasts for 30 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Zenith Blazing Sun, human form, active a fierce blazing sun rises, destroying everything within the range. Description, she is dazzling and dangerous. Fang Hao was still a bit surprised looking at the Dragon Queen's attributes. Beneath the racial traits, there was actually a separate section for divine traits. It provided an extremely exaggerated value addition. 800%. Is this supposed to destroy the earth? Terrifying. There are also quite a few types of skills. Before, when the Dragon Queen used a skill, buildings disappeared, and magma covered the ground. Fang Hao always thought her ability was related to fire. Looking at the description now, it turns out her attributes belong to the light category. Unlike the church's light magic, the Dragon Queen's is called Zenith Blazing Sunday. Probably the kind under the high temperature sun. Overall, with all kinds of resistances and immunities, indeed, it reflects the Dragon Queen's power. Somewhat like a simplified version of the 100-armed giant. Even though it is only level 1. But among lesser gods, it's still considered a fierce combat power. While observing this, Ira and Little White came back together. Seeing Fang Hao sitting there, intently looking at the Book of Lords, Ira curiously asked, "Master, what are you looking at so seriously?" "Perhaps, a photo from some master's admirer has arrived." Little White chimed in as well. The two sat down in front of the dressing table, beginning to remove their accessories. Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords, stepped over the long bench, and sat down in the middle, hugging them both from the left and right. Softly he spoke, "Right, I do have something to ask you all." "What is it?" Ira released her tied-up hair, her ears twitching gently. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then asked, "The orcs, which deity do they generally worship?" Upon hearing this, the two of them stiffened. With some hesitation, Little White whispered, "Master, should I speak of this?" Scholar Nelson said not to mention the deity's name aloud. "It's fine, just whisper it to me. We are in the Holy Spirit City, they can't hear us here. Just don't talk about it recklessly outside," Fang Hao stated directly. "Oh." Ira nodded, lowering her voice, "The traditional deities of the orcs are the god of war and the god of hunting." "Two deities?" "No, the god of hunting isn't a traditional one but just a part of the orcs' habits, they generally worship the god of hunting," Little White corrected immediately. "Who said that? It must be the god of the orcs." Ira asserted. "Not really, it's just more suitable for orcs, I'm not clear about which race it belongs to exactly," Little White insisted. The two orcs had a divergence on their own deities. One claims the god of hunting is traditional for orcs, the other says it's not traditional, only suitable. Yet, neither could provide concrete evidence. Fang Hao listened and then interrupted their debate, asking, "What blessings does this god of hunting bestow?" Standing up, and while changing into her nightgown, Little White replied, "Jungle sensing, tracking, hunting, and such." As the name suggests, the god of hunting endows attributes toward jungle hunting. This matches the orcs' lifestyle of living in the jungle and primarily hunting. Among its followers, besides orcs, are mostly hunters, archers, and beasts with intelligence. In essence, anyone in the jungle aiming to track and hunt targets generally worships the god of hunting. Hearing this, it was still difficult to determine if it was an orthodox deity for the orcs. Ira, who by now had also changed into a nightgown, gently placed her tender white hands on her shoulders. "Master, are we resting here tonight?" "Yes, we'll stay here," Fang Hao nodded. Ira looked back at Little White, who nodded understandingly and happily knelt by the bed to make it, her actions lifting the hem of her short skirt, revealing fair, purred buttocks. Her furry tail swayed from side to side, occasionally hidden and seen. Fang Hao lifted his teacup, took a sip, and pondered about this god of hunting. Ira and Little White, being from a remote orc region, may not align exactly with typical orc regions, but the differences shouldn't be substantial. Whether this god of hunting is orthodox or not, it signifies its important status among orcs. At the very least, it's an ally of the orc deity. Are there any other deities? Fang Hao continued. Ira thought for a moment, then said, each tribe worships differently the goddess of harvest, god of slaughter, gods of poison and disease, and some gods whose existence is altogether unknown. Why worship gods of poison and disease? Fang Hao asked in surprise. No, this deity blesses those who suffer greatly from poison and disease, Ira explained. Oh, that makes sense. The blessings from a deity are positive. In worshipping, it would mean increased resistance to toxins. Master, the bed is ready, Little White, her eyes moving coquettishly, whispered softly, shall we lie down and talk? Okay, let's do as Little White says. The three of them crawled into bed, leaning on one another. He skillfully unbuttoned their tops from one side to the other and reached inside. Neither was spectacular, but both were full and firm, fitting perfectly into his hand. Master, it's getting late, Little White said with flushed cheeks, looking up with her big eyes. Fang Hao glanced at her, gave her slim waist a gentle pat, and said, I'll talk to Ira for a bit, Little White, you should make some effort on your own. Seeing him so serious and joking, Little White voiced her slight complaint, I knew you care more about Sister Ira, always keeping me busy. Just go, Ira said, not too pleased. Pouting, Little White lifted the thin blanket and climbed up to his waist. Fang Hao continued to look at Ira, asking, do these gods of war and hunting have names? Ira thought again, then lowered her voice even further, the god of war is named Orchid, and the god of hunting is called Marl. Unknowingly, the morning light streamed through the window. Ira helped him get dressed, then went downstairs to prepare breakfast. As one of the earliest followers of Fang Hao, she effectively acted as the mistress of this lord's mansion. She managed all the major and minor affairs. As Fang Hao got dressed and came downstairs, he saw Little Yu sitting in the hall with a closed book of lords beside her. As he descended from the stairs, she immediately stood up, my lord. Yes, how did it go? All went smoothly. Little Yu looked up briefly then lowered her head, saying, my lord, we've retrieved Miss Cleolando's Book of Lords, but Blackthorn has been severely injured and has been taken to the Viscera Museum for repairs, and the 3 accompanying skeleton merchants, along with 15 bound spirit guardians, have all perished. Hearing this, Fang Hao's brow furrowed instantly. Wasn't it just a theft? How did so many die? Chapter 1335. The original plan was to buy it. But when they realized they couldn't purchase it, they chose to have Little Yu steal it, while Blackthorn and others disguised themselves as merchants for cover. For the original inhabitants, the Book of Lords was of no use whatsoever. Like a broken book that couldn't be opened, it was utterly unusable. Thus, they never thought this matter would escalate into something serious. But now that Blackthorn is seriously injured and the merchants and bound spirit guardians with him are dead, Fang Hao is also somewhat surprised. What happened? Fang Hao sat down nearby and asked sternly. Taking a deep breath, Little Yu continued, they must have been using the Book of Lords as bait, knowing someone would come for it and had set a trap in advance. In the end, I could only flee with Blackthorn. With this explanation, the meaning became clear to him. The undead had set a trap in advance, waiting for Cleolando to return for the Book of Lords. This plan likely wasn't conceived by the original inhabitants, it was probably the idea of some transmigrator think tank. Sometimes, outsiders don't understand you. And they can't easily find your weak spots. Only those who know you, your own people, know where your vulnerabilities lie and seek to bully and exploit you. Is Blackthorn seriously hurt? Fang Hao asked on. The skeleton has sustained significant damage, but the funeral priest said it's not too serious and can be repaired. These manufactured undead heroes don't heal from wounds like living creatures do, they require repair by funeral priests. Once repaired, they're essentially as good as new. Okay. Fang Hao nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, what's our next move? We can't just let this go, Little Yu spoke softly. She was holding a grudge. With people dead and a hero seriously wounded, it couldn't just be overlooked. But it wasn't the right time to clash with the undead. Whatever the plan, it would have to wait until the situation with the orcs had settled down. Thinking about it, it seems I'm in some danger. Direct warfare with the orcs, underhanded relations with the elf clan, and now I've provoked the undead. Of 3 major clans, I've offended 3. No, I need to keep a low profile. This doesn't align with my plan to lie low until the end. Now that we are addressing the conflict with the orcs and have obtained the Book of Lords, we can set aside the undead for now and seek revenge later, Fang Hao said. Little Yu also understood this reasoning. Understood. Fang Hao picked up the Book of Lords, and the system prompt appeared. The Book of Lords can be consumed. The Book of Lords in his hand turned into a light and merged into his own Book of Lords. After choosing to occupy and setting Cleolando as the proxy governor, a Book of City Lord split off from the Book of Lords. He handed the new Book of City Lord back to Little Yu and instructed, make another trip, go to the Supreme Saint Golden City and give this book to Cleolando. Yes, sir, Little Yu accepted and promptly left the Lord's Hall. After sending off Little Yu, Fang Hao went straight to the Viscera Museum to check on Blackthorn. He spoke with the funeral priest at the entrance to get an update on the situation. Learning that there really wasn't a big problem. He then went to the skeleton merchant to explain the situation to Dujin. These undead were recruits, without families, and thus there are no compensations to discuss. But it was still necessary to be clear about the situation. It wasn't until the afternoon that Fang Hao received a message from Rolina. The army had set out from Blackwind Castle and was now nearing the orc stronghold Tiger's Mouth. She asked if there were any special circumstances, and if there was nothing else, they planned to attack tonight. To retaliate against the orcs, and seize Tiger's Mouth. Fang Hao delegated the city's affairs. Then he sat on the white bone throne and released his divine descent. Minor Forest. The buffer zone at the border between the Blood Clan and the orcs. The moment Fang Hao opened his eyes, he had successfully descended into Grey Bear's body. Clad in battle armor, with beast skin draped over his shoulders and a war saber hanging from his waist. Looking majestic. Yet there was still a ruffian air about him. He surveyed the surroundings and assessed the situation. In the not-so-dense forest, rows upon rows of 4-armed skeleton warriors and skeleton archers stood. In the rear, he could see the massive double-headed corpse dragon. It seemed that they were waiting for his orders to then attack the orc stronghold, Tiger's Mouth. With the enemy's demigod dead, it was a great opportunity to strike. Where's Rolina? Fang Hao asked one of the Blood Clan nearby. The latter glanced at him and still reported, Miss Rolina is in the tent behind. In addition to Fang Hao sending reinforcements, the Blood Clan had also reinforced Blackwind Castle, with various Blood Clan troops brought over, paler than the dead, and their speech cold as ice. In the middle of the army camp, a beast-skin tent was set up. Guarding the entrance was not a soldier from the Blood Clan, but Nisbet left behind by Fang Hao. Nisbet himself is a hero, and it's actually an overqualification for him to act as a guard. It seems that Nisbet did not recognize Fang Hao and therefore did not salute. He just stood there, stiffly. He paid no attention to this. He lifted the tent flap and walked in. The inside of the tent was dimly lit, with Rolina, Beata, and the ice dragon Lancelet. 3 women were all sitting inside the tent. Beata was mumbling non-stop about something. I am Fang Hao, do you have any intelligence on the enemy? He said directly after entering. Upon hearing that it was Fang Hao, the color on Rolina's face brightened with joy. Immediately, someone brought over a table and spread out a leather map on it. The map was not new, probably drawn quite some time ago, but a few new annotations could still be seen on it. Her pale finger pointed to a forest location on the map. This is where we are. The finger moved forward along the map and stopped on a castle icon. Continue forward, walk out of this forest, and we will see the orc fortress Tiger's Mouth. I plan to attack directly and take down this place. The orc clan has only 2 demigods, one needed to reside in the orc capital, and the other was killed by Fang Hao. And the Orc clan's gods can't always watch the battlefield. So, starting a war at this time is the best opportunity. Not only can they take the opportunity to trap the Orcs, but it is also a chance to demonstrate their own strength. To let the enemy know that they do not fear the Orcs and can even threaten their lives. Wars are like this, they attack you because they think you are weak. When you show almost equal strength, the enemy starts to hesitate. His gaze returned to the map and he asked, "How many troops are stationed here?" Rollina said, "According to the scouts' report, the Orcs have been consistently reinforcing their troops recently, and there should be a large number of Orcs and Transmigrator armies in the city, probably no less than 50,000. Not much time has passed since the last battle at Blackwind Castle. So quickly gathering 50,000 troops, the Orcs were actually quite swift. Do you have any intelligence on the enemy heroes?" Rollina shook her head, "No information on that aspect." "Alright, then we'll proceed with your plan. If there's danger, I will arrange support." After some thought, Fang Hao also nodded in agreement with the plan. After discussing, they exited the tent. Rollina directed the soldiers to keep moving forward and prepare to attack. Beata then leaned over and asked in a low voice, "How is my mother?" "She's doing well, she's even gained some weight these past few days," Fang Hao replied directly. "Ah, no, really? Is my mother not coming back at all? If she's gone, what should I do?" Beata's large eyes brimmed with tears. Fang Hao lowered his voice and said, "Didn't you say you didn't like her bossing you around?" "Humph. I just don't want to be controlled. Who said I don't want to see her?" "She's my mother," Beata said indignantly. Fang Hao smiled and reassured in a soft voice, "Come on, she's still in the main city. You can see her when you go back." "Eh? My mother hasn't become a god. Shh. Don't spread rumors. When you go back, let your mother explain it to you." "Oh, okay." Beata nodded, indicating she understood. Soon, the army began to move. The sound of footsteps and the clashing of weapons resounded through the forest. On the army's supply wagons, carefully placed rifle bullets and detonators could be seen. There were quite a lot of them. Emerging from the forest, they soon saw an Orc fortress in the distance. It still bore the Orcs' rugged style. Castle walls constructed from massive stones, with sharpened wooden stakes at the corners, slanted upwards like chevaux frise, and Orc flags hoisted atop the walls, along with Blood Clan heads hanging on wooden poles. As the undead, like a tide, flooded out from the forest and covered the open ground. The alarms rang on the city walls, and the Orcs plunged into panic. Countless Orcs ran back and forth atop the walls, transporting defensive equipment, beginning their preparation for combat. Several Orc high-rankers with clearly superior equipment also stood on the city walls, gazing from afar towards the other side. In fact, when their demigod had died, they should have suspected that the Blood Clan would use this opportunity to counterattack. Any race would not miss such an opportunity. 4 armed skeleton commanders surged out of the forest like a tide. Behind the 4 armed skeleton commanders, there were thunder gunners carrying rifles, and the double-headed corpse dragons walking forward instead of flying for the time being. A dense mass of undead gradually covered the entire open ground. As far as the eye could see, they were all undead soldiers. And the Orcs on the city walls, who had been orderly, instantly fell into chaos. There were too many undead. And unusually, there were dragon-type troops. Stomp stomp stomp. At that moment, several black cavalry riders quickly rushed over, throwing down 3 figures from their horses. 2 brawny Orcs and 1 transmigrator in leather armor. "Lord Rollina, we encountered Orc scouts and took these 3 prisoners after the battle." Rollina nodded, "Are there any losses?" 2 Black Knights and 5 from the Light Blood members have died. Chapter 1336. During the day, the combat power of the Blood Clan is affected. Encountering the Orcs face to face, they actually do not have much of an advantage. If it wasn't for the presence of high-ranking troops like the Black Knights, it might be the Blood Clan who were captured. Rollina thought for a moment, then said, "Notify them, the scouts need not engage in direct combat, their main focus should be on gathering intelligence." "Yes, my lord," the Black Knight responded, and quickly galloped away. Meanwhile, the gaze of Fang Hao and the others fell upon the 3 captives who were tightly bound and thrown on the ground. Rollina glanced to the side. Immediately, several Blood Clan soldiers came forward, lifted the 3, and made them kneel on the ground. 2 Orcs, both bearing numerous injuries, glared angrily at them, while the other transmigrator, his eyes sweeping over Beata, Rolina, and the others. His face was filled with fear and a hint of surprise. Obviously, he had recognized the ranks of Beata, the Ice Dragon, and Rolina. Orange, dark gold, demigod. For a regular transmigrator, this was indeed a lineup of the highest powers. Fang Hao looked at the three, and just as he was about to speak, the transmigrator shouted first, "Don't kill me, I'm not an orc, I was just forced to join the army, please don't kill me." "Shut up, you weakling! Shut your mouth, or else I'll kill you!" The two orcs roared angrily one after another, scaring the transmigrator who shrank his neck. Rolina waved her hand, and a soldier beside her swung the hilt of his sword and smashed it on the orc's mouth. The protruding fangs broke, and his mouth began to spew fresh blood incessantly. Once it quieted down, Fang Hao looked at the transmigrator and asked, "You don't want to die?" I don't. The transmigrator said while kneeling and inching forward, his face filled with the desire to live. Fang Hao nodded, saying, "I will ask you some things I know, and things I don't know. If you answer to my satisfaction, I won't kill you, but if I find any discrepancies with what I know, your end will be extremely miserable." The transmigrator shivered, Yes, I will definitely answer truthfully. Does the city have a garrison?" "There are many, at least 50 to 60,000, the transmigrator answered. "Does the number you mentioned include the transmigrator's army?" It includes. Fang Hao nodded, which was not too far off from the intelligence Rolina had, which was more than 50,000. Then he continued to ask, "Who is the highest ranked hero in the city?" I only know of whom I've seen, called Savage Butcher, who is an orange hero wielding two one-handed axes," the transmigrator answered. Who? Hearing this, the two orc captives began angrily howling toward them, making a hooing noise in their mouths. "Is there a demigod inside?" Fang Hao continued asking. "Did not see any." "Are there any priest clergy?" "Haven't seen any, but I heard, the orcs are planning reinforcements, and things like priests are on their way." "I haven't seen any in the city." Fang Hao nodded, glanced at Rolina, seeing she had nothing else to ask. He then directly said, "Kill the two orcs, and detain this man first." "Yes." The Blood Clan soldiers acted and took the transmigrator away, while the two orcs' heads were chopped off on the spot. The intelligence provided by the transmigrator was, in fact, much like what he had envisaged. The Yellow Bull demigod had just died 2 or 3 days ago, and the orcs had not yet had time to summon a new hero to preside over things. They hadn't even had the time to prepare thoroughly. Even if there were up to 70,000 troops in the city, without a demigod, they simply couldn't hold the city. As for the presence of the god of Orc, it was not likely in the city either. Not to mention that the believers capable of invoking a divine presence were limited. Even if there were believers, just one god's arrival couldn't defend the city. Thus, he considered the transmigrator's intelligence to be reliable. At least, the orcs hadn't had time yet to send a higher-ranked hero. "How shall we attack?" Rolina asked. Fang Hao said, "Follow your plan, without a demigod, you'll win no matter how you fight." Rolina nodded, then turned to the side and said, "Bring over the mines." High atop the city walls, the orcs were bustling about, dismantling the buildings within the city, moving stones and logs up onto the wall. The number of undead was too large, once the fighting started. The small stones prepared earlier were simply not enough. A tall orc chief, wearing a middle coat, with 2 battle axes hanging on his back, stood on the city wall, watching the slowly approaching undead army while loudly urging the panicked soldiers. Despite having experienced many battles, the number of incoming undead still instilled a sense of crisis in him. "Chieftain Savage Butcher, there is talk below that this army has killed the Gabriel demigod," a confidant reported in haste, quietly. "Orcs are warlike, but they are not foolish. Naturally, they wouldn't simply go to their deaths." The situation was clearly not right, and with various rumors abounding recently. Morale was already falling, and there was unrest among the troops even before the battle had begun. Upon hearing this, the orc chieftain's expression instantly turned cold. What he detested most at such times were those who spread rumors and undermined morale. With a fierce glare and a cold voice, he said, "Damn it, take your men, find those who are speaking nonsense," and on the spot. Before he could finish his sentence, wuxia curtain seemed to have been drawn in the sky above the city. In the blink of an eye, it turned from day to night. Inside the city, visibility was reduced to less than 5 fingers, and sounds of shouting, objects dropping, and bumping noises emerged from all around. The orc chief felt a bad premonition rising in his heart instantly. It seems that there really were formidable enemies in the Blood Clan's army. Otherwise, with the strength of a normal hero, who could turn day into night? The orc chieftain, shocked in his heart, but still never forgot his duty, shouted loudly, "Light the torches, bring out all the nightstones from the buildings, quickly!" Just as the order was issued, a faint whistling sound of breaking through the air came from the sky. Air attack? With so many dragon-type troops on the enemy's side, if he were them, he would also use the wyverns in the first round to gain the advantage. Damn it, let the lookout tower fire the flare. Signal tower, fire the flare. The messengers passed the command from one to another, towards the lookout tower. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, a series of sharp sounds rang out. Several flares shot up into the sky. Crack, crack, crack. The flares burst overhead, illuminating a large swath of the sky. Under the orange-yellow light, a mass of double-headed dragons, like a migrating flock of swallows, flew overhead maintaining their height. These double-headed dragons, naturally black in color, were very difficult to see in the night. The sheer number had reached a terrifying extent. Such a shocking scene, even the most brave and fierce orcs felt an unstoppable sense of dread inside them at this moment. This was simply not something they could defeat. The rumors before, that this army had killed the demigod Gabriel, must be true. It has to be. The orc chieftain, the first to react. He yelled loudly, "Anti-air crossbows, archers, attack for your lives, anyone who doesn't want to die attack." Clang clang. Before the archers could attack, several cylindrical objects fell from the sky. They clanged on everyone's heads and bodies, then rolled all over the ground. The orc chieftain picked one up in confusion. Upon seeing the white smoke emerging from one end, he cursed, "Damn!" Boom, boom. The explosion that shattered the heavens and earth resounded through the city. The sturdy fortress, like a box filled with gunpowder, flashed brightly amidst the booming explosions. The horrifying sound of explosions continuously covered the whole city. The explosions lasted for about 5 to 6 minutes. When the sound of the explosions ceased, the smoke rose like a giant wave, rushing into the sky from above the city. It was much later that painful moans began to rise from within the smoke. The tall orc chieftain struggled to stand up from the ground. Turning to look back at the city, shrouded in smoke and flames, he shook his dazed head and shouted loudly, "The reinforcements are on their way, as long as we hold on, we can defeat those damned Blood Clan." His shout spread rapidly, giving the nearby orc soldiers, who had luckily survived, a glimmer of hope. If there really were reinforcements, there was still hope to persevere, to survive. Morale slightly recovered, some orcs who could still move, stood up from the rubble and began to look for their equipment. The orc chieftain saw his words had effect. He looked back at the outside of the city. Recalling the words of the god of orc priest, he continued to loudly motivate, "Every challenge is a test for ourselves, the glory of the war god will protect his followers, orcs will achieve the final victory amidst the war flames." Roar! The orc soldiers, following him, raised their weapons and shouted. Morale and fighting spirit began soaring again. "Pick up your weapons, climb the city walls." Just as the orc chieftain continued to wave his arms and cheer the soldiers on, the dim sky suddenly flashed with a blood-red light. In the eyes of all orcs below, a dazzling blood spear shot from afar through the air. As if piercing through the sky, it came from above. Pfft! A clear sound rang out. The blood spear directly pierced through the chest of the orc chieftain, leaving a terrifying hole. The wound began to rot, shattered organs mixed with fresh blood flowed outward. The orc chieftain turned his head back in horror, looking at the distant sky. A faint figure could be seen, flying towards here. Thump! The orc chieftain fell heavily to the ground, dead. The entire city instantly quieted down, only the wounded issued painful moans. The orc soldiers who had their spirits high just a moment ago now stood dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, filled with terror. A robust, physically imposing orc hero, just died like this? The war god's blessing, orcs unbeaten? Just like that, killed by someone? The contrast came too fast, making all those who survived somewhat unable to react. And at this moment, a woman with bat wings unfolded, wearing a mask, slowly landed on the city wall. With one foot on the body of the orc chieftain, she scanned the bewildered orcs below. She spoke coldly, "All right, lay down your weapons, and you may avoid death." Then, dense double-headed corpse dragons also followed, landing all over the city walls. Their fierce heads, overlooking the area below. Chapter 1337. The fire raged fiercely, with thick smoke soaring into the sky. The mysterious woman wearing a mask stood atop the front city wall. On both sides of the city walls stood two-headed undead dragons with fierce appearances. The smell of scorching, the light of fires burning amidst the ruins. It was as if they were in hell, magnifying the orcs' tension and fear incessantly. Every orc stood in the square, looking up in silence at the masked woman of the Blood Clan. The hatred between orcs and the Blood Clan had reached an irreconcilable point. And the promise of no death from the other side, upon reflection, was not reliable. What if they were deceiving themselves? What to do when they laid down their weapons, and the enemy continued to attack? Better to fight back, at least they could take a few down with them. Don't trust her, how could the damn Blood Clan possibly spare us? Dying in battle under the glory of the Father God will allow us to enter the domain of the Father God. Just as all the orcs hesitated, uneasy about their fate, the transmigrators had already quietly put down their weapons. An orc stood out from the crowd, holding up a weapon and shouting about the glory of the Father God. Their demeanor, like that of a frenetic zealot. Swoosh! Suddenly, a streak of blood light shot through the air, piercing accurately through the target's body. The zealot, still in fervor just a moment ago, touched his chest and instantly fell backwards. The orcs were startled again, they hadn't even had time to react or join the resistance. And just like that, the man was dead. Some looked at the city wall in surprise, their tight grip loosening once more. Damn bats, the Father God will punish you sinners. Fight with me, the orc clan will never surrender. Let's go for it, fight them to the end. Another small wave of orcs charged out, deciding to fight to the death. Rollina looked down with a lowered head, then several blood spears were thrown again, the orcs who had just charged out from the crowd were pierced and fell to the ground. Blood flowed freely. The whole place returned to calmness. Seeing that no one else was jumping out, Rollina spoke coldly, "You should also be aware that if I wanted to kill you, none of you would be able to escape. The fact that I haven't done so means that as long as you do as I say, you won't be killed, at least not in such a foolish way." The orcs remained silent, not continuing to scream for battle, but still holding onto their weapons. At this moment, a transmigrator stepped forward and shouted loudly, "We are not orcs, we were captured to be conscripted, if we surrender, will we not be killed either?" Upon saying this, they immediately drew hateful glances from the orcs. "What does it mean to be captured for conscription?" Rollina nodded, "Yes." "All right, then we surrender." Upon saying so, the transmigrators, along with their own soldiers, threw away their weapons and consciously moved to one side, distancing themselves from the orcs. Rollina continued looking at the orcs, "What about you?" The orcs looked at each other, then dropped the weapons in their hands. At the Tiger Teeth Pass, flames shot up and black smoke billowed. Far from there, on a protruding hillside, stood a carriage. The carriage was ornately designed, carved with special patterns of breezes, hunting bows, and boots. It did not look like a carriage that belonged to the orc clan. Inside the carriage, the curtain was lifted slightly, revealing a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes looking into the distance. Seeing the divine light soaring amongst the undead. Frowning, "So there really is a deity willing to support the Blood Clan, interesting. Oh great deity, is there anything that needs to be done?" Outside the carriage, a priest asked quietly. After a moment of silence, the voice from inside the carriage came again, "No need, my target is the transmigrator called Fang Hao, there's no need to confront this god directly. What about this city? It's none of our concern, let's go." Back. The curtain fell, and the carriage slowly left the place. In the distant army, Fang Hao's gaze remained fixed on a far-off hillside. Previously, he had felt watched, and sensed a threatening aura. Looking in the direction he felt it from, the soaring divine light vanished in a flash. Cold sweat appeared on Fang Hao's forehead. It was different from what he had speculated, there really was a deity present. The deity didn't care about the falling orc city but was focused on this side instead. As if watching his every move. The deity was not the god of war, but a different deity with great interest in this place. "What's wrong?" Beata walked over and followed his gaze. At the end of the line of sight was just a hillside, completely bare with nothing on it. It's nothing, how did the battle up front go? Fang Hao turned to look at her. Yeah, the battle is over, the city gates were opened, and the orcs have surrendered. Beata sat down beside him. Fang Hao furrowed his brows. Rolina accepted their surrender? What do we do with so many orcs at this time? Currently, during the war with the orcs, prisoners would be a burden. If there are too many, a revolt could easily lead to chaos. Yeah, I said the same to her. Beata agreed with Fang Hao's thoughts. With a whoosh, Rolina's figure landed nearby. Taking off her mask, the darkness above instantly retreated, revealing the bright sun overhead. At this time, near dusk, the sky was tinged with a streak of sunset glow. Rolina, Fang Hao is asking why you accepted their surrender, Beata said, being quite meddlesome. Rolina answered directly, there was a carriage over there at the time, I suspected someone was inside, so I didn't order them all to be killed. She saw it too. True, the Blood Clan have better vision in the dark, and flying into the sky allows them a broader view. Discovering a carriage, then, is not unusual. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then said, just now there was a deity over there, but I don't know why, he didn't participate in this war. It's possible that he was just passing by. Mentioning a deity, everyone furrowed their brows. Before this, whether minor or major incidents occurred, there was no talk of encountering any deities. It's as if deities only existed in stories. Now, these gods, showing up frequently, as if they cost nothing, often come into view. On a hillside, you can even encounter those passing by. Are there so many deities? So idle? Wandering everywhere? Rolina's face also turned somewhat unsightly, then she asked, is he still there? He probably left. What shall we do next? Rolina continued to ask. Fang Hao thought for a while, then said, then we'll first take over this Tiger Fang Pass. Keep an eye on those captives, make sure nothing dangerous happens. Right. After discussing for a bit more, they directly entered Tiger Fang Pass. Inside Tiger Fang Pass, the once solid fortress had now changed beyond recognition. The ground was pockmarked, most of the buildings in the city had also become ruins. Covering bombing had always been effective. Especially on Fang Hao's side, with plenty of fulminate and flight-type troops fitting the bill. After a round of bombing, there was barely anything left in the city. Skeleton musketeers had already climbed atop the city wall, starting to keep guard. The four-armed skeleton commanders, holding shields, stood orderly on the streets, supervising the orc and transmigrator captives in their cleanup work. There are no injured among the captives? Fang Hao asked in a low voice. Those who were seriously injured were killed, and those with minor injuries were treated with Blood Clan methods. These guys are quite obedient, for now, there seems to be no danger, Rolina said, hands clasped behind her, while walking along. They walked all the way in. Along the way, all the orcs bowed their heads, carefully avoiding eye contact. Afraid of angering this slaughter god, being directly killed by him. There are still quite a few in number, a rebellion could easily break out, Fang Hao continued. I plan to support those surrendering transmigrators, promising some benefits, such as joining the Blood Clan or the Bloodline Legacy, Rolina said. That was indeed a solution. For transmigrators, these 2 points were indeed quite attractive. The clan needs no further mention, and the Blood Clan also have the notion of bloodline. Transforming into Blood Clan, one's lifespan would also increase. Among the transmigrators, many envied these traits. With the right promises, they should all be willing to cooperate with the Blood Clan. At least being driven by the orcs brought them no benefits. Servicing the Blood Clan however came with bloodline and clan affiliation, longevity for centuries. Who wouldn't be tempted? Would your mother agree to let so many people join the Blood Clan? The Blood Clan would intentionally control their population numbers. Wanton transformation into Blood Clan would lead to an increase in the demand for blood consumption. Then, plundering humans for blood far and wide would implicate the Blood Clan. This battle with both clans will lead to many deaths in the Blood Clan, naturally they need to replenish their ranks. This has nothing to do with us, when the time comes, let my mother handle it, Rolina waved her hand dismissively. Indeed, it had nothing to do with him. They continued walking to the city center and stopped in front of a small temple. Entering the temple, there were 3 divine statues placed on the divine altar. In the center was the god of war, standing on a chariot, holding a long spear. To the left was a male figure holding a hunting bow, stepping on cloud boots. That attention was drawn to his boots. Because the carving on these boots was exceptionally detailed. As if all the carving funds were invested in the shoes. This must be the god of hunting that Ira and Little White talked about. On the right was a tall figure, holding a battle axe. Fang Hao recognized him as well, the slaughter god. Could the deity you mentioned before be one of these three? Rolina also looked up at the statues. If it were her alone, commenting beneath the statues, she would still feel fear. But after following Fang Hao, she didn't pay much attention to such fears anymore. If you'd die just by discussing deities, they would have died several times over. Gradually, she no longer feared them. This reminded Fang Hao, the divine radiance on the hillside, could it be one of the city's deities withdrawing their followers? If so, that deity probably didn't want to get involved in this matter. But all this was just his speculation. He knew too little about the matters of deities, so the margin of error in his guesses was also quite significant. After strolling around the city and giving Rolina and the others a few brief orders, he directly cancelled the descent of divinity. Returning to the main city, the sky had already dimmed. Stepping out of the Lord's residence, he saw the Dragon Queen in a long dress passing by the front gate. "What are you off to do?" Fang Hao asked. "I'm going to sit for a while at the Trade Alliance shop. Is there something you need?" The Dragon Queen curiously looked at him. "No, it's just that I saw Beata today. She was asking about you, seems to care a lot." A daughter caring about her mother, isn't that natural? Indeed, Fang Hao nodded. "Shall we sit for a while in the pavilion?" "Let's go." Chapter 1338. The next day, at the Trade Alliance headquarters. Different from ordinary stations, even though it's morning, this place is already bustling. On the streets, there are already many pedestrians from various races. You can even see quite a few transmigrators walking around. It seems that more and more transmigrators can come to the headquarters now. "Where are we heading?" Angia asked while stuffing herself with some snacks. Fang Hao brought Angia and Little Yu to the Trade Alliance. Angia stayed by Fang Hao's side, while Little Yu kept some distance, following from afar. Now in the main city, you can see quite a few transmigrators. Having heroes with very high levels might attract some attention. Having Angia in her purple rank wearing a hat is just perfect to blend in as non-orc. Thus, Little Yu had to follow from a distance to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Even having two transmigrators come over to chat could be troublesome. Lately, it feels like the number of enemies attracted has increased, so it's better to keep a low profile. I had placed some orders at the Fire Hammer shop before, just going to pick them up, Fang Hao explained, holding her. "Oh, it would have been better to have it delivered to our territory. I just happened to be free today, and also planned to discuss some matters." The two of them made their way to the new Fire Hammer shop, with Little Yu following them inside. Today, another promotional event was happening at the Fire Hammer shop. Many people gathered at the entrance holding their own materials, waiting for the craftsmen to evaluate them. Entering the shop, they showed the Firebeard emblem to a dwarf and were then led into the backyard. After sitting for a while, the Grandmaster craftsman Brinston came from the back. Still wearing a leather apron, he walked in while wiping his hands. "How come you remembered to visit today?" Brinston continued to ask. "I've come to pick up the previously repaired equipment and to proceed with the manufacture of the Demon Dragon battle armor," Fang Hao replied directly. "At the Fire Hammer shop, there are currently 3 things. One is to pick up Alurig's equipment, another is a blueprint he ordered for a war halberd to be used by the giant mercenary guards. The last thing was the Demon Dragon battle armor production that stopped because the entire Trade Alliance was destroyed." "That's good. If you hadn't come today, I was planning to have someone deliver it to you." Brinston sat down, picked up a cup of wine, and took a gulp. Fang Hao was left somewhat speechless. People say dwarves are hot-tempered yet honest. He felt the hot temper, but the honesty, not so much. "If I came, you say you plan to have someone deliver it, but if not, you've never delivered once." Fang Hao didn't bother to argue about that and gently pushed Little Yu and Angia outside. "This time, measure them both so we can craft the Demon Dragon armor." The dwarf's gaze fell on the two women, finally resting on Angia. "For this little girl?" Angia widened her eyes in surprise. "For me? That kind of battle armor?" She didn't know before coming, she thought today was just for escorting and sightseeing. "Ah, make a suit for her, her attack style is close combat body techniques," Fang Hao casually said. Hearing the confirmation, Angia's eyes lit up instantly. "Great, I'll also have battle armor. Angia exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and planting a greasy kiss on his lips. Little Yu also thanked him on the side. Thank you, my lord. Demon Dragon battle armor, it belongs to the orange set. Fang Hao has one set, Rolina has another. In fact, with Fang Hao as a lower god and Rolina as a demigod, the orange set feels a bit outdated. It's actually more suitable for heroes of purple and orange ranks. This time, Fang Hao planned to design a set for Little Yu, plus a personal fondness for Angia. He had also brought Angia along. They both were measured together to avoid one having to follow after the other for measurements. Moreover, Fang Hao was also planning to acquire more dragon scale equipment. Not that he wants to hunt the dragon clan. But once, while drinking with the Dragon Queen, she mentioned a place called Dragon Village Island. She said that if she doesn't become a god, she would go to Dragon Village Island to rest in a few hundred years. Meaning waiting for old age. That is to say, Dragon Village Island is where the Dragon Clan collectively rest their remains. When the Dragon Clan's life is about to end, they go to that small island to wait for death. That would surely increase the supply of dragon scales and dragon bones. He intends to negotiate with the Dragon Queen about helping rebuild Dragon Village Island while also collecting the dragon scales of deceased dragons. He does not intend to disturb their remains, collecting dragon scales should be fine. Of course, these are only his personal thoughts, and he has not yet discussed them with the Dragon Queen. He worried she might get agitated. Are you sure, you want to give such a fine set to a little girl? Brinston couldn't help but ask again. The excited Angia turned around, glared and said angrily, Old man, what are you talking about? What business is it of yours about matters of my home? Hey, you little girl, you certainly don't mince words, Brinston said, stroking his beard and glaring. How can you talk like that, not convinced, wanna fight? Angia doesn't back down at all. Dwarves have a temper, and the Fighting Tooth clan is fearless as well. Have you ever heard of a race nearly wiped out because they went around causing trouble? Now, Angia is the sole survivor left from the entire Fighting Tooth clan. Speaking of which, even dwarves might not have as big a temper as Angia. When Angia gets angry, she dares to argue with the Dragon Queen, even Brinston might not dare to do that. Seeing the two really about to start fighting, Fang Hao immediately stepped forward and stood between them. Meanwhile, Little Yu sat on the side, her face full of glee, waiting for the drama to unfold. Stop arguing, it's just a piece of equipment. Both of them turned away sullenly, no longer continuing their quarrel. Seeing that Fang Hao wasn't changing his mind, Brinston didn't say much more, since after all the materials were theirs, if they wanted to waste it, let them waste. Two craftsmen were called from outside the door to begin taking measurements for Little Yu and Angia. The custom outfits are tailored to fit the body, all attributes and sizes matching personal requests. Not like those mass-produced, which all come in the same sizes. Angia and Little Yu were busy. Brinston showed a smile and said, Come, I'll show you something good. What? Fang Hao followed him to a room next door. The room wasn't big, quite dirty and messy. Covered in greasy stains, the table held various forging tools. It looked like a workshop storage, cluttered with miscellaneous items. This your storeroom? Fang Hao looked around. What storeroom? This is my workshop, the dwarf immediately retorted, eyes widening. Ah, now that you say so, it does look like it, Fang Hao nodded, surveying around. A dwarf's work isn't just about forging. For a craftsman at Brinston's level, designing blueprints is necessary too. He's also a bit of an intellectual worker. Otherwise, how could one achieve the level of a grandmaster just by forging? Ignoring his remarks, Brinston led him to the workbench. As if holding a treasure, he took out a rune-covered square hammer from a wooden box under the table. Rune Forging Hammer, Orange. Category, Forging Hammer. Effect, balances forging level, enhances finished product quality. Description, only skilled craftsmen are awarded the sacred forging hammer by the Fireside clan. A hammer used by craftsmen can enhance the attribute quality of equipment. For ordinary people, it's not very useful, but for craftsmen, it's an extremely important tool. An orange-colored forging hammer, pretty nice patterns on it, Fang Hao praised. It wasn't just a compliment, the patterns really were beautiful. Of course, these types of forging hammers haven't appeared in a long time. To find one this well preserved, I dare say you can't find 3 in the whole world, the dwarf said with pride in his eyes. Fang Hao understood immediately. This was part of his collection, not what he uses for actual forging. Before Fang Hao could also give some compliments, the dwarf took out craftsman gloves, various masters' personal notes, signed portraits. In total, quite a few collectibles, all related to craftwork. This boils down to personal preference. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't collect these. He doesn't even recognize the people in these portraits. Better to draw a few bunny girls. As the dwarf proudly introduced a bunch of them, Fang Hao also cooperated perfectly, exclaiming, "Ah, this is from that great master, wow, this must be very hard to obtain," and so forth. Letting Brinston satisfy his vanity, even feeling like he had made a like-minded friend. After finishing the introduction, he put them back in the box and stuffed them under the table. Then, while explaining how he collected these artifacts, he led Fang Hao out. Just as they were about to leave the room, Fang Hao's peripheral vision suddenly caught a scarecrow hidden behind a pile of bookcases and miscellaneous items at the corner of the wall. A scarecrow? Placing a scarecrow in a workshop? Made of straw, how could that be used? He stopped walking, directly approached the cluttered corner, and moved a few things aside. His gaze immediately went towards it, and its attributes instantly displayed. Straw doppelganger, orange. Category, substitute. Effect, can replace the owner to withstand special types of damage. Description, a dummy made of special materials, can mimic the owner's aura, to confuse enemies or withstand special attacks. Chapter 1339. It is not the kind of scarecrow found in fields. The craftsmanship was a bit more exquisite, with straw woven together like fine rope. It had no facial features, only 2 spots for the eyes painted white. The lower half was mounted on a wooden stick, leaning against the corner of the wall like discarded trash. The dwarf was still talking as he walked outside. When he turned around at the door, he noticed that Fang Hao was already standing in the corner. His eyes were fixed on the scarecrow behind the clutter. He immediately walked over and said, "This is an essence scarecrow, also one of my past collectibles, but I simply have too many items and no place to put them." The dwarf moved some clutter aside and directly took out the scarecrow. The treatment this collectible receives is completely different from the previous ones," Fang Hao remarked. Previously, they were handled very carefully, gently picked up and put down. This scarecrow, being piled in the junk, stored with other miscellaneous items, was clearly not favored. At the time, I didn't know why, but I ended up buying this thing. It's too large and there was no place to put it. The dwarf looked up at him. "Why, are you interested?" "Not really, just curious about who would turn a scarecrow into an orange item." The dwarf seemed to have found an opportunity to flaunt his knowledge and immediately said, "This is because of the elf conflict." "What do you mean?" "The political conflict among the elves, you should know about it. It was during that period that these scarecrows appeared." According to the dwarf, there was a war for power between the elves and the dark elves. Among the dark elf race, there once was a hero called Witch. The witch was not skilled in combat or elemental magic, but she knew a kind of curse magic. She could kill the enemy directly through curses. Before the battle started, the leaders of the elf clan would inexplicably die, causing quite a panic at the time. Later, the elf clan developed these scarecrows that, when a curse was cast, would transfer the curse onto the scarecrow, saving the cursed individual's life. Of course, after the battle ended, these scarecrows no longer appeared. What's preserved are just some leftovers from before. Fang Hao listened and nodded along. This cursing was somewhat like the ghostly practices of his former world, capable of killing enemies from afar. When he first came to this world, he used the light feather dagger to avoid being targeted by such abilities. Now that he himself had become a god, although his skills were not powerful, his various resistances were quite high, making it difficult for ordinary people to curse him. Thus, he no longer carried the light feather short sword. "How about it? Interested?" The dwarf stroked his thick beard. "Just curious," replied Fang Hao. "Anyway, it's an orange item. If you're interested, I can give you a friendly price," continued the dwarf. Clearly, he intended to sell this collectible that he had no space for. And before him was this wealthy transmigrator, an excellent potential buyer. "Forget it, I don't really need it." Squeak! The door opened, and Angia and Little Yu peeked inside. Seeing the two inside, they immediately smiled and pushed the door open to come in. When they saw the scarecrow that Brinston was holding, Angia immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Old man, Aren't you too perverse? You actually like this kind of thing? Fang Hao just complained in his mind, while Angia, unreserved and even mocking, exclaimed loudly. The rugged-skinned dwarf's face turned red as he glared and said, "You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Angia retorted, "Who's talking nonsense, then why do you keep such a scarecrow in this small room? That's really perverse." Fang Hao pulled her back, "Don't talk nonsense." Although Angia was like a troubled teen, she actually knew little about these things. To be blunt, she had learned it all around Fang Hao. Sometimes they watched the area channel together, phrases like plastic girlfriend, as long as it's female, are okay, filled the screen. Among the transmigrators, it might just be considered a jesting topic, but making jokes with the original inhabitants here could easily lead to trouble. As expected, Brinston flushed red and panted angrily. Grinding his teeth, he said, "Leave, all of you leave. Firehammer Shop will no longer accept your commissions." Upon hearing this, the three knew the dwarf was genuinely angry. Especially Angia and Little Yu, it was almost time for their demon dragon armor. Angia kept silent this time, and Fang Hao said, "She's just a child who doesn't understand, Master, please don't take it to heart. You were saying you wanted to sell this item? I'm actually interested." The dwarf was still furious, glaring at Fang Hao. He said, "You're interested? Somewhat interested, let's sit down and talk about it." "Humph. Fine, let's go outside to talk." The dwarf didn't say much more, holding the scarecrow as he walked outside. Fang Hao and the others followed behind. Fang Hao lightly smacked Angia's behind, signaling her to stop talking. She pouted, indicating it was just a joke. Once they left the workshop, there was already a wooden box set up in the hall. Inside the box were Alurig's repaired equipment and a blue blueprint for a giant halberd. Giant halberd, iron 850, iron blocks 550. The name was straightforward, simply called Giant Halberd. Fang Hao checked everything once and packed up both the equipment and the blueprint. "Let's sit here." Brinston put the scarecrow aside, and sat down at the table. He reached up and pulled a hanging cord above the table, immediately ringing a ding-ding sound. Two dwarfs walked in from outside, each holding 2 beers. After the 2 dwarfs left, Brinston continued, "How much do you plan to pay for it? This is a rare collectible. If it were outside, it would be invaluable." Angia curled her lips, with the expression of "you old scammer." But she behaved better this time, without any taunting words. Fang Hao said, "Master, don't act like those sly goblins. Just name your price. If I find it reasonable, I will buy it." Brinston nodded, and said directly, "I bought it for 3.5 million, I want to make a profit, so I'll sell it to you for 3.6 million. That's not too much, right?" "Okay, not too much." Fang Hao nodded and continued, "I offer 1 million, if you sell, I'll take it." Brinston's eyes bulged, almost not believing his own ears. He knuckled his forehead in disbelief and then said, "I said 3.6 million. Yes, I bid 1 million, bargaining should be allowed when shopping, right?" said Fang Hao. Brinston raised his voice, "You're bargaining, it's a bit too much." Fang Hao sighed, "Ah, then it can't be helped, this is all I can put together right now, what a pity, what a..." "Fine, I'll sell, give me the money." Brinston suddenly spoke up, cutting off his words. "Damn it!" Fang Hao and his group were surprised, and instantly realized that even with his price cut in half, Brinston still made a profit. "Give the money," Brinston urged. "Okay." Fang Hao took out the money, counted out 1 million Warfire cards, and handed them to the dwarf. The dwarf, who was just scowling and grimacing, immediately smiled. 1 million for an orange item was indeed not expensive, but this item had been lying around in his workshop for several years, and he had almost forgotten about it. To be able to sell it for 1 million was also a gain. Angia stood up and took back the scarecrow. "How is this scarecrow supposed to be used?" "Just stand it up in the house." Fang Hao looked it over and asked. Brinston stood up, came to the scarecrow, and plucked a bracelet made of a finger-thick twig from the arm raised horizontally by the scarecrow and handed it to him. He said, "When you need to use it, just wear this bracelet. When you wear it, you are it, and it is you, and you won't be able to use any of your fighting abilities." The implication was, while wearing the wooden bracelet, he would be acting as the scarecrow, and the scarecrow would be acting as him. Even if he could move, he wouldn't be able to use any skills because he was just a scarecrow. That's it, 1 million gone down the drain. During a fight, after I put on the bracelet, I can't cast any skills, so I would still end up dead. A useless item indeed. But since it's already bought, there's nothing more to say. He stored it in his storage space, checked the time, and then said goodbye to the master. Just as they were leaving the firehammer shop, Angia turned around and mysteriously said, "Old man, did you really sell your girlfriend to Fang Hao? He can be fierce. Don't let him spoil your girlfriend." Brinston's eyes widened, just about to get angry. Fang Hao covered Angia's mouth with his hand and dragged her outside, shouting, "Goodbye Master Brinston, your craftsmanship is really amazing, I'll ask you to make equipment next time." There was still an event happening outside, and hearing the shout, people immediately looked this way. Brinston, maintaining his master's image, could only grit his teeth and force a smile. Waving farewell to the group. Having left the firehammer shop, they went straight to the Succubus Tavern. Planning to eat there and then head back to the main city. Several dishes and drinks came up, and the three of them began to eat. Fang Hao, while picking food, said, "What's going on? You just have to irritate him, right? Just teasing him, hee." Angia chuckled, not taking it seriously. Even if she's annoyed, it wouldn't last more than a few minutes on Angia's part, but making others mad could amuse her for the entire day. "Dwarfs are petty, watch out when joking like that with them," Fang Hao said. "It's just that old man, he rubs me the wrong way," Angia mumbled while eating. Little Yu chimed in, "Should I go steal back the money we spent?" "Well, it seems Little Yu is siding with Angia. Forget it, we still expect him to make our equipment, it's not good to sour the relationship too much." Fang Hao still waved his hand. "Rolina and the orcs are at war, the elf clan is poking around for information about me everywhere, and there are conflicts with the undead. If we end up fighting with the dwarfs too, then great, one man against the whole world." He did not want to end up like that, it's too dangerous. Nor does it fit his strategic plan to lay low. Or, let Little Yu hit him with a club. Fang Hao was speechless, picked up a piece of meat, and stuffed it into her mouth. "Eat up, don't always think about those mischievous ideas." Hee hee. Angia laughed and continued eating. After the three had eaten their fill, they got up and walked outside. Just as they opened the door, they saw two transmigrators happening to pass by the room's entrance. As the door opened, they looked inside, then said, "Hey! This room just freed up, and it even has a window, let's switch to this room." The leading little succubus looked up at Fang Hao, who nodded, before she agreed, "Guests, please come inside, I'll have someone clean up." The transmigrators stood there, watching Fang Hao and his group descending the stairs, furrowing their brows slightly. After they could no longer see them, they entered the room. "That Asian transmigrator, he has a dark gold hero," one of them said. "Yeah, he must be a fairly well-known transmigrator. I wonder if it's Fang Hao, the orcs are offering a hefty reward for information about him." Chapter 1340. Returning to the main city, Fang Hao asked Angia and Little Yu to go back. He then went straight to the troop hiding cave. In the troop hiding cave, there were a total of 2,900 giant guards. They were 10 meters tall, clad in heavy armor, with a chain as thick as a human leg hanging on their shoulders. Fang Hao's persistence in producing giant halberds was because, at the time of assigning skills to the giant guards, the primary focus was on the war halberd. Skills were also mainly based on the war halberd. Without the war halberd, the troops' combat power could not be fully utilized. He opened the Book of Lords, turned to giant halberd and began to choose to manufacture. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained giant halberd 3030. Thud, thud. Huge war halberds fell from the sky, and the dull sounds of them hitting the ground followed in succession. Like a row of toppled large trees. Giant halberd, blue. Category, war halberd. Damage, level 3. Description, a giant halberd forged by dwarfs. The war halberd was made entirely of metal, its tip like a long spear, sharp with edges, the moon blade thick, axe face shaped, with a triangular blade on the other end. The craftsmanship of the master smith was still impressive. Even though Fang Hao only demanded a blue level, the workmanship and details were still satisfying. There was nothing at all to pick on. Even, far surpassing the normal blue level. One for each person. After picking it up, return to the troop hiding cave and stand by, Fang Hao ordered loudly. Thud, thud, thud. The giant guards immediately got into action, bending to pick up the halberds and then returning to the back of the troop hiding cave to take their positions. When the time comes for another battle, the giant guards could be deployed. Then, the combat power will be observed. After dealing with the matters of the giants, Fang Hao returned to the Lord's Manor. As he reached the entrance of the Lord's Manor, he saw Anjia telling a group of maids about an incident today where she was nearly driven mad by a dwarf. The maids, inexperienced in world affairs, listened with great interest. They even wanted to visit the Trade Alliance store to meet that easily angered old dwarf. Fang Hao didn't interrupt them, entered the Lord's Manor, and placed the straw man from his storage space at the corner of the hall. Bought it already, might as well place it somewhere. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Rolina engaged in a battle with the orcs, both sides suffered damages, but they still held Tiger Tooth Pass. The battle was not intense, the orc team did not have any powerful heroes involved, nor were there any deities involved. It did not seem like they were trying to recapture Tiger Tooth Pass. According to Rolina, it was more like they were trying to hold off the Blood Clan's assault, waiting for some opportunity. Rolina was not sure herself, she just continued preparing to penetrate deeper into the orcs' lines. Fang Hao stayed in the main city, dealing with some territorial matters during the day, training the maid succubus in the evening, and spending the latter part of the night drinking and chatting with the Dragon Queen. Deliberately hinting at the infrastructure development of Dragon Clan's territory. Observing the Dragon Queen's expression, life passed rather leisurely. Today at noon, Fang Hao lay on the rocking chair with his eyes closed, basking in the sun, the feathery red general perched dully on his belly, idling away. Curling motionless as if hatching eggs, making Fang Hao feel a bit of warmth on that spot of his belly. Feeling rather bored when there's nothing to do. The two of them just rocked back and forth on the rocking chair. Squeak! Suddenly, the red general made a noise, pecked at the spot beneath Fang Hao's abdomen. In a reflex, he sat up abruptly, covering the assaulted area. Just as he was about to scold the despicable sneaky bird, he saw the matron Winnie approaching from afar. Ever since Winnie returned from Silverwing City last time, Fang Hao had not let her leave. She focused entirely on running the tavern, hardly trained, which resulted in a very low rank. Mainly because the territory wasn't lacking money now, there was no need to specifically run a tavern. So Fang Hao simply detained her, training daily with the maid. Fang Hao released the covered area, lowered his voice, and told the Red General, "Next time, just call me, no need to peck." Chirp, chirp. The Red General flew in the air making 2 sounds, unclear if it understood or not, and then flew away. Winnie walked up quickly, looked around to see no one else, and softly called, "Brother." Fang Hao pretended to be serious and said, "Don't try to butter me up, you can't delay your training." Winnie rolled her eyes at him, sitting down beside the rocking chair. "No, I feel I am a bit different, as if I have some connection with you." Fang Hao was startled, gently placed his hand on her abdomen, and touched, "Is it here?" "Not that kind of feeling, no." "Oh." Fang Hao was also a bit puzzled, simply opened the Book of Lords, and checked her attributes. Winnie, Tier 6. Faction, Human. Innate traits, Living Creatures, Learner, Rose Beauty. Skills, Brewing, Gossip, Precision Shooting, Lion King Boxing, Misty Water Spell, Devotee of Divinity. Innate abilities, Basic Physique Mastery, Intermediate Combat Mastery, Intermediate Swordsmanship Mastery, Intermediate Firearms Mastery, Intermediate Horsemanship Mastery. Description: A wild rose from the alleyways. Winnie had reached Tier 6. Impressive talent, she was among the maids who progressed rapidly. Due to training, her skills became somewhat mixed. Precision shooting in firearms, Lion King boxing in physique, and the water spell Misty Water. Most importantly, learning Lion King boxing while physique mastery was basic, but swordsmanship mastery was intermediate. Goodness, how did she learn this? So mixed yet not refined. And the last skill, Fang Hao finally understood what Winnie meant by divine followers. Divine followers, the most devout followers of a deity. These followers dedicate their whole selves to the deity, allowing the deity to embody them through divine descent and take complete control of their body. Wow! Fang Hao was somewhat stunned. Was he that great in Winnie's heart? The mates in the city also relied heavily on him, yet none of them had unlocked this ability. But Winnie had. Thinking about it now, his 3 divine followers all seemed to be from the human clan. Perhaps the human clan is more likely to develop such followers. How is it? Winnie caught his wandering hand and asked curiously. I've found the reason, it's not a bad thing, Fang Hao said. Ah? Not a bad thing, so that means it's a good thing. Yes, you could say that. Just relax, don't resist anything. Winnie's cheeks blushed. Here? Isn't it inappropriate, shouldn't we at least go inside? Shush, don't talk. Fang Hao said, and directly used Divine Descent targeting Winnie. The next second, Winnie's expression stiffened, now controlled by Fang Hao. Using Winnie's body, Fang Hao said, how is it? Can you feel me entering your body? Winnie responded in her mind, you. How did you do this? This is a link between us. From now on, no matter where you go, you can always connect with me, Fang Hao softly explained. This follower status allows connection to the worshipped deity. As long as there is devout prayer, Fang Hao can receive the message. It's like a pager, after feeling the prayer, Fang Hao can use Divine Descent to communicate with her. Ah, so does that mean I'm your follower now? Winnie continued responding internally. Yes, you could say that. Fang Hao lifted the Divine Descent and continued. Winnie widened her eyes in surprise. She looked at her hands and then touched her face. So you can know when I'm thinking about you. I don't know, but I know now, Fang Hao said with a smile, watching her. Winnie rolled her eyes at him, not being the shy type since she was used to running a tavern. But still said, so does that mean I don't need to train anymore? Who said that? You have to train even harder. When you reach the hero level, I have a task for you. Ah? What task? Fang Hao pulled her, half lying on him on the rocking chair, said as they rocked, I want you to be my missionary priest, and from now on, you'll help me develop more followers. The temple is ready, the priest's outfit is there, and even the missionary's scriptures. But there was no priest to use. Miriam was too old, and Grey Bear was too unruly. Now with Winnie, and her being the tavern owner with a sales background, it shouldn't be a problem to develop followers. Winnie, curled up on him like a kitten, whispered softly, other than running a tavern, I can't do anything else. Don't worry, you'll learn when the time comes. Red General went away and came back, found his spot taken by a woman. So, he just landed on Winnie, shook his feathers, and curled up again, resuming the egg-warming pose. 2 people and a bird piled up together. The rocking chair, under their combined weight, kept creaking continuously. Orcs, Glory Highland City. Inside the temple. 2 Divine Descent orc priests, seated on the upper thrones. They watched with an aloof gaze at 2 transmigrators below. The priest in a long robe embroidered with chariots and spears spoke, how can you be sure he is Fang Hao? One of the transmigrators, after glancing at his companion, spoke softly, we met him at the Trade Alliance Tavern, with the dark gold guard, definitely one of the top-ranking transmigrators. Just need to check and his identity can be guessed. The orc looked at him directly, then continued, are you sure? The transmigrator began to hesitate, 90% sure. The orc nodded, all right, you may leave. The promised reward will be given to you upon your departure. The 2 transmigrators, delighted, immediately thanked and left. Once the hall was quiet again. The leading orc then looked to the side, Marl, killing him should be no problem, right? The other orc priest stood up, the loose robe adorned with imagery of bows and clouds. He said, it can be done. I'll help you kill this transmigrator, you deal with his deity. You can count on me. The bow-wielding priest did not say much else. He picked up a wooden bow and walked to the door. Picked up a black hair that the transmigrator had brought, wrapped it around one end of the bow. Then, drawing the bow fully, he shot an arrow into the sky. Swoosh! The glint of the arrow flashed and vanished into the sky. The still bow-holding orc frowned, then shot 3 more arrows in succession. As he put down the bow, the orc priest's body rapidly aged. From a robust figure, he instantly turned into an frail, elderly man. Meanwhile, Fang Hao sat in the hall, holding the Book of Lords, continuing to peek at the world channel. Suddenly, while gleefully watching the channel, his expression stiffened, and he frowned, quickly stepping to the window to look up at the sky. In that moment of looking up, the sky suddenly rippled, and a silver-white arrow shot from the ripple, heading directly towards the Lord's mansion. Fang Hao's pupils constricted, a sense of life or death looming over him. His demon dragon armor quickly enveloped his entire body. Clack clack! The silver-white arrow pierced through the multiple stories of the mansion, finally looming above the first floor, targeting his chest. Chapter 1341. Crack crack! The silvery white arrow easily penetrated the roof and floorboards, descending from above. Before blinking, the silver light had already struck towards Fang Hao's chest. Bang! Just as the arrow hit the chest, a faint green light emerged from his chest area. An instant barrier formed, blocking the attack of the arrow. Even so, the immense force sent Fang Hao flying backward like a cannonball. He overturned vases and bookshelves, crashing directly into the wall. Only then did the blow stop. Fang Hao slid down the wall, clutching his chest in pain. The demon dragon battle armor at his chest had a large hole torn in it. A heart-preserving mirror, split in two, fell out from inside his clothing. The orange-colored item had turned into a useless junk devoid of any properties. Ugh! Fang Hao opened his mouth, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. Ugh! My injuries are healing quickly. My lord! Nisbet outside the door, hearing the commotion, hurried in. Moving closer to his position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! At that moment, ripples again stirred in the sky, and 3 silvery white arrows were shot consecutively towards the direction of the Lord's mansion. Crack crack! The sound of arrows breaking through tiles rang out again. Fang Hao's complexion turned ugly in an instant. The delicate shattering sound indicated that there was more than one arrow this time. Staying here, I would surely die. I must run out and wait for the Dragon Queen and the others to save me. Clutching his chest, he ran outside. Just as he reached the doorway, the sound of shattering became even clearer. Crack! 3 arrows in succession, one after the other, broke through the roof overhead and appeared in his line of sight. Several Nisbets, moving swiftly in front of Fang Hao to block the arrows, were instantly pierced through and turned into heaps of white bones on the ground. Fang Hao fully communicated with his divinity. Numerous threads descended from the air. A thread connected to his body, pulling him backward towards the distance. At the same time, myriad threads lifted all things around him, beast heads, tables, chairs, carts, and smashed them towards the arrows. Crack crack crack! All the objects broke into pieces the instant they contacted the arrows. The arrows, unstoppable like bamboo splitting, passed through all obstacles and changed direction in mid-air, continuing to pursue in the direction he was fleeing. Tracking? Fang Hao widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. These arrows could actually self-guide. No matter how he fled, the arrows would follow and shoot towards him. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was already in front of him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 4 fiery giant spears appeared between the silvery white arrow and Fang Hao. The next second, the fiery giant spears turned into black-armored quadruplet sisters with giant forms. Warhammers crossed in front of their chests, standing in front of Fang Hao. Purr. The sound of successive piercings arose. The first arrow instantly pierced through the 4, and it still hadn't disappeared after hitting the last Azrag. It continued to shoot towards Fang Hao's position. The 4 women slowly fell to the ground under Fang Hao's gaze. One-shotting 4 dark golds. Without time to ponder, the arrow was closing in on him. At the critical moment, a golden dragon descended from the sky, its enormous body encircling Fang Hao within. Crack pth! First came the sound of breaking scales, followed by the sound of flesh being penetrated. Protected under the golden dragon, Fang Hao clearly saw half an arrow piercing through the body, continuing towards him. The golden dragon's vertical pupils were also full of surprise. Seemingly not expecting, it too failed to block the attack. Stretching out dragon claws, it tried to intercept the arrow that had pierced through itself and was targeting Fang Hao. Fang Hao looked pale, his mind rapidly flashing through the methods he had used to save his own life in the past. Teleportation too slow to activate, the hero altar unable to resurrect transmigrators. This arrow seemed like it would not stop until he was dead. What about God's presence? Would it work if I God's presence into an ordinary skeleton and got shot to death? All sorts of thoughts flashed by. Before the arrow could land, he instantly took out a wooden bracelet from the Book of Lords and slipped it onto his wrist. The very next second after he put it on, the falling arrow abruptly paused, the 3 arrows turned around in place, and shot back towards the Lord's mansion. Immediately after, bang bang bang. The sound of arrows hitting their mark arose, and then everything returned to silence. The golden dragon was still coiling around Fang Hao, with dragon blood dribbling down on him. Fang Hao was scared to death, otherwise, he might as well have caught some with a bowl. The dragon blood of a lower deity would surely be a great tonic. Rapid footsteps approached from all around. The heroes defending the main city, along with a massive number of soldiers, ran over from all directions. Inside and out, they surrounded Fang Hao and the golden dragon. After a long while, with still no movement, Fang Hao gently patted the large body of the golden dragon. The dragon body unfolded layer by layer, revealing the inside where Fang Hao, looking haggard with his broken armor, lay. The scene outside was a complete mess. Broken stones, severed tables and chairs, scattered all around. And the equipment of the black-armored quadruplet sisters scattered on the ground after their deaths. What happened? The golden dragon turned into the dragon queen and asked softly. Her golden dress was intact, but there was a wound at her chest that couldn't heal. Blood trickled out from it. Fang Hao took out 2 potion bottles, gave one to her, and then chugged his own down. After drinking, he said, "Don't know, it must have been targeted by some deity. It's those deities again." The dragon queen also drank the potion. But for the dragon clan's robust physique, while powerful, ordinary potions had limited effect. Fang Hao did not elaborate, he actually hadn't fully understood himself either. Turning his gaze to the nearby skeleton dwarf hero Frederick, put the entire city on wartime alert, be cautious of enemies taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 1342. Yes, my lord. The dwarf skeleton hero gestured and quickly departed with the skeleton soldiers that had gathered around. This kind of attack had absolutely no effect on regular troops. Even more, standing here would only hinder his escape. Fang Hao continued looking at the maids beside him, their faces tense with worry, and said, "It's all right now, everyone go back to your tasks. Ira, please go invite Scholar Nelson to the altar to resurrect the fallen heroes." "Oh, okay." Ira along with a few maids headed towards the Viscera Museum. Back at the Lord's mansion. Several holes had been pierced through the roof of the shed. It was uncertain what kind of arrows these were, impossible to block, capable of penetrating buildings. In the ruined hall, the straw dummy had also fallen to the ground. There were holes in the dummy's head and on both sides of its chest, the edges charred black. Fang Hao glanced at the wooden bracelet on his wrist but still dared not take it off. Fearing that removing it might invite more arrows, which he couldn't withstand. He had just sat down on the throne. A sound rang out, and the sound-transmitting shell in his storage space began to emit noise. Fang Hao took it out and saw a message from Rolina. He placed the sound-transmitting shell to his ear, and immediately heard Rolina's voice. "Scouts from ahead report that the orcs have begun preparations for an attack. It's unclear if there are powerful heroes and deities, but this time it is evidently the orc main forces." Upon hearing this, both Fang Hao and the Dragon Queen furrowed their brows. They had just been suspecting who had made a move against them. But now, hearing that the orcs were timing a large-scale counter-offensive, it all became clear. The timing was too perfect. Archers assassinate the target, armies immediately mobilize for a counterattack. This explains a lot. Although Fang Hao had used a straw dummy to fake his death, the other party must believe that he is already dead. With this in mind, these 4 arrows were presumably also orc mischief. To be able to utilize archery that threatens a lower deity like himself didn't seem too hard to deduce. Just a few days ago in the temple at the Tiger's Mouth, he had seen a deity holding a hunting bow, the god of hunting. This god of hunting was truly fearsome indeed. To kill whoever they wish? So mighty, yet how is it they haven't risen to the rank of a faction deity? Instead of immediately replying to Rolina, he pondered a moment in his mind. The enemy clearly sought a decapitation strike. Moreover, they had confirmed his death before commencing their counterattack. If they knew he was still alive, they might send more such arrows, and he really had no good method of dealing with them. After thinking for a moment, he replied to Rolina. First, he recounted the recent happenings on his end, then said, "For the battle over there, you will command the follow-up actions. As for troop reinforcements, I will find a way to send them over to you." Soon, Rolina replied with a message, "All right, take care over there." Fang Hao said no more and put away the sound-transmitting shell. "Do you have any thoughts?" The Dragon Queen, seeing him with furrowed brows and deep in thought, quietly asked. It's definitely the orcs' doing, and I suspect it's the god of hunting worshipped in the orc temple, Fang Hao replied, lifting his head. The Dragon Queen nodded. The message from Rolina did indeed point towards the orcs. How about I take some people over and slaughter through the orc main city? The Dragon Queen spoke softly. The Dragon clan has never tolerated injustice and always seeks revenge. The scariest part is not provoking the Dragon clan, but their relentless retaliation. Fang Hao was facing the endless vengeance from the Dragon clan at that moment. Yet, we definitely need to strike back, or they'll really think they can push us around, Angia chimed in, her legs crossed. Little Yu also nodded, signifying agreement. Fang Hao gave no answer, instead contemplating his next steps. Now that the orcs believed he was dead, it wouldn't be right if his heroes didn't make some retaliatory moves. Without any reactions, even the slow-witted orcs might begin to harbor suspicions. The most important thing is that the more chaotic the orc district becomes, the more beneficial it will be for oneself. Having thought it through, he spoke directly. Retaliation against the orcs is indeed an option, but the Dragon Queen must not go. Summon a few Dragon Clan heroes from Mount Dragon Peak, and at that time, launch a unified attack on the orc district. The Dragon Queen is a trump card in my hand. It's not time to show this card yet, and moreover, I must protect myself. The Dragon Queen nodded. How many heroes do you need to summon, and of what strength? 2 dark gold, and 4 orange ones should do it. At Mount Dragon Peak, there are only 3 dark gold heroes left, and Fang Hao boldly asked for 2. No, I can only give you 1 dark gold, but you can have more orange heroes, continued the Dragon Queen. She must fear that too many dark gold heroes being transferred could lead to a sneak attack or something of the sort. All right, arrange for them to come over in the next couple of days, Fang Hao nodded in agreement. The Dragon Queen didn't say much more. Although she doesn't handle affairs in the entire Dragon clan, she still has absolute authority over them. Ding 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 ding. At this moment, the Book of Lords suddenly chimed with a series of alerts, non-stop. In an instant, this distracted him from what he was going to say next. He signaled to the few heroes below. Then he opened the Book of Lords to see who had the audacity to send messages repeatedly. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. It was several people sending private messages at once. Dong Jiayu, Brother Hao? Why has your avatar turned grey? Zhang Bin, Boss, are you alright? Li Rong, what's the situation? The regional channel is buzzing about the world ranking. How did you fall behind Savannah? Lan Yang, Boss, you didn't die, did you? Aw crap, what's going on? Fang Hao immediately checked the world ranking and understood right away why these people were sending such messages. On the ranking, his name had vanished. The first place was taken by Savannah, and his avatar had indeed turned grey. Damn it! Am I dead? Such a status appearing in the Book of Lords signifies the death of a transmigrator. Seeing the wooden bracelet on his hand, he realized why this change had occurred. It must be the effect of the straw man, still in action. His gaze then shifted to the straw man lying flat on the ground not far away, growing even more curious. This straw man was already broken, no longer displaying any properties. How could it still be effective? On second thought, it may not be a bad thing. The orcs, through the transmigrators, probably also knew about the disappearance of his name by now. That makes things seem even more genuine. He explained the situation to his few direct vassals and ordered them to keep it a secret from others. The vassals, having confirmed that Fang Hao was all right, also breathed a sigh of relief. If Fang Hao had died, their peaceful territory would have instantly collapsed, plunging back into chaos. After explaining everything clearly, Fang Hao then closed the Book of Lords once more. Has your injury improved? Fang Hao turned to look back at the Dragon Queen. It's nothing serious. Fang Hao glanced at her rather impressive chest before speaking, I'll arrange a room for you in the Lord's mansion. The Dragon Queen's eyes widened, just about to speak. Fang Hao preempted her, saying, if we are close by, should there be any danger, we can look out for each other. Hearing this, it seemed reasonable. She looked at him suspiciously but still gave a nod, all right. I'll let Ira know and have her prepare a well-located room for you. The Dragon Queen did not speak, merely picking up her teacup and taking a sip. Meanwhile, Angia at the side was sizing up the two of them with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Chapter 1343. Soon after, the four sisters and Nisbet were all resurrected. Fang Hao briefly instructed them and then let them go back to rest. After all, today's events were quite dangerous. After seeing the heroes off, Fang Hao stood in front of the Lord's mansion and began repairing the building. Holy City repairs, tough wood 875, ironized wood 522, glazed tiles 12, perfect essence 1. Luckily, I didn't dismantle my own holy city. Otherwise, the Dragon Queen would have faced rejection from this plane. The materials for repairs aren't much, but even then, it's not sustainable if it gets shot a few times a day. I still need to find a fundamental solution to this problem. Today, the entire transmigrator community exploded in an instant. Fang Hao, the number one in the world, the unbeatable Fang Hao, was actually dead. Savannah of the Elf clan ultimately ascended to the top rank. This shift was far too significant. For transmigrators, this event was comparable to the death of a powerful nation's king. Both the regional and world channels were discussing this matter. Speculations about how he died, as well as discussions on who would ultimately inherit Fang Hao's legacy. Could it be that today Savannah rose to the top, and in a few days, someone would inherit the land and resources and a new number one will emerge? Even now, many people had begun to group together towards the Federation of 100 Cities, hoping to try their luck. Perhaps to acquire Fang Hao's Book of Lords. The throne of number one, I also want to sit upon it. In any case, this matter became the biggest topic among transmigrators. Elf Clan, Eternal Song Capital. Savannah hurriedly walked through the lavishly decorated corridor. The guards on both sides saluted her, and although she normally maintained etiquette, she just rushed in response. When she arrived in front of a white room, she took a deep breath to steady her breath a little. Just as she was about to knock, a voice came from inside, "Come in." Savannah's hand, which was about to knock, paused, and instead, she pushed the door open. Inside the room, a noble elf woman was holding a porcelain cup with gold-trimmed leaf decor, sipping tea. "What's the rush, all huffing and puffing? You are nearly a family woman, yet still act this way," the woman said gently. Taking a deep breath, Savannah said directly, "Lady Felicia, I just received news that the first-ranked transmigrator, Fang Hao, is dead, and I have now become the new number one." The hand holding the teacup froze in mid-air. With some surprise, she asked, "How did he die? Your previous assessment of him was quite high." "I got the news from the Silver Moon emissary, the orcs have been looking for him. Judging by the timing, it is very likely they did it, but the specific reason is still unknown," continued Savannah. "Oh? The orcs have this ability?" The noblewoman seemed a bit surprised. After thinking it over, she continued, "It's good that he's dead. Your wedding is coming up, so don't get busy these days. Go to the headquarters of the Trade Alliance and check out the venue." "Oh, okay, madam." Night fell. Tiger Fang Pass. In the dark night sky, a loud war horn sounded, followed by the rapid footsteps of a run. "Lady Rowlena, the orcs have begun to charge," Hoyle reported hurriedly as he walked fast. Blackthorn Hoyle, the former head of Skeleton Island, was a dark elf swordsman. After being transformed into a living dead hero by Nelson, he was assigned here by Fang Hao. An assistant to Rowlena. Rowlena frowned, somewhat puzzled by the orcs' thinking. It was clear that the Blood Clan had an advantage at night, so why would they choose to attack in the evening? Were their heads truly filled with muscles? Amidst the dense and hurried sounds of sprinting, the well-equipped orc army also appeared en masse within the flickering firelight. "Fire the cannons, riflemen free to shoot once in range," Rowlena quickly ordered. The messenger relayed the command, and the next second, the cannon fire roared to life. The deafening boom of the cannons, along with the spreading gun smoke, filled the entire battlefield. Masses of orcs were reduced to fragments under the bombardment. And as the bodies of the orcs glowed red, sprinting forward swiftly, a terrifying blade light cut through the night sky, launching furiously from afar. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the entire city wall was horizontally cleaved by a massive crack, and the tightly shut gates exploded with a thunderous bang. Instantly split in two. The gates were breached. Rowlena's eyes widened, and fear filled the eyes of others inside the city. Such a technique, such power. It must be the orcs' deity. This deity of the orcs truly seemed to be omnipresent, as if fixated on them. Its frequent appearances on the battlefield were far from the demeanor expected of a god. It also further confirmed that the assassination against Fang Hao must have been by the orcs. Otherwise, why would it not show up in several of the previous battles, but suddenly appear today? With the city gates shattered, the charging orcs let out exhilarated roars. With high morale, their pace quickened even further. And at the rear, two strong grey-furred wolves, pulling a metal chariot, slowly entered the range of the battlefield. Atop the chariot stood an orc priest. Coldly scanning over the city walls without seeing any divine light, a smile appeared on his face. He flicked the reins in his hand, and the grey-furred wolves began to charge forward, pulling the chariot. But this time, there were no bronze chariots, unable to take flight. The chariot advanced rapidly, and the priest's staff continuously struck out, turning into terrifying blade lights, chopping at the top of the city walls. The blade lights exploded in an instant, slaughtering cannoneers and riflemen in swathes. Rowlana's eyes narrowed slightly, and she commanded coldly, "Open the gates, engage them in close combat, heroes kill the orcs, do not engage with the deity on the chariot." Yes. Without waiting for the orcs to get closer, the broken gates were completely opened. The undead soldiers poured out of the city like a tide, plunging headfirst into the ranks of the orcs. The two sides began to entangle in combat. Soldiers mingled together, relentlessly engaging in battle. Casually knocking a few corpse dragons out of the sky, my gaze swept across the dense, fiercely battling crowd. Raising my weapon, I didn't bring it down again, muttering, "Clever trick." The next day, the Trade Alliance base was as bustling as ever, with a constant stream of people coming and going. 3 figures bypassed the crowd and entered the Firehammer shop. The dwarf, just opening for business and preparing for the day's work, looked up and furrowed his bushy eyebrows. A Rabbitman clan girl, accompanied by 2 skeletons? Orcs were not uncommon, but they definitely did not include members of the Rabbitman clan. This frail race did not hold a high status among the orc clan and was rarely seen here. "The shop's not open yet, folks. If you want something forged, please come back later," the dwarf stepped forward to stop them and said directly. The rabbit woman in the lead glanced at him, took a badge out of her pocket, and said, "Is Master Brinston in? I need to see him about something." The dwarf showed surprise. Not many badges had been issued from the Firehammer shop. It was not just the rabbit woman, only one had been given to an orc. Looking at the rabbit woman with some suspicion, he nonetheless stepped aside, saying, "Go wait in the backyard for a bit, I'll inform the master." The 3 followed him to the backyard and sat down on the wooden chairs, waiting with a measure of restraint. Soon after, the dwarf Brinston came over. In one hand he held a face mask, and in the other, a beer mug. "Who's there so early in the morning?" he called out, voice muffled. Upon seeing the rabbit woman, his eyebrows instantly furrowed, and after rolling his eyes upward in thought, he asked curiously, "Did Fang Hao send you?" The rabbit woman stood up and bowed slightly, "Master Brinston, just call me Ira." "Haha, I knew it. I could tell at first glance that you fit that lad's taste," Brinston laughed heartily. After laughing twice and noticing the rabbit woman's still serious face, he stopped with some embarrassment and asked, "Why didn't Fang Hao come himself?" Ira replied, "The master had some business, so he had me come instead." Her vague response made the dwarf frown as well. "That kid, really now, spit it out then, what is it?" Ira looked to the side, and Nisbet stepped forward, placing a chest on the ground. As the chest opened, there were 5 suits of armor inside. Brinston approached, examining them closely. A large hole had been penetrated through the chest of each one. At this moment, the way he looked at the rabbit woman changed slightly. It went without saying that something happened on Fang Hao's side. One of the suits was one he had made for Fang Hao. Such a large gap couldn't have been caused by an ordinary attack. What happened? It's not appropriate to discuss here, we hope that the master can keep this confidential for us, said Ira directly. Brinston glanced at her, saying, "Rest assured on that front, your secrets won't be divulged, and no one dares to probe into it here." "Thank you, master. You're quite polite, little miss. Leave the equipment here, come back to collect it in half a month. Is there not enough time to make it faster? How much faster do you want it?" "Tomorrow." Brinston glared fiercely, "Have you lost your mind? Do you think this is child's play?" Ira gestured again and one of the bound spirit guardians behind her brought forward another small treasure chest. As the lid opened, it revealed stacks of Warfire cards inside. "Master, this is the payment. When I come to collect the equipment, I'll bring 2 orange grade pieces as a gift for your collection," she said. Orange-grade equipment, in this world, still ranked among the top tier. Brinston's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised at their financial resources. At his level, money was not an issue, but the offered price seemed to exceed the cost of the repairs several times over. As a business deal, it was undeniably worthwhile. 3 days' time, that's the best I can do. Fine, I'll come back in 3 days. After the two parties agreed, Ira left the firehammer shop. Passing by a tall building, she saw many of the elf clan decorating a structure. Taking a look, she left straight away. The main city, Heroes' Altar. Fang Hao opened the operations page and resurrected all the heroes who had died last night at Tiger's Maw. Most of them were Nisbets who had been left there, although a few core heroes had not died. The battle from the previous night was quite fierce. After clashing with the enemy, Rollina led the army to directly give up Tiger's Maw, starting a strategic retreat. Firstly, it was indefensible, and secondly, Tiger's Maw had basically become ruins, rendering its occupation pointless. The plan now was to fall back to Blackwind Castle and continue the offensive. After resurrecting the fallen heroes, they were assigned new tasks. Returning to the Lord's mansion, just as I was about to go upstairs to discuss matters with the Dragon Queen. Ding! The Book of Lords, once more, sounded a notification. Opening it, there was a message from Aragon. Mr. Fang Hao, a transmigrator's territory has been located, situated to the east of Beast King City. It is roughly a 5-hour journey to reach Beast King City. The main city of the Orc clan is called Vanford City. But with its cumbersome and difficult name, transmigrators usually call it Beast King City or Beast God City. It is the center of power for the Orcs. There's no danger, right? Asked Fang Hao. Aragon replied, there's no danger. This transmigrator isn't doing too well. I've allocated a new city to him, which I have already absorbed, and it's ready for you to pass through at any time. Good, wait for my message. Okay. Ending the chat, Mr. Fang Hao called out upstairs, Dragon Queen, come down for a meeting. Then continued speaking to someone outside, call Alurig and the others over, tell them there's a matter to discuss. Yes, my lord, Nisbet responded promptly and left quickly. At the same time, the Dragon Queen also came down from upstairs. She seemed quite content with her newly arranged rooms. Giving him a cold glance, she asked directly, what's the matter? Where are your people? Prepare to advance towards the Orcs' main city. Chapter 1344. The Lord's Mansion has a total of 6 floors. Fang Hao arranged for the Dragon Queen to stay on the 5th floor, the same floor as his own room. However, he rarely stays in his own room now. Even if he rests, he'd spend the night in either Ira or Engia's rooms. The Dragon Queen came down from upstairs with her shapely legs wrapped in black stockings, and her upper body clad in a black and white maid dress. Seeing her dressed like this, Fang Hao's eyes widened. Her bosom looked like it was about to burst from the dress, clearly not her size, yet forcibly squeezed in. But no matter what, a beautiful person looks good in anything they wear. Even wearing this, the Dragon Queen still gave off the aura of a high and mighty head maid. Why are you dressed like this? Fang Hao curiously asked. The Dragon Queen took a seat nearby and crossed her legs out of habit. Is there a problem? He was about to comment on it being a maid outfit, but it didn't seem appropriate to say that. He smiled and said, no problem at all. If you like it, I can have a tailor make a few more just for you. The Dragon Queen didn't say anything but continued to ask, what were you yelling about just now? Oh, the people from the Dragon Clan, when are they coming over? We're about to start planning against the Orcs in the next few days, Fang Hao repeated what he had said earlier. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Queen frowned, act now. Yesterday, she proposed retaliation against the Orcs, as according to the traditions of the Dragon Clan, one cannot just suffer in silence. The more you endure, the more others will bully you. Portray yourself as mad and overbearing, and it will be others who have to endure. But Fang Hao rejected her suggestion yesterday, saying they needed to wait for the right moment and plan properly. Is this right moment just a one-day wait? It's better not to wait at all. Yeah, I've had people scout the route for attacking the Orcs. Once we have our personnel in place, we can launch a direct attack, Fang Hao explained. At that moment, Ira, who had gone out on an errand, also returned. Seeing the Dragon Queen, she greeted her with a bow and then continued to look at Fang Hao. Master, I have delivered the equipment to Master Brinston, and he said it would take at least 3 days. 3 days. 4 pieces of equipment, none of them of low grade. A 3-day repair time was probably the fastest Princeton could promise. All right, Ira, you've worked hard. In 3 days, you'll need to make another trip to retrieve the equipment, Fang Hao said with a smile. Now that Ira had become a hero, Fang Hao also planned to let her experience more from the outside world. Not just to manage the maids and the Lord's mansion every day. So, today's task was given to Ira. At that time, Angia wanted to accompany her, but Fang Hao, fearing she might clash with Princeton, had Ira bring the bound spirit guardians with her. It's not hard work. On my way back, I saw many elves decorating the buildings, they seemed to be preparing for a wedding, Ira reported what she had seen on the road. Ira also knew about Savannah's and the elf prince's wedding. Fang Hao and the Dragon Queen looked at each other, it seemed the elf clan's wedding was indeed approaching. Moreover, the elf clan people have sought reasons to come over more than once. And they were all rejected by Fang Hao. Fang Hao is not afraid of enemies, but somewhat afraid of others' attentions. All right, got it, Ira, you go rest, Fang Hao said. Yes, master, Ira smiled, and without heading to her room to rest, she walked out of the Lord's mansion toward the training grounds. She was probably going to find the maids. Soon after, the black-armored sisters entered together. They bowed slightly to the two of them and then took seats to the side. Their battle armor had been sent to the dwarfs for repairs, so they were wearing simple house clothes. Their bright red hair shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Seeing everyone had arrived, Fang Hao shared the news about finding a transmigrator city stronghold again. He then spread out a map of the orcs' territory on the wooden table. He continued, "This here is Beast King City, the stronghold of the transmigrators' territory is about here. Alurug, you four, along with the heroes from the Dragon Clan, are enough to take the main orc city and achieve our goal. The Dragon Queen and I will not show ourselves." All 5 widened their eyes. Fang Hao planned to directly conquer the central city of an entire race. Such revenge was even crazier than what the Dragon Queen had conceived. The main city should have a demigod in guard, and it might even attract their deities, the Dragon Queen immediately cautioned. Her idea of revenge was to have the Dragon Clan go for a spit and then turn around and leave. Let alone the orcs, no race could stop the Dragon Queen at this point. A direct attack would actually take more time, giving the opponent's mighty heroes enough time to respond. Don't worry, Rolina will act as a diversion on her side. Our mission is to conquer the main city, and even if they have a demigod, our dark gold forces are sufficient to deal with the orc demigod, Fang Hao continued. The black-armored sisters nodded slightly in agreement. However, the Dragon Queen, dressed in a maid outfit, frowned deeply, lost in thought. Her feet wrapped in black stockings and round-toed leather shoes, lightly swayed. After a long while, she nodded, "All right, since you have the position and route all arranged, I agree with this plan." "Good, let the Dragon Clan heroes come over in the next 2 days, and then we'll explain the plan to them as well," Fang Hao added. "All right, I'll make the arrangements," the Dragon Queen agreed. Once all plans were discussed, the black-armored sisters excused themselves and left. Fang Hao looked at the Dragon Queen, who was stretching lazily, and gently asked, "How is your injury healing?" Chapter 1345. The Dragon Queen glanced at him from the corner of her eye, her eyelashes trembling ever so slightly as she scoffed, "What could possibly happen? The physique of the Dragon Clan is not as fragile as that of the human clan." As she spoke, she slightly pulled down her collar to reveal the spot where an arrow had pierced through the day before. The wound had already healed, and upon closer inspection, one could see a faint white scar. Given the Dragon Queen's resistances, normal arrows couldn't even penetrate her scales. Even if she were injured, she would recover rapidly. But the arrow from yesterday was clearly different, not only did it manage to pierce through her body in dragon form, but the healing of the wound was also unusually slow. The collar flashed, then fastened back up. Fang Hao didn't even have time to look at the other spots. He nodded and said, "Good, as long as you're fine. I plan to order some equipment from the dwarves, do you need anything? To be custom-made for me?" "Yes." "Then I'll need to think about it." 3 days flashed by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Rolina led her troops all the way back to Blackwind Castle, with the orc army still closely following behind. It was basically one step back for Rolina, and one step forward for the orcs. Even after falling back to Blackwind Castle, the orcs were almost at the gates. If it weren't for the orc soldiers needing to rest, they would probably have launched a direct assault on the city. Continuous support from the Blood Clan was also sent non-stop to Blackwind Castle. After all, Rolina, the demigod, was their greatest hope. Additionally, spurred by Fang Hao's urging, the Dragon Clan reinforcements also arrived. The Dragon Queen had called upon the Dark Gold Tier 5 Elder, Putrid Marsh Giant Wing Bishop, the same Green Dragon Elder from last time. Transformed into human form, he donned a vibrantly green robe with even his dragon horns shaded green. He truly epitomized life and hope. Orange heroes, the Dragon Queen had brought over a total of 10 Dragon Clan members, slightly more than the number Fang Hao had requested. This could be seen as her taking the operation quite seriously. The attitude of the Dragon Clan heroes towards Fang Hao was the same as always. Cold as ice, without a hint of friendliness. Fang Hao didn't mind, he just had them stay in the main city for now, waiting for the subsequent plan. The leader of the dreamy forest, heart of the deep forest Shinasara, was still absorbing divine wood amber. Having now absorbed the second piece, her tier had progressed from orange tier 9 to dark gold tier 4. Even if the effects diminished with each absorption, the remaining 2 pieces should still be able to elevate her to approximately dark gold tier 6 or 7. Then, absorbing a wood element divinity will also go more smoothly. On the Transmigrator's side, the topic shifted from the death of the world's number 1 and added another about Savannah's wedding. The entire direction of the conversation clearly showed that someone was stirring the pot. Every day, people would proactively bring up rumors about the Elf clan in the global channel to drive the topic related to Savannah. The world's number 1, the elegant and splendid Elf clan faction, and the wedding with the prince. One label after another elevated Savannah's reputation to a peak. It even felt somewhat like fan culture. There were even slogans being chanted in the channels. The Lord's Hall. Fang Hao was still looking at the Book of Lords. Footsteps sounded from outside the door, and Little Yu walked in slowly. Stepping into the hall, she asked curiously, "My lord, did you want to see me?" Disaster Song Hilda, Dark Gold Tier 3. Little Yu was still at Dark Gold Tier 3. Plus, with her unique abilities, Fang Hao indeed intended to nurture her into a demigod. The issue was, the attributes of the divinities currently in hand were clearly somewhat incompatible with her. Even if she could absorb them, the effects of the divinity would be limited. "Yes, tomorrow we will launch an attack on the orcs. Heroes from the Dragon Clan and the sisters Alurig will join, you should follow along as well," said Fang Hao as he closed the Book of Lords. Little Yu displayed no change in expression, as if she had anticipated this. She simply nodded, "Yes, my lord." "Can you kill a demigod?" Fang Hao suddenly asked. He had simulated Little Yu's combat method in his mind and felt that it shouldn't be a problem, and even if she couldn't kill one, she could escape into the darkness and wouldn't be in mortal danger. Little Yu was taken aback for a moment, looking at him with a touch of surprise before hesitantly saying, "I'm not entirely sure, but I can try." Fang Hao stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Then he took out a dagger from his storage space and handed it to her. "Use this dagger for now." Life-claiming dagger. A crimson-level weapon with effects like ignore defense and decaying body. It was with this weapon that the Dragon Queen had killed a defense-centric demigod in the arena of heroes, clinching the match. Though the dagger was exceptional, it didn't suit the Dragon Queen or Rolina, so it had stayed in Fang Hao's possession. It seemed fitting for Little Yu now, and he wanted her to try using it. Little Yu carefully received it, flourishing the blade in her hand. Fang Hao immediately cautioned her, "Be careful, that dagger is a divine artifact obtained from the god of deception, and it's very sharp." Little Yu held the dagger, examining it in detail. "A divine artifact, hey? Sounds very powerful." Suddenly, Fang Hao recalled another issue: this weapon could not be sheathed. Meaning, it could not be worn normally. He immediately inquired, "Little Yu, this dagger can't be put into a sheath. Do you have a way to handle this?" While it could be placed in a storage space, it couldn't be sheathed. And since all of Little Yu's gear was provided by him, she had no spare space ring. "No problem, my lord," Little Yu said while holding the dagger, then sent it towards a shadowy area. Her arm seemed to stretch into a pitch-black quagmire. When she drew her hand back, the dagger had vanished from sight. Chapter 1346. Little Yu smiled and explained, "The ability I acquired allows me to store weapons in a separate space." While explaining, she reached into the shadow again and grabbed another handful. Weapon after weapon was taken out, all neatly placed on the table. Exactly 12 swords of absolution. Wow, a personal armory. Fang Hao checked the Book of Lords again, the only thing that matched this ability. It was the blade trial skill that was unlocked after becoming a dark gold hero. The skill description mentioned that it allows carrying more weapons. Initially, he thought it meant wearing several weapons, but it turns out to increase weapon storage space. As long as the items are recognized as weapons, they can be stored in there. Now he felt relieved. Good, when it's time to fight, I'll rely on you. All right, my lord. Little Yu nodded in response. After seeing Little Yu off, Fang Hao also left the lord's mansion. He went to the barracks area, recruited troops, and made equipment. Getting ready for tonight's battle. Night fell. The intermittent sounds of insects and frogs could be heard. The light from the teleportation array brightened, and two figures appeared with it. The chirping and croaking stopped instantly, leaving silence all around. Ms. Hilda, this land I've bought is right here, with the Beast King city of the orcs on the west side, Aragon said softly. Aragon might not have seen Hilda before, or perhaps he forgot after seeing her. In his memory, there was no dark gold hero of the wandering spirit kind. Still, he spoke carefully, as after all, dark gold heroes possess top-tier combat power in this world. Little Yu didn't immediately respond, her gaze swept around the surroundings. This was a deserted city. The city was dim and silent, like a dead city abandoned for years. After ensuring there were no issues, she finally said, "All right, make some torches, and leave the rest to me." "Oh, okay." Aragon stepped back, opened the Book of Lords, and started working as a laborer, crafting torches. Little Yu, on the other hand, casually reached out her hand. Her arm seemed to stretch into a dark quagmire, and when she pulled it back, she had a dagger with 3 dog heads in her hand. As soon as she took it out, a loud noise suddenly erupted. "What place was that just now? I don't like being in storage space. Damn it. Ms. Hilda, may I please lick your fingers?" The 3 dog heads spoke at once, breaking the silence of the night. Aragon, who was making one torch after another, widened his eyes in surprise at this scene. What's happening? The decorations on the dagger started talking, and even showed signs of multiple personalities. Keeping her voice low, Little Yu said, "Don't shout, we have an important mission tonight, I'll set gems for you after we return." "Okay," the left dog head spoke. Meanwhile, the middle and right dog heads uncharacteristically did not express their opinions. Little Yu continued, "Now, open the gate of the worlds." "Here." "Yes, right here." Whoosh. The dagger flew out automatically, its blade sticking into the ground. The next second, 3 thick pillars rapidly formed and shot up from the ground. As the pillars took shape, a bright screen rose. Behind the screen, the troop hiding cave appeared, and a dense crowd of people. Once the screen was fully formed, 4 sisters, heroes of the dragon clan, one by one stepped out from the screen, followed by the crowded 4-armed skeletons, thunder gunners, double-headed corpse dragons. Valkyrie construct bodies, war mammoths, and a 10-meter-tall giant guard appeared. In an instant, the whole empty city filled with people. And Aragon, who was lighting torches, widened his eyes even more. His eyes were filled with shock. 1, 2, 3, so many dark gold, so many orange heroes. And all of them are 10th tier troops, 10th tier constructs. My god, they are going to annihilate the orcs. Chapter 1347. Although Aragon was Fang Hao's vassal lord, he himself was ranked 3rd in the world, now the 2nd transmigrator. That alone signified the pinnacle of combat power amongst transmigrators. Yet at this moment, upon seeing the heroes and troops emerging from behind the light screen, a strong sense of shock still surged in his heart. 6 dark gold, and more than a dozen orange grade heroes. There were wyverns, and even mythical troops. 10th order troops here were merely the most common. This was simply too terrifying. Back then, when he was held captive in the main city, Fang Hao certainly did not possess such troops. In this short period, he actually attained such a fearsome power. Endless troops continued to step out from the light screen. Several heroes had already gathered. Little Yu, looking at the stunned Aragon, asked, "Do you have a map of this area?" "Yes, yes." Aragon immediately found a map and handed it over. Alrag promptly yanked a stone table buried in the ground and moved it over. The map was laid flat on top of it, revealing itself to the crowd. The location of this territory was indeed not far from Beast King City. Aragon mentioned it would take 5 hours to march. If it catered for the ordinary living creatures, since all troops were undead and without baggage, the time could be halved. Alurug, glancing at the map, said softly, according to intelligence, Beast King City, a level 15 main city, proceed with the previous plan. Heroes spread out, attacking the 4 walls simultaneously. For this battle, both Fang Hao and the Dragon Queen were absent. But with many heroes mobilized and even more troops, attacking a single wall would mean queuing up. Hence, the pre-designated strategy was to attack on all 4 fronts simultaneously. Even if there were demigods defending, they couldn't cover the defense of all 4 walls. With so many dark gold heroes, even piling up could pile death upon him. Take down the orcs' main city at the fastest speed. To deliver them a heavy blow. No one spoke. Alurug turned to look at the green dragon beside him. Elder Bishop, what do you think? Bishop was an elder of the dragon clan, and though he was of dark gold 5th rank strength, he technically represented the dragon clan. So, a measure of respect was necessary in his treatment. Bishop nodded. Proceed with the plan. All right, without delay, let's set off quickly. Alurug continued. Everyone nodded, quickly dispersing and leading their forces out of the city. With a wave of Little Yu's hand, the 3-headed dog daggers flew back into her grasp. Just as the 3 heads were about to speak, they were directly stuffed into the void. The grand army marched out magnificently, and Aragon stood in place, astonished for quite some time. A chill breeze passed by, causing him to shiver and then come to his senses. He immediately started adding defense towers to the city walls, in case the orcs counterattacked and they needed to rely on the city walls for defense. At the boundaries of the Blood Clan, Blackwind Castle. Around 3 in the morning. The stars still hung in the sky, the air was filled with a light misty fog, and the weak dawn light shone down as if clouds had descended to the earth. Outside the city walls, in the camping area of the orcs, a faint glow of fire flickered. On guard, the orcs forced themselves to stay alert despite an air of lethargy. Rolina, upon hearing the message returned by the sound-transmitting shell, looked back and surveyed below inside the city. A dense military formation, all neatly arranged, awaited orders. The skeleton soldiers were devoid of emotion, but the suspense was excruciating for the Blood Clan soldiers. Their pale faces edged with an intense tension. Taking a deep breath, she said coldly, "Open the gates, attack, don't retreat until the orcs are wiped out." Creak. A grating sound echoed as the heavy city gates were gradually opened. Tramp, tramp, tramp. The Blood Clan's heavy cavalry, formed of black knights, charged out first, like arrows loosed from a bow, plunging straight into the orcs' encampment. At the same time, the blood banner of the Blood Clan waved, a scent of blood pervaded, soldiers with blood-red eyes exuded blood energy, war drums of the undead thundered, and the drumbeats enveloping the undead in grey-white auras. The army surged out of the city gates, without any tactical planning, directly attacking the orcs' encampment. Overhead, the double-headed corpse dragons, the bloodthirsty wolf bats of the Blood Clan, swept over the wall tops. They instantly caught up with the Black Knights, surging to the forefront. The earth trembled, the howling sounds thunderous to the ear, filling the entire area. At the moment the city gates opened, the orcs had already sounded the alarm. The clarion call of the horn resounded. The orcs, too, were plunged into a combat-ready state. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows whistled through the air, aiming at the approaching double-headed dragons and wolf bats in the sky. But the flight units, inherently advantageous, this time didn't even duck or dodge, heading straight into range to swoop down and unleash scorching dragon breath. The wolf bats, although capable of flying, engaged in close combat. To attack, they needed their claws and sharp teeth, diving straight down from the sky, crashing amongst the orcs, locked in fierce battle. Following closely were the heavy cavalry of Black Knights, like a sharp sword, piercing through the orcs' defense. And then, the dark mass of undead and the Blood Clan infantry regiments. Without any tactics or skill, it was the most direct and brutal exchange of life for life. The Blood Clan's sudden assault caught the orcs unawares. The entire orc army, as if hit by a wave of white bone, collapsed instantaneously, falling backward. Immediately, they were already at a disadvantage. At that moment, wish, wish, wish. Several chains shot up from the ground into the sky, in the blink of an eye ensnaring dozens of hovering double-headed corpse dragons. The next second, a sword strike that seemed to tear heaven and earth apart descended from the sky. Chapter 1348. Poo 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 poo. The dragon's head and carcass fell from the sky, crashing into the crowd of fighters below. Roar! With this attack, the orc camp's morale surged instantly, and they let out a collective roar of rage. They began to counterattack the undead forces. Meanwhile, blades of light slashed one after another, creating huge ravines as if the sky and earth were shattering. The armies of the Undead and Blood clan, under the sweep of these blades, were as fragile as ants, shattering into pieces en masse. The battle between the two sides became intensely entangled. Relentless combat persisted, as did the fall of warriors. Atop the city walls, Rolina watched the blades of light shooting out. She picked up the sound-transmitting shell and said, "Their deity is on my side, you can attack now." Beast King City. Whoosh whoosh. The whistling sound of something cutting through the air caused the dozing orcs leaning against the city wall to slightly open their eyes. They scratched their heads and looked up into the sky, puzzled. Dark clouds? The horizon was just beginning to brighten, not as dark as the dead of night. But the sky should be getting lighter. Why is it darkening instead? It seemed as if a vast expanse of dark clouds was rapidly enveloping the area. Only the occasional gaps allowed glimpses of the lightning sky. Before the orcs could figure out what was happening, they heard another orc nearby shouting, "Enemy attack, sound the alarms." The orcs snapped to attention and looked into the distance once more. A shock went through their hearts. These were not just any clouds, but a massive horde of dragons, a dark, oppressive swarm drawing near. What on earth was happening? Were the dragon clan declaring war on the orcs? Directly targeting the main city of the orcs? Dong dong dong! The heavy alarm bells tolled, resonating across the entire city. Soon after, the alarm bells on the other three walls were also rung in succession, signifying enemies on all fronts. The reaction to this sudden incident in the orcs' main city was swift. In the instant the alarm bells rang, large numbers of troops began pouring out from all over the city. The dimly lit city was illuminated by dense clusters of torches, and battalions of troops hurriedly weaved through the city streets. Bundles of crossbow bolts were carried to the walls and placed on the ballistae. All the ballistae began to continuously adjust their angles, aiming into the sky at the dragon swarm that approached like a dark cloud. Fire! At the command of the orc general. Bang bang bang! The sound of the crossbow strings resonated as volleys of bolts were fired into the sky. The dragon swarm continued to draw near. Entering a certain range, the archers and crossbowmen began their assault. A dense barrage of arrows formed a giant net, enveloping the sky. Some were blown away by the gales, others struck the armor of the great dragons. Dong dong dong! Just as arrows filled the sky and everyone was braced to confront the dragon swarm, a rhythmic and dull hammering sound came once more from all four directions. The orc defenders on the walls were startled. No longer fixating on the dragon swarm above, they looked down towards the far-off lands beyond the city. In the next second, their hearts sank. To the beat of drum-like rhythmic footsteps, a dense mob of the undead army, forming shield formations, began surging towards them. What was this? All the orcs were plunged into horror. Not just at the numbers of the undead, but the vast size of the army appearing so suddenly near their main city was the greater cause of their terror. The dragon swarm appearing here might be due to high-altitude flight, taking advantage of the night to reach them. But how could this massive horde of undead infantry appear here? The main city was located in the central region of the orc territories. Before the orcs could understand, behind the shield-bearing undead, a succession of humanoid constructs with giant swords, skeleton marksmen with shoulder-mounted firearms, and giant elephant-like creatures followed. The variety was vast, the numbers, immense. Even the battles with the desert undead were like this, right? The orcs on the walls collectively swallowed their saliva, their hand movements with the arrows halting. "Continue firing, quickly, bring up the cannons, get the rocks and logs ready," the orc general urged loudly. He kicked at a dazed soldier beside him. The orcs busied themselves once again, with the dark mouths of the cannons pointing towards the distance. Some orcs even picked up black bombs, ready to defend against the siege of the undead. The impression of the orcs among other races was that of rough barbarism. Especially the phrase, "act first, think later," made other races scorn the orcs for having muscles where their brains should be. But the development of the orcs was not as primitive and barbaric as rumored among the other races. Cannons and bombs, the legacy of battle, were no less than those of other races. Otherwise, they would not have become such a formidable clan. The dragon swarm drew even closer. The roaring whines they brought grew even more piercing. Flight troops, engage! The next order came from the rear once again. The pens for flying beasts within the city were flung open. Swarms of orc flying beasts flew out of their cages, circling overhead once. Then they dispersed in an instant, forming lines in the sky as they rushed towards the incoming dragon swarm. The flying beasts rapidly closed in, directly confronting the dragon swarm. Among the dragon swarm, the green dragon glanced at the approaching flock of flying beasts and then at the city walls below. Go, divert those flying beasts, the green dragon instructed the others behind it. Two dragon clan heroes nodded, leading a portion of the wyverns to immediately break away from the formation and dive into the flock of flying beasts. Utilizing dragon breath to slay their foes, they cleared a path among the flying beasts. The dragon swarm, closing into 100 meters. With a roar, the green dragon elder led the dragon swarm in a dive. Arrows and crossbow bolts poured freely into the sky. Chapter 1349. The double-headed corpse dragon, now riddled with arrows like a porcupine, kept plummeting from the sky and smashing into the city. And including the green dragon, more dragons were already nearing the city walls. Roar! A sweep of green dragon breath passed over the city walls. Unlike the blazing dragon breath, the green one was more like viscous poison. It enveloped the orcs on the city walls, the poison beginning to corrode armor and flesh alike, the latter melting like hot wax and starting to drip off. The engulfed orcs did not die instantly but frantically tried to scoop up their sloughing flesh in a bid to reattach it to themselves. In their relentless struggle, even their bones dissolved into a puddle of blood. The city wall's sturdy stones were eroded into large craters, with remnants of the green thick liquid constantly bubbling. More and more dragons thrust into the city. Dragon breath rampaged through the city, wreaking havoc without regard for the cost, throwing the city's rhythm into chaos. Outside the city walls, the undead army drew increasingly close. 300 meters away, the magic power cannons mounted on mammoths began to charge. Boom boom! The cannon fire, like beams of light, struck the closed city gates. A violent explosion ensued, causing the entire city wall to sway severely. Infantry began their siege. Beast King's Hall. 2 orc guards rushed into the hall at a quick pace. They yelled, "A large number of undead troops and war machines have appeared outside the 4 city walls and have begun their siege." All the orcs present were taken aback. It wasn't just the dragon clan's troops, but also an undead army and war machines. Such immense hatred towards the orcs? Why would they appear directly at the main city? How many are there? Upon a roughly carved throne sat a towering orc clad in iron grey, heavy armor. With a gaping maw and tusk-like teeth, and red skin. Nearly 5 meters tall, he appeared more like a demon depicted in storybooks. Warflame Maldiths. The demigod leader of the orc clan, the demigod orc king. The reported number from the front lines is nearing 1,000,000. Whoosh! In that moment, the hall erupted into noise. An army of 1,000,000. How could this be possible? Whether undead or any other major power, attempting to mobilize 1,000,000-strong force would surely have leaked some information. How is it possible that such an army suddenly appeared? It's as if reminiscent of the demonic invasion of times past. Suddenly appearing in this land. The Orc King gave no indication of his stance amidst the noise below, his blood-red eyes slightly closing as he pondered. Others might be clueless, but he was privy to some information. The previous battle at Blackwind Castle also involved a large number of wyverns and skeletons. This inevitably led to the association of both incidents. It seems that this was the Blood Clan's army. After pondering for a moment, the Orc King opened his eyes. He stated directly, "Go to the temple, request the priest's intervention." Yes. The guard quickly departed, heading in the direction of the temple. Meanwhile, in the corner's shadow, a figure as dark as ink swiftly blended into the guard's shadow, following towards the temple. Orc City was in chaos, with relentless combat in the distance, and various corpses falling from the sky. The guard did not stop his pace, passing through rows of buildings. Heading straight for the temple. Inside the grand hall, dimly lit, several priests in long robes stood. They too gazed curiously at the chaotic battle outside. For so many years, there hadn't been an incident of an enemy attacking the main city. "What's the matter?" A priest with an elderly face within the grand hall inquired softly. He wore a white robe adorned with purple and gold embroideries. Holding a brown wooden staff, its tip a faceted blue gemstone, resembling a short-handled spear. Honored priest, the undead and dragon clans are attacking the main city, the Beast King requests your presence. All right, I understand. Go back and tell the Beast King that I will ask our Father God to protect the main city, the old priest said. The guard saluted once again and departed. Once the guard left, the old priest knelt devoutly before the grand statue, mumbling prayers in an attempt to communicate with the great Father God. At that moment, the shadow behind him gradually solidified. Forming the silhouette of a human woman, dagger in hand, she struck towards the old priest's neck. Chapter 1350. Inside the temple, the old priest knelt before the statue. Behind him, the rest of the orc priests knelt in rows, praying together in unison. They awaited the arrival of the Father God to rescue the city besieged by the undead and the dragon clan. Just as everyone was whispering prayers, waiting for the Father God to descend, the old priest's shadow began to stir like boiling tar. The next second, under the perplexed gazes of the other priests, a human figure emerged from the shadow, becoming increasingly tangible. Once the figure appeared, there was no hesitation. A glittering dagger flashed towards the priest who was still praying in front of him. The kneeling priest welcoming the divine sensed the change behind him, glanced sideways, and saw the approaching cold gleam. A surge of panic rose abruptly in his heart. His body instinctively toppled to one side, his wooden staff raised in front, as a circular shield rapidly sprang up before him. Seeing the shield form, the old priest's face relaxed slightly. This was the main city, as long as he wasn't killed, the guards outside would soon rush in to protect him. Even if the assassin was fierce, they wouldn't be able to kill him. However, the sharp dagger continued to slash towards him. The shield, like fragile glass, shattered on contact, and with a posture that tore through everything, the dagger sliced through the wooden staff and then effortlessly cut across the old priest's throat. Thud gurgling. The head instantly fell off, rolling to the side. The orc priests behind him were now staring wide-eyed, terrified at the scene unfolding before them. The old priest was dead? Even though a priest was a clergyman, the old priest was also an orange hero. How could he be so easily slain in an instant? All of this happened too suddenly. Quick, kill her, someone suddenly shouted aloud. The priests pointed their wooden staves at the woman emerging from the shadow. Without waiting for an attack, the woman's figure vanished like spilt ink. The next second, she appeared behind the man who had just shouted, and her dagger slashed out once more. Gurgle. Another head rolled to the ground, muttering incomprehensible words, eyes wide open in death. The priests turned around once more. The assassin's figure disappeared again. Then one after another, heads fell to the ground. The priests felt a chill in their spines, looking around the dimly lit room, fear reaching its zenith. They were surrounded by an assassin. Escape, quickly notify the guards, the priests quickly realized. Everyone instantly snapped to their senses. They began to swarm, running towards the exit of the Great Hall. The next second, that familiar figure appeared again in front of the temple's gate, blocking everyone's path of escape. Creak. The wooden doors of the Great Hall were slowly closed. That figure, like the death god, pounced towards the remaining priests. Beast King City. Dragons formed a swirling vortex above the city. Dragon breath swept repeatedly over the land. Roofs and streets bore the scorched marks of the flames. The orcs were also launching a frenzied counterattack. Arrows densely flew towards the sky, and continuously, double-headed corpse dragons were turned into porcupines mid-dive, falling from the sky. At every moment, orcs were engulfed by dragon breath. Black corpse dragons kept falling from the sky, crashing to the ground and using their last ounce of strength to lunge at nearby enemies. The sky filled with tumbling dragon corpses, increasing in frequency. Too crazy. Even the hot-tempered orcs were horrified by the method of attack unfolding before them. This war was not a contest of strategy and tactics, but a mad struggle, a fight between beasts. It could even be called an act of vengeance at any cost. What exactly had the orcs done to make today's enemy so crazed? The 4 city walls. The intervention of the dragon clan made defending the city walls extremely difficult. Companies of orc warriors rapidly rushed to the walls, carefully avoiding the incoming dragon breath while trying to resist the army starting their siege below. A dense army of undead now covered the area below the city. Siege ladders reached the walls. 4 armed skeletons holding shields above their heads began climbing up the sturdy iron ladders towards the ramparts. Skeleton archers retaliated from below, their bullets pattering against the walls. Stones shattered and flew in all directions. Gigantic mammoth constructs, with tusks as battering rams, persistently struck the sealed city gates. With each strike, the entire wall trembled violently. The orcs still held the city, but considering the current situation, a breach was only a matter of time. Atop the east city wall, the Beast King, clad in a wide, heavy armor, his eyes blood-red, looked down at the undead below with fury and murderous intent. Having been seated in Beast King City for so many years, this was the first time he had been pushed to such limits. For him and the entire orc clan, it was an indelible stain. Even if they successfully defended it, the city's infrastructure was nearly equivalent to being razed. Thump thump thump. Behind him, urgent footsteps arose, and a trusted aide avoiding the combat area rushed up the wall. After gasping for breath, he spoke haltingly, "Beast King, it's not good, the temple." His gaze fell upon the orcs outside the wall, frowning as he looked over. What has happened with the priests? Only the arrival of the Father God could solve the trouble in the main city. If something had happened to the temple, then matters would become even more difficult. Looking carefully, the trusted aide said promptly, "The temple has been destroyed, all the priests are dead, and the high priest has been assassinated." What? The Beast King's inner rage erupted in an instant, his angry roar bellowing out. The high priest, he is their link to communicate with the Father God. Once the high priest is dead, the situation here can't be reported to the orcs' Father God. The trusted aide continued, "The orc altar has been severely damaged in the battle, and currently the dead heroes cannot be resurrected." The Beast King's eyes widened, filled with surprise and disbelief. The temple and the altar, such critical places, to have such things happen to them. What about the guards defending these two places? The Beast King asked in rage. The guards in front of the temple were temporarily pulled away, and all the guards at the hero altar died under the dragon's assault. The Beast King's expression grew even uglier, with endless fury rising in his eyes. Rage towards the dragon clan and the undead who launched the attack on the main city, and rage towards such a grave oversight. Repair the altar, and once the high priest is resurrected, have him contact the Father God immediately. Yes. The trusted aide responded and quickly left. At that moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of slicing through the air arose, and 4 flame spears flew to the city wall in an instant. The next second, the flame spears disappeared and turned into 4 black armored warriors wielding warhammers. Cold eyes stared at the tall orc in the middle. The Beast King's gaze was fiery with rage as he coldly said, "What, the Dragon Queen and the demigod of the Blood Clan didn't come, sending you 4 ants to die?" Alurug, with a focused gaze on the tall and ugly-looking orc before him, simply said, "Does it make any difference whether there's a demigod here now? 2 sides of the city walls have fallen, one of the gates has been shattered by mammoths, and troops have directly broken into the city. The only part not breached is the section personally defended by the Beast King. If a demigod were present, perhaps the city would have already fallen by now." This statement made the Beast King's face even more unsightly, and the rage suppressed in his heart reached a peak. "Good, now you 4 can go to die." No further words wasted, the Beast King sneered coldly as towering black flames suddenly rose around him. Huge thermal energy instantly covered the entire city wall. The surrounding equipment began to melt, and even the bricks and stones underfoot began to crumble in the flames. The power of divinity, even just from a demigod, could unleash strength beyond that of a normal hero. Terrifying strength. Amidst the rising flames, the Beast King's face turned fierce, and his body began to rapidly expand. With a sweeping slash of his warblade at the waist, he aimed at the 2 black-armored warriors in front of him. Bang! With one swing of the blade, the city wall exploded violently, with earth and stone splattering amidst the eruption of a dark-bladed flame encompassing dozens of meters. The undead ascending the walls, the wyverns diving from above, instantly turned to ash. Alurug and Amarag, within the range of the flames. When the Beast King noticed the flames swallowed the 2, a cold sneer appeared on his face. With such ease, he killed 2, leaving no pressure for dealing with the remaining 2. However, before he could swing his second blade, from within the covered blaze, suddenly 2 towering giants rose from the ground, wielding warhammers and delivered an overhead strike. The Beast King was startled. Without time to think why the flames had no effect on them, his warblade swung out once again. Dong! A resounding clash echoed, and again black flames surged out. The 2 black-armored leaders felt an immense force transmitted through their weapons. Their palms numbed as they barely held onto their warhammers under the fiery blast from the orcs' attack, pushed back several steps. But the Beast King did not pursue them, his gaze shifted slightly as he swung his warblade backwards. Dong! His second blade collided with the two black-armored warriors behind him. Both felt an enormous force, one terrifying enough to make even giants feel dread. The four exchanged glances and charged forward again at the same time. Not much finesse involved, all five were warriors adept in strength. Their weapons constantly collided, generating intense impacts in a sky filled with bladed flames. In the city's armory, a long line of orcs was anxiously and orderly carrying equipment, rushing them to the battlefield. This step was crucial. The orcs were already at a disadvantage, and if the supply lines failed to keep up, there would be no point in continuing the battle. Under the urging of orc heroes, the orcs transported swiftly. Roar! Just then, a green dragon swooped down from the sky. The green dragon breath swept along the column of orcs, melting and decomposing them amidst their painful struggles. Not even bones remained in the end. After landing on the ground, the green dragon transformed into a middle-aged man in a green robe, with his hands clasped behind him, and walked into the armory to take a look. Then, he pointed a finger, "Destroy this place." As his voice fell, 5 or 6 double-headed corpse dragons began breathing on the building. Amidst deafening collapse, the armory turned into ruins. The green dragon took off once more, transforming back into a dragon and flew off into the distance. Elsewhere. Stomp stomp stomp! The Beast King's trusted aides rushed through the city. Upon arriving at a building, they barged in right through the doors. They shouted loudly, "The hero altar is damaged, all craftsmen here, go repair the hero altar, hurry, no dawdling." Inside the room, no one spoke. But the craftsmen just stared wide-eyed, some with a fearful gaze at what was behind the trusted aides. The trusted aides paused, sensing the fear in everyone's eyes. A sinking feeling emerged in their hearts. Without making any move, a voice came from behind them. "Without you leading the way, I really couldn't have found this place." Gurgle gurgle. Several heads dropped to the floor. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.